Hello, everyone, and welcome to our post-season coverage for Big Brother 25. I'm, of course, your host, Taran Armstrong, and today I am here with a man who might be called a
I'm
psychic.
trying to get far enough to have a deep dive with Taran, like an actual deep dive. One of those like bullshit deep dives when I go out there.
Here for a bullshit deep dive is Cory. How you doing, Cory?
I'm doing well. Honestly, we were pretty close to a bullshit deep dive a couple times in that early game. So the fact that we get like a half bullshit deep dive, that's pretty good. 79 days worth of it. Like I could live with that for sure.
I was so like I wanted to know, like, what is the line? Where do you cross from bullshit deep dive to proper deep dive?
Well, here's the problem. So coming into the season, I think getting eighth place would be a bullshit deep dive. But it was day 79 because this season was ridiculous. Like the schedule made no sense. Like I was in there 79
Mhm.
days. Was season 24 82 days?
Something like
I think
that.
that's what Joseph and Taylor said. So it was like, there's so much to talk about. Like a lot of that is like, what were you doing during zombie week, which was nothing. But I think for this season, as long as you made the jury, because jury started on day what 72, or that was the when Cameron was the first person to go to the jury at 72. Like
Mm.
honestly, with me, especially how much I talk, you probably deep dive just 1 week, but I think there's enough to talk about for sure.
All right. Well, how have things been? You're about exactly a week removed now from the finale.
Mhm.
How have things been?
It's been bizarre, certainly. Like getting recognized as like a joke. It's still like people are like, "I'm a fan of yours," and I don't know why quite yet. I think the reception has been wildly positive compared to what I was expecting because I'm such a fan of the show. I'm a Twitter person before this, so like I know how toxic the community can be sometimes and how tough it can be. And at least as far as Twitter is concerned, that has not been a problem. People really like America and I think mostly because we're kind of one of them, and that's been super cool. Like yesterday, I requested a fan cam with the song from Puss in Boots too, and it was made in like 45 seconds. And I was like, well, I've made it, Taryn. This was the goal. So I'm pretty happy about it.
It's a lot of power. I noticed that you do still have the mustache. I was
Yes.
told there was a Twitter poll,
hmm
and that it's supposed to be gone at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think people forget that I get to make my own decisions and I have agency in my own life, right?
What?
I'm not beholden to the Twitter masses, as shocking as it may sound. But actually, like, I think the mustache is pretty hideous. America's really the only one fighting for it. She's coming down to Florida in less than a week, and I think we might Instagram live shave it off then. But if she's holding the razor, that might just not happen. So I'm as in the dark as everyone else. So that's where the mustache is at.
Yeah, I'm imagining a scene where it's like, America, you have to do it, and then she turns around and like attacks Twitter, I guess, with the razor instead. Uh,
Yeah,
it's
honestly,
not
I'd be
happening.
down for someone to attack Twitter with a razor. That'd be cool.
All right. Well, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the
Mm,
game. Because you were in there for quite a while. You were quite involved in the strategy for at least the first half of the game. Was there strategy after the first half of the game? That's a good question that we can explore. Tell me about the preseason, sort of the prep that you put in, and what you sort of intended your game to be.
so coming into the game, I had seen every season except for 23 and 24, which
Mhm.
sounds insane because that's like the two most important seasons probably to watch. But I figured we would get them in sequester, and we didn't. So my whole thought was like, okay, I'll be able to like study and sit down and watch them because I knew it was going to be a long time of just sitting there. And I'm like, this is perfect. I never got the chance to. That being said, I knew about like the boot orders and the general strategy, and I listened to your 6.5 hour thing with Taylor. Like, I knew the seasons, but I didn't like see any of the competitions. Like when we played Sludge Stackers, or I watched Sludge Stackers, I've never seen that competition before.
Mhm.
So like I was probably the biggest fan on the cast, but I was kind of missing some things. But I had a lot of conversations with my brother, obviously. And he's a weird case because he studied so hard and did so much prep for Survivor, and obviously it didn't work out for its own set of reasons. So going into Big Brother, I was like, I don't think the prep really matters outside of knowing the game, and obviously I know the game, knowing the competitions, knowing when a double eviction will pop up. Like as long as you know the structural elements of the show, you're probably fine. Like Jag is an example of he didn't watch that many seasons, but he knew the gist of it. Like he knew what like a good alliance structure was, right? Like Matt is one who's like naturally super skilled at the game, but he
Mhm.
didn't have that knowledge. So when it came to like jury management, the stuff that like you really just find out by watching like Paul, Matt didn't know that. So like I felt like I had all of that down, and my goal coming into it was survive the early weeks because that just always felt like it was going to be hard, and then somehow gain the respect of people because 21 years old is tough. I was talking to the one person I spoke to preseason for advice was Kevin Jacobs,
Mhm.
and I remember my brother showed me the conversation where he told Kevin I was going on the show, and it was like, hey, my brother's going on the show. Kevin's like, oh, can you tell me a bit about him? My brother lists all these things, and he goes, and he's 21. Kevin responds, oh shit. Which is definitely how I felt in the house for this first, honestly, the entire time. I felt a little bit out of my depth. But I was like, okay, I got to overcome the being 21 years old thing, and make it through the early weeks, and then just figure it out from there.
Mhm. Yeah, and obviously you had a bit of a rough start. Night one, you get pulled into the nether region. What was it like in the nether region? Did it feel nethery?
It was scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about the nether region. There really isn't much to it.
People
Like
don't
there was,
listen. You don't talk about the nether region. There's a reason why it's
look,
called what it is.
I'll tell you what, I did have superpowers from the nether region. They just didn't come up on the show. They really impacted the game behind the scenes. But the nether region was stupid. I guess it was there just to be like the cliffhanger of the first episode because I was just wheeled in 40
Literally,
minutes
you were
after.
hanging off the thing, you know?
Do you know how? Okay, so when they lay out these 4 competitions, my thought is it's going to be an HOH competition because that's what it always is, and that's
Mhm.
stupid of me because I didn't see a 5th competition, which would have to exist.
Mhm.
So my goal was I picked the holding on one because I was like, okay, no matter what, I'm not going to get like stage fright. Like I can't mess it up. I'll just let go and lose at some point. That's fine. And I wanted to win the first HOH, but I was like, it's premiere night. Let me just get through this day. It'll be fine. And then I'm standing there, and Red, Riley, and Luke walk up. And I'm like, oh, it's over. Like, there's no shot in hell I can win this or not lose this.
Mhm.
So yeah, that was pretty messed up. Another region was horrible. Walking in and just seeing Suri, it was just bizarre.
Yeah, it was weird to not because like the initial reaction to Suri being in the house was absent you, and you were probably the person that would react them. Is the reaction to Suri was so like nonchalant. Everyone was just kind of like,
Of course.
"Oh, there's a person in here." Weird.
I was told they thought she was part of production.
I mean, it
Like,
makes
why is
sense.
she doing like an orientation or something?
like like one person went up to her to talk to her. Everyone
Of
else is
course,
just
like
doing their own thing.
you could have like Monty in the house and people wouldn't know from the season. You know what I mean? Like it was not like I think it was a season of a decent amount of solid players, but like no one was fans really. There's probably 5 or 6 of us. Like probably I was a fan, America, Cam's been a fan of the show, Mimi's been a fan for a long time, Felicia's a fan, Izzy watched them all super recently, and then like everyone else watched 2 or 3 seasons.
Mhm.
So like it wasn't a season of fans, and that means it definitely wasn't a season of Survivor fans.
Right.
That
Yeah.
being said, there were 2 Suri super fans in there, me and Izzy. So there you go.
And hey, Matt, he watched Suri with his mom.
Yes, I did hear about that. My initial impressions. So I wrote some stuff in the jury house like the day after I got there. So
Mhm.
I wrote like my week 1. I got like 3 pages written down. So my initial impressions, right? Felicia is standing near me on the stage and she won't stop talking. Like we're sitting there and they're like, shh, she just won't stop. She's like, this is crazy. This is insane. I'm just like, oh, this is wild. Um, Luke, I was like, he has movie star arrogance. Like I can't the smirk is unbelievable. And he was wearing a mask, and I could still see the smirk through it.
Mm.
I had a great vibe from Jag. I was like, final two. He seems great. He seems like a fun dude. Seems smart. I thought Matt was a douche, which, you know, that's basically me just stereotyping the surfer dude, but you know,
Yeah.
so be
I mean,
it.
Matt looked like a monster night one. He was ripped. He was wearing the
Oh my
tank.
god.
Like, yeah.
No, I was terrified. And then I thought Red was, oh, there's the Donnie of the
Yeah.
cast. And then everyone else kind of, yeah, didn't have much. But
Mhm.
that was me on the stage. And then they start calling the names, and they go red, blue in America, and I'm like, what the hell is happening? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what
Oh,
is the
yeah.
twist?
A lot of people did think there was a twist involved with that, but yeah.
We were joking about America being America's player, like her name was like Tiffany or something, like
Yeah.
Ashley. But anyways,
I mean, Tiffany would have been appropriate given how many people Tiffany thought was America's player. Um, so so you go in, you get pulled into the
mhm.
nether region, you come out, you're a nominee now. You're one of
Oh
4
yeah.
nominees right out of the gate. How do you approach people knowing that? Like, what is the strategy?
Well, it's bizarre because we don't even know who the HOH is. So like,
Mhm,
we kind of like I was kind of figuring they would be taking two of us off the block because it's the only thing that made sense. But I didn't know who to campaign to really, and like you can't make the rounds when there's 16 other people.
mhm,
You just don't have enough time, and everyone's whatever. So basically, I was just trying to throw myself in the biggest group I could find at any given moment. The people I connected with early, I wrote down. Like night one, people I thought I was good with. Like I felt good about Riley pretty instantly. Heisem pulls me into the have not room. Do you guys see this conversation?
um, I don't think we saw that conversation, but it was talked about a lot.
Immediate, like I walk in 5 seconds later because we had to volunteer for have nots. We go straight up to the have not room with our stuff, and he goes, "I feel great about you. I think you and I can run this thing."
Mhm,
And I'm like, "Sure, man. That's what I was thinking when I saw you. I was like, that's my guy." So my first final two is with Heisem. You know, I think later we're gonna call it the brains and the brawn
mm,
when he has that conversation with me, and then I rat him out 15 seconds later.
yes.
Um, so I felt okay about him. I felt okay about Luke. So first of all, Luke immediately says, "I'm so glad I didn't lose that competition because I can't lose to a girl." And I'm like, "Wow, that's crazy." Night one. Then I go,
Mm,
"Where are you from?" He goes, "South Florida." I'm like, "Oh, me too. Where in South Florida?" He goes, "Fort Lauderdale." I'm like, "Wait, me too. Where?" He goes, "Weston." I'm like, "Wait." Honestly, feels like a bit of an oversight. But I was like, this guy literally went to my rival high school.
mhm,
This is going to be like a number for me. Little do I know it's Luke, so obviously not.
mhm.
But in that first HOH competition, I'm basically like, all right, Riley, Luke, maybe even Heisem could win, and I'd be okay. But I really think I needed to get a pretty lucky outcome there, and I definitely did.
Yeah, I mean, good pickups in terms of, Riley and Heisem, were 1 and 2 in that comp. Um,
Well, Heisem would not have taken me off the block. There's
yeah, I mean,
Heisem
at
would have
that point.
like he would have taken me off the block to backdoor. Sorry, he doesn't do backdoors. I forget.
Of course.
But yeah, so I was just trying to ingratiate with everyone. It was awkward, but it didn't feel that awkward to me because everyone was just tense. We were in the bathroom talking for like 4 hours, just standing, and I just wanted to die and go home.
Mhm.
But once there was actually an HOH, I felt like I can start playing the game and figuring it out. And I think Riley was a really good draw for me.
Yes, you also had a bit of a rocky start with Suri. You had, like, an initial conversation with her in the have not room, and, it didn't seem to go well from our perspective. What was your, like, read on it?
I mean, was this the conversation where I was basically like, "Hey, I'm a big fan of yours. I think you're insanely good at the game. I'm not. I'm like honored to play with you," kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like, the conversation that somebody would have if they met Suri at an event, and she was kind of like, "Oh, it's a fan. That's so great. You're lovely, wonderful, thank you." And
Yeah. Well, okay. So a large percentage of that was just me being a fan, right?
Mhm,
The idea behind all of those types of conversations with Suri was like, I kind of wanted to convince her I was like an Izzy, where I was just like,
mm,
Like, Suri winning the game is a great season for me. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like, I'm such a fan. I want you to make it so far in this game. I want to be a part of a season where Suri makes it far, like, which was the intention. But like, ultimately, I think she was probably threatened by, oh, Cory knows my game.
Hmm.
Especially, I don't know if I mentioned the traders there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I knew she won the traders, but I didn't watch the traders because why? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it was
But
kind of worst of both worlds there, where, like, you knew about the traders, which was threatening, but you didn't know enough to know you shouldn't mention the traders.
well, I don't know. I talked way too much in the game. Like when I had a piece of information that like I was up in the air about sharing or not, I would always just choose to share it. Like when I had like any of my stupid secrets in the house, if I ever had a thought of should I share it, my logic would be, well, if I'm thinking this now, I'm eventually going to do it, so let's just do it now.
Mhm.
Right? Because like I'm not going to be able to stave off me wanting to do it for another 2 months. So
Yeah.
I just kind of was dumping everything those first couple of days. I kind of also figured Suri would be in a good position, so like nestling in with Suri is probably a good idea, but I don't know. It's hard. Like, how do I convey I'm a fan without conveying that I know her game?
Yeah. I mean, I think that my so my perspective so far, I've seen the cast. The second I saw Suri was on the cast, I was like, that's not good for Cory. Like, Suri is not the kind of player that works well with somebody like Cory from my perspective.
Mhm.
And it felt like that was the case early on, that there was like a bit of a mismatch. And then, like, also there was a lot of Izzy didn't like you early on, Hisam
Yeah.
obviously didn't like you early on, and there was, like, a lot of, talk about how you were, like, this sketchy dude, you must have some sort of the bros thought you had a superpower,
Mhm.
Cerise crew thought that you were, kinda, sketchy and would, kinda try to work with the bros,
Yeah.
and so there
Was
was a
that the
lot of,
Target? Yeah.
Go
Was
ahead.
that the Target night one, or was it Kirsten? Like, at what point was I like the pawn for Kirsten?
Um, so pretty quickly, Kirsten got in trouble. So Kirsten was working with, there was this initial plan by Suri to work with Felicia, Kirsten, and Mimi, and then
Mhm.
do a kind of oh, we'll have one alliance over here and another alliance over here. We'll each grab a person. She kind of seemed to know the basics as well and wanted to set something up like that.
Mhm.
But for whatever reason, Jared just didn't seem to mesh well with Kirsten, and felt like she was running around a little too much. They made this Phalanx 5 alliance,
Yeah.
very early on, that Luke named, and then Kirsten then went to Jared and was like, "I don't feel great about Luke." And Jared did feel good about Luke. And so he was kinda like, "Well, I don't really, agree with you," and then let Suri know about, Kirsten being involved in Phalanx 5 and talking about Luke and, like, she's sketchy, and Suri's like, "Well, she was trying to work with me. She's already working multiple alliances."
Yeah.
And then it kinda spiraled from there, and that was all, like, night 1, into
Okay.
day 2. At the same time, there was a lot of, talk about you generally, not about anything that you were doing necessarily, but about, like, do you have a superpower? This guy's sketchy. And talk about here's this privileged white boy. I
Just
think
fair.
his last
You
name
know.
is Worthington.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So you know so there was definitely at the time it was like there's two clear targets here. It's either going to be Kirsten or it's going to be
Mhm.
Cory. And the preference for most people in the game was to keep both of you on the block with Kirsten as
Yeah.
the primary target. But as we know, things could have easily
Oh
shifted.
no.
Yeah.
That was a house where like I think there was the only times that the pawn was safe was when Cam was on the block.
Yeah.
Like that was I realized that very quickly when I was kind of talking to Suri and Izzy before I think the Riley and the Heisen votes. I'm like, oh, this season is a mess. Like no matter what happens, the vote's gonna flip 14 times one way or another. So like whenever any idea of being the pawn came up, I mean, I don't think people even brought it up to me after like week 3 or 4 because I was just shutting it down so hard. And that's basically what I was doing with the Riley initial conversation too. Like I know if I'm on the block on Thursday, I always figured if I'm on the block on Thursday, I'm going home because I don't think I'm a massive threat or anything, but people are generally going to be sketched out by me because I'm kind of sketchy. So like that is why I know I'm jumping ahead, but like when it was me in America and Jag had the veto, I was pushing so hard to get that veto on me because if it was me and Cam, that vote would have at one point been on me, and it probably would have ended on Cam. But
Mhm.
like, yeah, it was terrifying.
Yeah. So, so very, very quickly things fall apart with Hisam.
Yeah.
And you know, it's very clear we were very amused by these conversations, right away that like Hisam is just like stonewalling you, just like
Hmm.
absolutely nothing. He just doesn't trust you. He's got a vibe about you. In addition to that, part of this is also Kirsten.
Yeah.
Kirsten has been spreading that that the guys upstairs in the Have Not room are forming some kind of guys alliance. She's suspicious about Red having said something about it. Um, and she's saying this to a lot of people. Very few people seem to take what she's saying with any sort of like
Yeah.
credulity. Like they don't really believe it, except for Hisam, who kind of like takes it in and starts to kind of. I called it like he went on a little side quest to determine the validity of Kirsten's claims, and so part of that was like sort of interrogating you about things, and of course it wasn't really real. So it never really went anywhere, but I don't think it helped in terms of how Hisam saw you.
Yeah. I think so much of what Carson was saying was probably confirming Heisem's suspicions coming into the game of like all the popular people, which the fact that I was ever included in that idea is wild to me. Like that's I was very flattered. But like all the jocks are gonna group up and target the outsiders, right? Which I guess they was attempted, right, by family style, but you know that was never really a possibility. And I think it's weird that I was lumped into that because I figured like going into the game, my best prediction was like, okay, as long as I'm not evicted first, I'm probably going to be like an outsider on the like on the fringes of the majority alliance, whether I'm actually in the alliance or just like someone's person on it. I was like, that seems like my spot. But he was approaching me as if I was like orchestrating stuff, and I was a big piece of the Phalanx Six or something. And that was never the case. And the problem with like me and Heisen's conversations is he would stonewall me and he would stonewall, I assume, some other people, but like I would keep trying.
Mhm.
Like I would like try to break through the stone wall. It just wouldn't work.
Yep.
But I was like, well, you're such a fit dude. I think you've got some influence in this house. Like I can't just leave this relationship in a bad spot. Like every morning I woke up and I'm like, all right, we got to try again with Tyson today.
Mhm.
And literal, like eventually I think I started making some progress, but like, I mean, I never stopped targeting him. I think I might have fallen down his target list a little bit, but it was never great.
Yeah. And so ultimately you see that Riley wins that first HOH, and of course that means that you have a shot at being
Hmm.
saved. But nobody really wants you to be saved.
Yeah.
Including really like Riley at this point. Like she doesn't really have much preference. I think she's probably a little bit inclined to target Kirsten. There was a little bit of weird drama between her and Kirsten about Matt. But Felicia comes in right away with like anti-Kirsten rhetoric, and she's like, "Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you, Felicia. This is I completely agree." And the idea is to put you next to her as like to
Hmm.
help please the house. Um, but you, very impressively, I would say, you know, honestly, one of your better, I think, plays in the entire game. Go to Riley, pitch your case, talk about your similarities, where you're from, make a final two with her,
Hmm.
and tell her about your brother, and get her to agree to essentially go against the house's will to
Yeah.
save you. You know, was that even really in her interest at the time? You know, maybe, maybe not, but like, tell me about this.
Yeah. It was a scenario I'd played out in my head a couple times before going on the show. Because for me, the whole idea was if I got to pitch my way off the block, you just pitch everything you have, right? And I really tried everything. I think Riley was a lucky person because we do have some commonalities. Like the Nashville, she's also the youngest person on the cast outside of me,
Mhm.
and I was just trying to pitch to her like, leaving me on the block makes no sense because I understand that's like what the house wants. But if the house wants that, what are the odds I stay against Kirsten?
Mhm.
right? Like everyone loves Felicia, like everyone thinks I've got a power. Look at me, Riley. I don't. I've got nothing. The only thing I have in this game is my relationship with you. So like I was trying to sell my soul to Riley. And I didn't tell America about Zach being on Survivor to like weeks after. And okay, let me explain this Zach Survivor secret. Going into the game, I was not keeping it a secret. That was not the intention. I had one conversation with Kevin Jacobs where he's like, if I was in the house, I would use it against you, which made me a little nervous, but that's Kevin. And I was like, there's not going to be another Kevin in there. Meanwhile, there's Suri. But whatever. I was not keeping it a secret. I thought there's no reason to keep it a secret. It'll be fine. And then I'm on the block week 1. And I'm like, I think, like, the whole like Survivor philosophy of they're just looking for a reason.
Mhm.
I'm not giving them a reason. Like, there's no reason for me to mention this. And I also use that secret throughout the season as like, this is not going to be some earth shattering revelation to anybody. But when I tell people, I want them to think I'm confiding my deep secret in them.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to do with Riley, where I'm like I haven't told another soul, Riley. Like, you're the only person in the game I'm telling. Like, I don't care if Riley cares that my brother was on Survivor. That doesn't matter to me. It's just like I need her to know that I am putting something in the pot here. Like, I'm buying in. So that was the goal. And the hard part about that conversation was I didn't even know Kirsten was the target. I was trying to figure it out in the conversation. So like, at first I thought Kirsten was the one person who was safe because it was like, oh, Riley and Kirsten, they're just like hanging out. They're like similar age, pretty women. Like they were talking those first couple days. So I was like, okay, so Kirsten's one I have to steer away from. I got to push for a Jared Felicia situation. I go in there. She's like immediately like, I love Serena Felicia. I'm like, well, I'm screwed, but okay,
Mhm.
sure. Then I remember she plays a game where she's like, there's one person in the house who's causing some problems, right? And I'm like, Jared. She's like, no. I'm like, of course it's not Jared. I love Jared. Felicia's a problem though. She's like, I'm like, Kirsten. She's like, I don't like Kirsten either. It was a really hard conversation because I'm on the block. Like, Kirsten's not
Mhm.
pitching any of this crazy stuff to me. So
Mhm.
like I had no information, and it made me uncomfortable later in that week because everyone was shit talking Kirsten the whole time. But I
Mhm.
didn't really have any reason to shit talk Kirsten. I didn't know if this was like a just bully the person on the block situation. Coming
Right.
out of the show, it seems like she was being a little bit all over the place and kind of dug her own hole here.
I mean,
Um,
honestly, like, not that bad. Like,
Not that bad. Okay.
like she wasn't doing anything that anybody else wasn't also doing. It's just that, like,
She was just the
she got
target. Yeah.
caught first, and
Okay.
then it spiraled from there.
Yeah, and I was always a little bit uneasy about that, but I was also the other option to go on the block. So I'm like, yeah, no, she's super shady. Like I've been saying Kirsten has to leave. But literally in the conversation, I couldn't figure out who I was supposed to pitch because I thought the easy one to be on the block was Felicia, just because I've seen the show so many times, and it's like, what are the odds Felicia wins HOH and targets you? Like, it just feels like the safer choice. And then when she kind of pushed against that idea, I'm like, all right, I could pitch Jared, but that's a little tricky. And I tried to pitch Jared, and she shut that down even harder.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, so what the hell am I supposed to do here? So I think I went back. Remind me, I think I basically was saying Felicia's a better pawn than me.
Yes. Yeah, that
Okay.
Felicia's a better pawn, that, it's more dangerous if you stay on the block. People are talking about you having a power, they might vote you out, you might not get your target out, and so, it makes more sense to do that. So, yeah, and I think
Okay.
that logic definitely worked on her, as well as the fact that, like, the conversation helped bond the 2 of you, and so she was, like, doing you a solid. The reason she didn't wanna put Jared up is because she had it in her head at least that like Jared's the kind of guy that if I do him a solid and I get his loyalty early, then I will own his loyalty. Of course, we know that's not true in multiple ways, but I think she was hoping the same would be somewhat true of you as well. That like,
You
okay,
know,
I do him a solid, I
yeah.
get him.
And, I was never going to be a loyal player. Like, I was willing to betray anyone going into it, honestly, and then America. Ooh. But I was like planning on working with Riley as long as I could. Like, I don't think it was
Mhm.
the realest final two, but I was like, well, it's basically the best thing I've got right now. and it clearly she's the HOH. She's going to be building whatever structure. I'm like, I'm down to go all in on this, at least at the start. So like, I don't think she made like a massive blunder by taking me off the block, but like I think it was a nice conversation because I had the whole night before to think about the conversation. So
Mhm.
like I was kind of running the script, and for me, what I thought my biggest problem in the game would be was like the emotional side of things and bonding people in that way. Where like you'd see Dan have so many like really personal conversations and like even tear up in moments and things like that. I didn't think I had that ability. But then I'm sitting there with Riley, kind of like tearing up on her bed and like giving her a hug and everything. And I think most of that was me just honestly freaking out.
Mhm.
But that kind of opened up a lot to me because I think I used that later with Izzy when I'm talking to her in the comic room, which I don't know if those conversations were on feeds because it was literally just me and Izzy talking. But that's what ultimately I think was able to get me into the power structure.
Yeah, so you end up bonding with Izzy. It takes a little while to get there though.
Yeah.
And like your hammock conversations in the mornings were a huge part of that too. Um but
Mhm.
it first kind of happens with Jared, but not really it doesn't really solidify until after family style. Which comes about
Yeah.
Jared tries to create something with Riley that includes Suri. But the way he pitches it is like, I'm in a trio of me, Matt, and Luke. So I've got Matt and Luke on board. He at the time thought that Matt was closer to Riley, even though that will be the case. At the time, Jag was closer to Riley. And so he tried to pitch that. She then talked to Blue and Jag about it. Did you learn the true structure of Family Style ever? Like all of the onion layers?
So I know there's the handful. I found out about that in the jury, but we
A
all knew that
handful.
beforehand. And then
Mhm.
I'm guessing, I assume it was Riley and Jag were like the center. Was
Yes.
it Cam or Blue as the third?
Blue was the 3rd, and they
Blue
called
was okay.
themselves Crowd Control.
Did Riley and Jag have a name?
I feel like they might have, but it didn't last long enough to, like
Okay.
either they never named it or it didn't last long enough to, like, really enter the lexicon, nor did Crowd Control, really. Um
Mm,
but yeah, because by week 2, Jag had kind of, like, gotten closer to Blue, and Riley
yeah.
had gotten closer to Matt, so, it kind of, like,
How did
disintegrated on.
Cam get in this group? Is it just the scary room?
So, Cam, it's the scary room. Scary room's a huge part of it. Cam also has a conversation with Riley early on where they bonded over their love of the show,
Yeah.
and how like, "Hey, isn't it just so cool that we're here?" And then, because Cam was kinda close to like, basically, you and Cam were Riley additions to this group. Um,
Okay.
and and Cam got in the handful. It was kind of random. I mean, in terms of like who got into the 5, it was just like
Yeah.
obviously Matt was going to be included, but then it could have been anyone, and I think it just came down to the room, which is why Cam got included into the 5
Well,
instead of
that
the
was
8.
so annoying. So that was a big disadvantage of coming in 40 minutes late too, where I didn't have a bed. So when
Yeah.
they're doing volunteering for have-nots, I didn't have a choice. Like knowing me, I think I might have anyways, but not like the initial alliances that formed, as far as I understand, was like the scary room and the comic room.
Yep.
And I'm in the Humiliverse with Jared, Luke, and Heisem,
Mhm.
which honestly ended up being kind of nice because I can go talk to Riley and I was in the game room and like I basically stayed upstairs for that entire week. But that sucked because I didn't realize how important like the bedroom situation was because I kind of thought, oh, being in the Scrambleverse would be nice because you're in the center of everything. And I thought if I was in a corner bedroom, I would just like go in there and lay in bed and close the door. I would be able to
Mhm.
like turtle shell up. Whereas if I'm in the Scrambleverse, I have to go out there. No, if you're a future house guest, go in one of the side bedrooms.
Go in the scary room. It's the room on the side,
Yeah.
that, from my experience, tends to be a room that fosters more powerful alliances. I don't know if younger people tend to go into that room, or what, but the comic room also fosters tight bonds, but they tend to be smaller groups. They tend to be like, the people on the outs tend to be in the comic room for whatever reason.
It's a
Didn't really
smaller room.
happen this season, Obviously, the comic room ended up being the center of power for the first half of the game, but that was kind of outside of the norm in the same way that that power structure was outside of the norm. Um,
Well, I don't know what day it was. I feel like it was day 2 or 3 when I had a really good conversation with Cameron in the game room. So I was thinking like, okay, I've got Riley, I feel like feels pretty good about me, and then I felt really good about my relationship with Cameron. So when I'm eventually pulled into family style, I thought that's why it happened. I thought it was
Mhm.
my Riley connection, it was my Cameron connection. What was annoying was I felt great about Jared this first couple of days, but we were on the block together.
Right.
But once we were off the block, he very quickly started becoming my person.
Yeah. And you have a conversation. So they come up with this whole, and it was so funny at the time just watching these three and watching Jag especially, who wanted to create this like onion structured lines. I was like, look at this guy.
Mhm.
He seems to know his stuff. And they talked about all the importance of like, we need to make sure that people don't recognize what layer they're in, essentially. We need to
Oh my
make it
god.
seem very natural. And so they put on this whole orchestrated play for Matt and Cam about like, you know, we've been thinking, but what if like we can and I've been thinking, I just came up with a name. What if we call it family style? What if we call it the handful? Who else should we bring in? Oh, you have some ideas? Interesting idea. I've been thinking, what about this person? And it was very
Yeah.
contrived, but it worked on Cam and Matt. And so they put this whole play on for Matt and Cam, and then they were like, we did it. We did it. We managed to convince them. Now we just need to pull in the and then for the rest of you, they were just like, "Yeah, so we were all talking, and so, you're in."
Like, it was literally approached, and I think in the room at the time was probably Riley, Cam, and Matt, maybe. And, I walk in there because Riley's about to pull me in, and I get called a DR, and then I eventually get back up there, and she pulls me in. She goes, "The 5 of us have been talking." And I'm like, "Who okay, the 5." And I'm like, "Oh, you 3." And I'm trying to guess who else is in it. I'm like, "Is Luke in it?" Like, and they're like, "No." Because they keep having me play this guessing game, and I don't know because I don't know any information. So I'm like, "Okay, well, is Blue in it?" They're like, "Yes." I'm like, "Oh, of course Blue's in it. I love Blue." Um, and then they literally pull me in. I think I was the 7th person in probably. They probably talked to Jared before me.
No, Jared was actually last, I think.
Really? Okay.
I think you might have been 6th. I think you might have been before America, I'm not sure, I don't
I was
remember.
number 6. I should have just rode with them. That would have been good. Wait, so I'm confused. Why was I pulled in? Was it just Riley and Cam?
Yeah,
Because
pretty
Cam says
much.
he was fighting for me hard.
He did. I mean, like because so this is kind of an interesting way about how Big Brother works, but like
Mhm.
because Riley has now done you a favor,
Yeah,
she's now in some ways obligated to bring you in. She's like, "Okay,
right.
well now I've
I
got
gotta
like
make peace with it.
I don't wanna make that go to waste.
Yeah,
Let's pull Cory in." And it made everyone else feel better about you because now you're beholden to Riley, that you're more easily trusted. Like, okay, well, Cory is you can trust Cory because Riley's done a solid for him. Um, and so they felt fine about you. One of the reasons why they wanted to specifically exclude Luke was because A, he gave weird vibes, but
mhm,
B, Jared kept talking about how he was in a trio with Matt and Luke, and so they wanted to cut off at least one of Jared's
yeah.
people. And so because they wanted Matt, they wanted Luke out so that Jared wouldn't have like too much power in the group.
Yes, I think that night I talked to the cameras, which I'm sure none of my early camera talks were on the feeds because there's so many conversations going on. But I was basically like listing these people in family style, and I felt good about Riley. I felt good about Cam. I really wanted to work with Jag, but at this point, I'm terrified of Jag. I think he's the best player in the house. It's not even close. I don't know why. That was just my initial instincts because he was such a nice, funny dude. Little do I know, like he was kind of a disaster for a while.
A lot of people started feeling Felicia started feeling that way. I mean, it's why he was targeted so early is because he
Yeah,
just he had the right idea, but the way he went about it was often kind of sloppy and very, very
yeah.
visible.
Yeah. And also, I think this alliance was so bad at hiding anything. Like they just hung out all the time. And the reason I didn't hang out with them was because I was not ostracized, but I just wasn't as close with them, right? So like
Mhm.
it's literally Riley and Jag and Blue and Matt hanging out all week. And I remember being in there once and they're like, yo, like I don't want it to look suspicious, all of us being up here. I think you guys should head down. Okay, for sure. I head down. They're up there for another like 5 hours.
Mhm.
I'm like, so I knew this alliance was like a joke, but I didn't care because I was in the theoretical HOH majority alliance. This was great news. Little did I know that alliance never stood a chance because of Jared, which in retrospect, like I was never the biggest family style person, but I'm really lucky I wasn't the biggest family style person because
Mhm.
that that was just super lucky by me. Because I remember Jared approached me pretty quickly after. Because once we're both off the block, we're both brought into family style. I'm like, Jared, I'm so glad we get to work together. Like, I've been wanting this, and now we actually get to. And he's already saying family style is done, and I could not understand it. I was
Yeah.
like, Jared, I don't think I know we're on the bottom, but like we're in a great position relative to where we should be. Like, this is a dream. Like, if someone else wins HOH, sure, we can, try to be good with them, but like we're not blowing up the majority alliance night 3. Little did I know his mom was not in the majority alliance. So
Mhm.
like honestly, I'm glad Cam ratted us out because, it would have been ratted out anyways.
It had been at that
And I'm
point by Jared.
right. And okay, so Jared rats it out to Suri. When
Mhm.
does Cam rat it out to Red?
I think it's probably like a day later, or
Okay,
so.
so like it didn't matter that much, but like it was dead on arrival basically, which
Yeah, it
was
was dead on
disappointing.
arrival, and especially when I went back and ran through it too. I think even without Jared, it would have died,
Yeah.
because the reason why Cam rats it out is because of a conversation between Red and Riley, where Red talks about names a few people from the alliance, and she freaks out thinking he knows the alliance. Um,
Hmm.
and so he hadn't been explicitly told about the alliance yet, but there was talk about it. So, like, that conversation probably still happens, maybe not quite
Yeah.
as accurately, but it probably still happens. Riley probably still freaks out. Cam says, "Riley, calm down. Let me go fix this," and then rats out the alliance. Like, that all probably happens anyway. Plus the fact that the next two HOHs are Heisem and Felicia. Like, they're never
Hmm.
gonna have a chance to solidify their power base anyway.
Well, so I'm a little bit confused. So when Cam rats us out, right?
Mhm.
Who is because I remember something about like, oh, he family style's got to go, but Riley and Matt have such good hearts, and Corey's like a little brother to me, and I love Jag. Like I want to protect every. What was he doing? Like, what was the goal?
Listen, I can tell you what I thought at the time and what he did, right? Um, so he Riley tells him, I think Red knows. I think they all know. She's worried because she's seen Izzy talking to Luke, and she's worried that Izzy is trying to recruit Luke, and like that people are trying to recruit for the other side. That Izzy and Heisem has been talking about even before he was told explicitly by Suri that there was an alliance on the other side. He was already telling Blue he thinks there's an alliance on the other side. Blue's running
Mm,
that back to Family Style, and they're like, "How does Heisem know?" Um, and so there's already a lot of paranoia there. So she freaks out. They must know about us. She tells Cam. He says, "Calm down. I'm gonna go. I'm your secret weapon because they don't know anything about me. They all trust me." And so Cam goes, and he tells her all kinds of weird stuff. And he goes to Izzy,
yeah.
and he starts like rattling off all this stuff. He's like, basically, if they already know, then I'm going to save myself and Riley. And so, or at least that was my perspective on this. And he says, "Listen, I just had a conversation with Riley about our relationship. You probably haven't heard this soundbite, but it's a good one."
And I love Riley. Good God Almighty. I'm weird about the way that I feel because she reminds me of my kid.
But you know
That's so
what?
fucking weird.
But you know what? Like maybe I'm a cold ass
I know
bitch,
it's not my.
but I don't
Oh, I
care.
love
It's
Izzy.
not my.
I don't care.
Right.
Not for you, but for me. Like because I like everyone in this
I
house,
know.
but I don't give a shit because everyone's going home every week, and so this energy, I don't want.
I love Izzy. God Almighty, I love Izzy. I I the Cam Riley thing to this day doesn't make any sense to me. Like it was weird in the house, but I was always nervous to say. I was like, it's whatever. I mean, like I don't have a child. I don't get it.
Mhm.
I think I could have 25 children and still not get it. But like when they were on the block together, like first of all, as far as into the jury house, Cam's like, I did not blow up family style. I'm like, okay. So whatever. That's good to hear. Because I was so confident he did. And then when he came to the he was like he was so mad that people broke up him and Red. He was almost more mad people broke up him and Riley. It was
Mm.
like how dare they put me next to Riley? She's like a daughter to me. And the worst part, she likes me. And I'm just thinking like it's not what I was seeing, and it was just weird for me in the house. I didn't
That's
understand
what
it.
he goes to Izzy and he said, "I just had a conversation with Riley about basically like her feelings for me," and I had to tell her like, "Listen, that's not our relationship is not like that."
Of course.
And that was not their conversation at all. He was telling her she needed to back off from the golden god that he sees in Matt.
Hmm.
And it was weird. Uh, so okay, I'm pulling up the the notes I have from this conversation he has with Izzy.
Mm.
He says, "I'm shaking right now. I finally revealed to Riley what our relationship dynamic really was, and we both started
Did he
crying."
say I'm shaking right now?
He said that. Uh, he says, "This is gonna sound." He said, "I told her this is gonna sound weird, but I don't view you that way." And he didn't say that. But he says she's saying to him that a lot of people think that she's going for Matt or Jagger or maybe even you. And I was like, who? Oh boy. And so listen, I know this is gonna sound weird, but I just don't view you that way. Uh viewing you as a sister would be weird. I don't view you as a sister. I just we're close. I'm looking out for you. You're goofy, you dance like an idiot, you're athletic, you're cool. I'm just drawn to be your friend. And she
Mm.
cried to me, and then he starts talking about, like and so this is all
Yeah.
theoretically in favor of, like, saving Riley, with himself.
Yes.
He
Okay.
says, "There's no ringleader on the other side." Riley's not the ringleader. They're just a bunch of kids that thought numbers were all that mattered. Um, he has quite the quote, at some point, if I can find about the Wizard of Oz. Um, he
She's
says,
like Dorothy. I'm Toto.
so what he's trying to say is that like this alliance that you guys see on the other side, it's not some big conspiracy. It's just a bunch of young kids who got together because the Wizard of Oz is fake. There is no power. There is only rash decisions by a group of people that went on a first date and felt like they found the love of their life.
He's like e pluribus unum. Yeah. Like I don't. Okay. Cam has quotes. I can respect that at the very least. He says some stuff sometimes. The one thing I did see was the chessboard analogy he made.
to
We are not
Jag
even the
later.
pawns. We
Yeah.
are the board upon which the game is being played. And I'd make fun of him to his face. I'm like, Cam, like, not every scene is on TV. He's like, that's just how I talk. And I actually believe him. Like, I think that is just Cam's like a wordsmith. Um, yeah, insane. But that I think that helped me a lot. Is he kind of immediately not liking Cam, frankly,
Yeah.
because like, yeah,
Yeah, Cam goes to Izzy. He says, he says these people, yes, they made an alliance essentially, but it's not some big
yeah,
conspiracy. Riley's innocent, like I'm innocent, and I want to work with you guys,
hmm
and I'm willing to take them on. So Suri, and then he cries to Suri about like, I feel so bad. It's gonna hurt so much to have to go against Riley and them. But I'll do it. And Suri is just like, this guy's a weirdo. I don't like this guy.
yeah,
And I don't want to work with him. But when so she actually like she does this like litmus test with the alliance. She talks to a bunch of people about Cam. How do you feel about what Cam told us? Most of them are like, it's weird. But Heisen was like, I mean, because he has a point. Like, maybe we can pull Cam in. And then Suri goes to Izzy. She's like, Heisen is a problem.
yeah.
If he's believing Cam. which is a confirmation of what you've been telling them at this point, by this point, which is that Hisam can be a problem. So that happens there, and then eventually Cam is eventually the reason that Riley is the target. That the reason Riley goes over Jag in week 2 is because it's been made clear that Riley is not only close to Matt, but she's also super tight with Cam. And if you want to pull Cam away from the rest of the group, you need to get rid of
Yeah.
Riley. And that would never have been the case if not for this whole scenario.
Well, yeah, I mean, Riley was the best connected person in Family Style, which made her the best target by far, right? Like that was kind of the way I viewed it, but that makes sense to me. I guess my question is like, when do I start branching out? Because I know for a while I was almost like a little scared to talk to anybody because I didn't want to be the person to blow up the alliance immediately. But then it was very obvious the alliance was like the worst alliance ever. And then I think I was basically talking to Jared a ton. Have I already talked to Mimi at this point? I think I have.
Day 4, you talk to Mimi, chessboard. You want to make her your like Helena, and like I don't think you quite realize it for a long time, but like
I had no idea.
she wants nothing to do with you.
So is that just because Cory's sketchy?
Cory sketchy was the theme, and I don't think that ever left her mind in the entire game.
Here's the thing. I didn't know Mimi was like brought into stuff at that point. Like I thought
she was in early on, then gets iced out, then gets brought back in.
Yeah, I had no idea she was like. I thought she was kind of with Kirsten, and then Kirsten was getting evicted, so like she's kind of on the outs, and I'm on the outs, but people are not targeting Mimi. So I was like, this is the perfect person. You from 5 seconds talking to her, you know she's super smart. So I was like, this is perfect. This is a secret alliance situation. It's, Helena and Kevin. I'm not Kevin. She's definitely not Helena. Like, like we were definitely like the diet version, but that was the premise. And night 4, I'm taking Mimi to the final 2. Like that's the plan. Like she is my whatever. I think I look at the camera and I'm like, don't worry, Damien. I'm not going to betray her or something like that. Like, which, curb your enthusiasm, fast forward like 10 weeks. But yeah, no, I felt pretty good about Mimi at that point.
It's funny too, because America had the same idea early on. She also has a conversation with Mimi about secretly working together. And Mimi also
She's
similarly
been getting on my ass about this. She's been like, what was I, your 5th final 2? You had Mimi, Riley, Jared. Literally, there's that video of her in the parking lot yelling at Mimi about the writer's room. Like, anyways, I'm furious. You could just talk for a minute.
To be fair to America, I don't think she ever committed to the idea of bringing Mimi to a final 2. They just had conversations where they were like bonding, and then they'd talk about how they should secretly work for each other and look out for each other on either side of the house. Which
did I make a final 2 with Mimi?
I don't think you ever did make a final 2 with her. No.
Okay. Just like it's you and me, we work together. Whatever.
Yeah. I just think like in your head, I think you had committed more to the idea of working with Mimi than America ever did.
Because it made so much sense.
Yeah,
it would be such a good idea, and like
that's what we were saying.
Well, I don't know how good it would have been for her, but for me, it was like, no one's gonna see this coming. You're not the biggest threat. I'm not the biggest threat. Like, this is perfect. Like, and I thought personally we got along really well. Like, I was having good outside of the game conversations about politics and everything. Like, it was everything we're talking about. And if I knew she was a political strategist, it probably would have been even better because I love that shit. So like I thought person wise, I was bonding great with her, and then I was like, okay, I'm bringing her this plan that makes a ton of sense. Because like ultimately, my pitch was, let's work together. Like it wasn't much beyond that. So she was like never in on it.
No, like basically any conversation you had with her, she brought back to Suri. Like,
because I thought she was down for a while and then like fell out of it at some point. Because like she started stonewalling me pretty early. And I was like, maybe. First of all, I don't even know if she was stonewalling me or Mimi just stonewalls everybody. But
yeah,
like,
I think that's probably more it. Yeah.
But I remember at some point when I started working with America, I was like, oh, this is how these conversations are supposed to go. Like I'm supposed to, like, there's a back and forth, and we share ideas, and so it's not really a regret of mine because I don't think I screwed anything up. I probably could have been better socially with Mimi, but like that just should have worked out and it didn't. And we'll get there eventually, the Felicia Mimi vote, but like I think that's my one regret of the game, but I don't really blame myself for it because shit, like if she gave me anything, I would have been like riding and dying with Mimi. But yeah, it just didn't happen.
Yeah. So you tried that. You do bond with Jared early. You talk about
Yeah.
I think the first conversation you have with Jared that really matters, that actually solidifies your relationship with him is the one also in the have not room. He asks you about Suri. You tell him about Suri as he sort of like smiles to himself. And the most important line you maybe utter in the entire game is to Jared early on, and you say, Suri's great to work with because her allies win, which is a repeat of what she told you. Because you can bring her to the end, she can't win comps, and that works really well for us. And he's like hiding a smile when you say that. He brings that right back to Suri. He's like, "This is great. This is great." This is how he sees you. And that's, I think, what starts to open up their minds to potentially working with you.
Well, okay, so again, I'm getting lucky, right? Like, and a big part of me is I'm not gonna shit talk anyone to anyone, to like except Heisem. Like, you got to have someone who you're targeting, but like, you know, you want to be careful about what you say. So I'm not going to go to him and say Suri's got to go, especially when I know Suri's probably doing pretty well.
Mhm.
But like, Suri was basically able to just send Jared out in the house and have him ask, "What do you think about Suri?" and then figure out what everyone thought of her. Which I want to be very clear. I think Suri was the best player of the season. I think she's probably a top 10 reality TV player of all time. From what I found out about after the show, she's even better than I thought she was. Right? So like Suri's unbelievable. I'm still the biggest Suri super fan. That being said, there's some bullshit. Like the entire season. Like I'm shocked I didn't get screwed over by this earlier. Because by the
Yeah.
time they were fully turning on me, I don't know exactly when they turned on me. I think they had turned on me, but there were still bigger targets. But I'm glad I voted out Izzy because we'll get there. I'm just I got really lucky in that conversation, and you know, the truth was I thought Jared was my number one. You know,
Mhm.
Mimi was my secret thing, but Jared was like my important. Like this is my relationship that's going to help me in the game.
Mhm.
So I was basically being honest with him.
Yeah. Um, and you end up having more conversations later on, mostly about end game plans. It was really anytime you talked about end game. We the way we described it when we were talking through the season was that like you were like wading through a minefield, and you didn't know that you were. And like so any wrong step at any time saying the wrong thing to the
Yeah.
wrong person about Suri blows you up. Um, and so anytime you talked end game plans, it was very dangerous for you. There was one time where you talked to Jared and you said something along the lines of like, "Hey, we need to start having our own people. Like maybe we do need to take shots a little earlier." And he was like, "Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so, Cory."
What did I say? Like I feel like I didn't say anything more than final five, right?
No, I don't think, but it was the first time you started straying, and at that time he
Oh,
still really trusted you. And Jared, so to I guess sort of alleviate the idea that it
yeah,
was that much of a minefield. If you did a small slip up with Jared, he would hide it from Suri. He didn't tell
sure.
Suri everything. He sort of had his own agenda in the game, and so if you said something that was a little off, he would smooth it over. He wouldn't tell Suri until he started not liking you anymore, and then
Then
that
it's
all
everything.
changed.
But I
Um,
think when it came to Jared, eventually I was able to pick up hints that he was not ever bailing from Serene Izzy, and I could not understand why. But I
yeah,
was like, all right, well, that's the situation. So I just have to, like, when it came to the crossroads, it came to a point where I thought Izzy was the only person who actually liked me or like trusted me. But I was like, okay, they all need to think I am a ride or die with the crossroads no matter what. So every single word I said had the caveat of, yeah, but we're still like, it's the four to the end. Like, that's all
mhm,
I care about, making it the final four with you guys. Because, you know, I could win those competitions, which meanwhile, Izzy was getting insulted that I thought I could beat her in competitions. But I'm like, that's me trying to justify why I want to take you. But like, eventually Jared was able to, like, I think it was a little too obvious of like, oh, I'm never betraying either of them. In which case I
Yeah.
was like, me neither. Obviously.
Yeah.
So like
So
I didn't know they were mother son, but you could kind of
yes, you did eventually realize that they were enough of a duo that you stopped saying
yeah.
anything incriminating to Jared for sure. So early on, you have the conversation with Jared. Hey, it's pretty obvious that we were brought in late to Family Style. And then it is a funny moment because he's like, yes, and let's betray them immediately. And you're like, whoa, I didn't mean to go that far. But of course, now you know why. Um, so, Jared tells Suri about Family Style. She starts gathering the troops. I called this the hungry, hungry hippo portion of the season, where it was
Mm,
basically just like trying to gather up as many numbers as possible to combat Family Style. You were one of the people that they, once Jared felt like you were solid with Suri, they felt like they could grab you. Another
yeah.
person they felt like they could grab was Matt. And they felt like obviously Cam was somebody that was willing to turn, but they didn't really like him very much.
Yeah. So Matt that early they were thought they could flip?
Yeah, Matt had a great conversation with Heisem early on, and Heisem brought that back. He was like, "I think Matt," because Matt was telling Heisem like, "I'm not included in a lot of things. Like I don't really know what's going on with them, but I feel like I'm not with them." And Heisem was like, "Guys, Matt is a great guy. We
Okay.
can totally work with Matt." And so that's why Matt, one of the reasons why Matt avoids the block week 2 is because Heisem felt like Matt was workable at the time.
Yeah, so I mean we'll get to it in week 2, but that whole replacement nom situation I'm curious about, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Okay. So Suri pulls in. She's already bonded with Heisem. She pulls in Heisem. Red is in the comic room. Nobody trusts Red because he keeps telling everyone he doesn't want to talk game, but he's in the
Yeah.
comic room. So they're like, maybe. They end up making the professors, which you knew about. The Bye Bye Bitches happened first. Did you ever find out about Bye Bye Bitches?
What is that, like Bowie and people?
Bowie, Suri, Mimi, Izzy, and Felicia.
Oh, was that ever real? Like that sounds like the most bullshit alliance I've ever heard of.
That was actually like one of the like that happened that was more real than professors for like a brief period of time.
I'm imagining like the conversation of the 5 of them. I don't know if Bowie and Mimi said a word.
Bowie was actually pretty involved.
Really? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
so because Suri really liked Bowie at first. The problem is that like
Mhm.
from my perspective, the problem with Bowie is that like people liked her at first, and then like by week 2, it was like there was nowhere to go. There was never any depth. Like she was lying about so many parts of her life. Like you could never really have like a lot of deep personal conversations with Bowie. Um, so they started to not trust her again. And there's this big scene that a lot of people will point to in the episodes where like they're talking about the alliance and Bowie's like, "Oh, let me leave so that people don't get suspicious." But the reality is that they were talking with Bowie a lot. Bowie was pretty
Oh,
involved in week 2 conversations. Bowie is another one of the reasons why I think that that Cam goes on the block instead of hold on, I have this in my notes somewhere. Um, Cam goes on the block instead of maybe Blue. No, it wouldn't have been Blue. The reason Cam goes on the block is because Bowie pushes Suri for men to go on the block exclusively
oh, I see.
against Riley because or maybe that was week 3. No, that was Felicia's week. Um, so Felicia wins HOH. She is they're
Oh,
looking
Cam and
to
Jag instead of Jag and Blue, probably.
yes.
Okay.
Cam goes on
Yeah.
the block instead of Blue. One of the reasons why was because early on, it's Bowie pushing for men to go because of Bye Bye Bitches. Um,
Okay. So bye bye. I mean, that probably explains why. Because basically, my read on things was there's this big alliance of like Suri, Izzy, Felicia, Mimi, Heisem, whoever else, and I thought Bowie was kind of on the the narrative of Cam Red and Bowie popped up. I think week 3 maybe, but
so
I
yes,
think it makes sense why Bowie was never nominated those weeks because I was like, especially the week where America was going to be a replacement on him. I was like, who the fuck is Bowie? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
But I think that so Suri and Bowie were just closer most of the time.
They were at first, and she retained that relationship with Bowie even after she started to hate Bowie,
Yeah,
all the way until the Red Bow.
yeah,
But yeah, Surie's structure was Bye Bye Bitches came first, and then Professors, and then
hmm
Brown Sugar Babes was another one that formed. But none of them were like super. And then of course Crossroads, and then
yeah.
Crossroads became the most real thing for a little while.
Uh,
Um, but then it broadened out to Seven Deadly Sins, Legend 25, for real, which
Brown
was
Sugar Babes was real or no?
so. The problem with asking about was an alliance, I don't think any of them were actually real
Yeah,
for
they're
Suri.
just okay. Gotcha.
The way that Suri sort of like operated in the game was that she would like create these alliances and then pretty much immediately move on. Because like the only real alliance for Suri in my mind is herself, Jared, and Izzy. And so anything
Yeah,
that was beyond that was just like a temporary thing to advance herself, Jared, and Izzy. So like she would make Bye Bye Bitches, but then quickly started getting suspicious of Mimi and Bowie, and so maintained the facade of that alliance still being real, but in her head, she was already moving on to Crossroads. And so Brown Sugar Babes, similar thing. She didn't really trust Mimi, and then there's a point in the game, which we'll talk about, where she
yeah.
stops trusting Felicia.
Can I make a weird comparison? Let me know if you think
Mhm.
it tracks. Suri is the reverse Vanessa.
Yeah, we kinda talked about that.
Really?
Not
Okay.
that
So like kind
specific
of
comparison.
chaotic, but
Yeah.
like better, like amazing socially, but not as good strategically as Vanessa. Like, it was like the flip, basically.
Yeah, like, the way that I tried to describe Suri was that, like, she has this, like, just god tier social game, that she was
hmm
working in the first portion of the season. And her moves strategically were just, like, all over the place. So, like, if a player like Vanessa is, like, playing a chess game, she's gonna trap you with the chess pieces and force you into a move that, she wants you to make. Suri just takes a look at the board, takes a piece, and moves it wherever she wants, regardless of what piece it is, and then just, like, convinces the piece that's where they should be. Like, Suri doesn't care about the rules or
That
strategy.
sounds like Tony to me.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
she just kind of because like, she would make these moves that seemed wild, like going after Heisem so early, but then it
Mhm.
worked, and everything was fine for so much longer,
Yeah.
and it kept working up until it stopped working, of course. Um,
Okay. That makes sense. But I
yeah.
didn't. I knew she was in a good spot. I could not have imagined how good of a spot she was in because the key that I was missing was I knew her and Izzy were like final two with a bullet.
Mhm.
That wasn't even her final two, right? So I was missing the Jared thing the whole time. And for me, my thought was eventually I can get Jared against Suri and Izzy, or eventually Izzy will know she can't beat Suri.
Mhm.
They were going to the final three no matter what.
Yep.
I think for all three of them. So like, I don't know. That was just I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, the and again, we're a little bit jumping all over the place, but I think it's fine. The moment, you talked about, like, where did they stop trusting you? Um, it's a bit off and on for a while, but, like, the biggest first moment is that you had a big conversation with Izzy, the night or the morning, maybe before, Heisem left. Um there was a big last minute push to keep Heisem again. You had to stop it. Izzy helped you stop it. And so from my perspective, that was like, oh, the camaraderie of you and Izzy stopping this together sort of like put you in the headspace of like trusting her a little bit more.
Oh no, what did
You
I say?
you talked to her and it wasn't even that bad. You talked to her about endgame plans. And you talked to her about like the two of you, obviously, you guys know that you're not gonna be able to beat somebody like Suri. So, like, you're gonna have to work together. But you didn't really wanna take shots early. You were just talking about, like, just setting up pieces for endgame. But Izzy interpreted the conversation a little differently. During pressure cooker, she tells Suri, Cory wants to take a shot at 7. And then they started freaking out about you. Like around 7, and I think it was a genuine just misinterpretation. I think that like you had the conversation, the vibe of the conversation was like the two of us need to work together. Obviously we can't beat Jared and Suri. And I think what you meant at the time was like, let's, once we get to the end, it'll be us.
Well, yeah, my whole thought was we're a final 4, and the only
Mhm.
reason I'm down with it is because I know you're going to be there too, and I think you and I in a jury, kind of a coin flip,
Mhm.
whereas we both lose to Suri and Jared.
Yeah.
So like Izzy, like I'm so glad that I'm working with you. Like I think that was that conversation.
Yes, that was that
Which-
conversation. But
Okay,
but
that makes sense to me. I don't know.
well, so the way that got conveyed to Suri, so like this was the thing. Anytime you said something like that to Jared, he would either not mention it to Suri or say it to Suri in a way that was like positive for you, like, hey, he still wants to go to the end with us. Izzy was a different story. Izzy would usually relay what you were saying in a much more damaging way. I mean, in this particular instance, it was like a super damaging way because it seemed like she kind of misinterpreted what you were saying into thinking like the way that Cory was talking to me, it seemed like he would want to take a shot early and not go to the end with us because he feels like he can't beat you or Jared. And so there was a whole episode while you guys were in pressure cooker of because it was just the 4 of them, Suri, Izzy, Jared, and Felicia in there. And they were just like, Cory a snake. He's got to go. Like she's looking to turn on us. We knew this would happen. So on and so forth. And Felicia was mad too because you had just stopped her flip on keeping Heisem like multiple times.
Yeah.
And so like there was just a huge anti Cory fervor going on at that time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Anyways, week 1, Kirsten's going home.
Yeah.
So you didn't see, but like on like during the live show, we're all going to the bathroom. Kirsten's like pulling us all in, saying she has the votes the entire time, and she's like, "I've got everyone else jump aboard, Cory." And then I'm walking back to the couches. I'm like, "Does she get the votes?" I was like, "Probably not, right?" Like,
Yeah.
it seems unlikely. But that was sketchy for a second.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the Luke situation happens as well. I don't know how much you're like allowed to talk about that, but obviously, like there's claims going around, and there's rumors about what happened in the house meeting.
The piece that's missing for everyone, and I'm not going to go too into it, but we read the envelope saying Luke was expelled. I explained the situation, just what happened, who was there. Heisem, I guess, didn't remember it. Yells at me in the living room. Goes to cry outside. I'm basically crying in the game room because I don't understand what's happening, basically. And honestly, in terms of Heisem and I's relationship, I don't even know if it hurt that bad because then we started talking a lot more and I think bonding more a little bit. But that I think in form is why everyone was probably, I assume, campaigning for me to go next week on Heisem's HOH. Because it was like that was the only time someone yelled during the season outside of the Humiliverse, and then like at that point some people started yelling, but like it was pretty bad.
Yeah, so Kirsten leaves, Luke was ejected. And by the way, I don't know if you felt this way. I guess you didn't watch 24, but like we mostly expected Kirsten to stay. We thought that the eviction would be canceled.
Oh yeah.
Um
I never thought that was gonna happen. Honestly, I thought it was too late. Like, did the diploma stuff happen like the day before the eviction?
It was pretty similar timeline.
Okay.
So we thought that was what would happen. It turns out if that had happened, probably no path to power.
Well, look, don't worry. They had a lot of ways to extend the season. Like, this was not a concern. 3 people could have gotten ejected, and they would have kept the vote going. It would have been a zombie month. It would have been awesome.
Yes. So Kirsten leaves, and Heisem wins the next HOH. there was an initial idea from the handful that they were like, can we get Isom to target Cory instead of one of us?
Mhm.
But it didn't really go anywhere. I mean, I would say like, I think Heisem was telling you that they were pushing your name, but like it was barely even a push. Like,
So here's what's mind blowing. I think you don't really see if you're just a fan of the show, not the feeds. Like, there's no time between HOH and noms. Like, it is so
yeah.
quick, and especially our cast, we weren't talking at night really. So we kind of
Mhm.
started the next morning, and obviously, like, so you're all. This is a thing I want you to track. At what point should I stop throwing competitions? Because I threw every competition until the wall, and then I throw no competitions after that. And I assume I was in no place to throw competitions for some of those weeks.
Yeah.
But nether region definitely through, and then Heisem was still in, and I was like, that's probably worst case scenario. Secretly, I was rooting for Heisem to win over Jared because I'm like, if Jared wins this HOH, we're done. Like he's
Mhm.
gonna nominate. At that point, I kind of figured he would go with family style more
Yeah, we
so because
thought
that
we
just felt
thought he
like
would throw, we
yeah.
thought he did throw, and then it turns out he did not. He was trying to win.
No, so I was like, because I figured with Suri and Izzy and Jared, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna be the target for Heisem, but obviously it was sketchy. But I had some weird HOH conversations with Heisem that week. It was tough.
Yes. Yes, you had a very strange conversation with Heisem, with him as the HOH.
Hmm.
Um, because obviously, like Heisem as an HOH is funny to
The
begin with.
dream. Yeah.
But hold on, let me see if I can pull up some notes for that particular.
I'm just
Uh,
curious how closely I predicted my mid game.
okay, what was the? I'm gonna have to remember what you predicted for mid game. Okay,
I
so.
think I'm pretty sure I said like Suri, Jared, Izzy, Felicia, him, and probably that was it.
Mhm.
Which, you know, give and take.
He asks you about Cameron. He
Why do
says
people think I
what
was obsessed with Cameron? What was that about? Was he just saying that?
he asked you how you were feeling about people. You didn't say Cameron. He wanted to know how you felt about Cameron. He asked,
But
does
like,
Cameron
even
make you
when I was,
nervous?
and so I just have so many questions because I'm trying to figure it out. So, because initially when Suri and Izzy were pulling me in, their one concern was you're too close to Cameron.
Cameron was saying that he had you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right, awesome. Anyways,
um so you saying like that Cameron makes you nervous was a good thing for you with this side of the house. That they
yeah,
were happy to hear that.
shout
Um
out to Cam.
yes.
Never again.
Uh so um he asks you about Riley. Let me see. It gets very funny. Um Here we go. What are your plans? What are your plans? How do I fit into your mid game? You say that you could see you, Tyson, Izzy, Jared, Path. That would be your instinct. Tyson says that sounds very reasonable. You say the barrier to the mid game is Cameron. Um, and he's like, but aren't you close to Cameron? And you say, we've talked a lot, but he's a guy who like final 13, final 12. And so he's like, so you're not that close. You're like, no, but you are talking game with him. Well, because he says, because I'm going to ask Cameron the same thing, just to let you know. And you're like, okay.
Yeah, but Cam's probably gonna say like he's like a little brother to me. Like I've got him under my wing. I teach him so much. Like, but I guess that makes a lot more sense to me because that was like a baggage I was walking around with all season where people are like, you and Cam, you America and Cam. And I was like, I feel like everything I say about Cam is negative. I don't know how this perception is built, but I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
That conversation was hard. It was an interrogation. And I at that point, like when you walk into the HOH room and they don't immediately say you're nominated, like the culture of our season was they knew who noms were before people walked in.
Yeah.
Right. So like and I think that flipped maybe just week one with me getting off the block with Riley.
Yeah. I mean, even then,
Um,
she knew what she wanted to do when you walked in. You just changed it.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone was able to really change it after that. Maybe.
Yeah. I can't think of another time where noms changed because of
Well,
a
I mean, I know when they
person
nominated
can't
Cam and
handle.
Red, that could have been anyone, basically. going up. Could have been America, Cam and America. Could have been Cam and Bowie or Red and Bowie or something.
No, it was always going to be Cam and Red.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically, the second Jared won, he was like, "I really want to nominate America, but I know I need to nominate Red."
Wow.
But he also, I think this might have been one of the weeks where he was like, I want to make her nervous. I want to make them nervous that it could be them.
He succeeded. We were freaking. It was horrifying. Yes, that was like an interrogation with Heisem, but I kind of knew I wasn't going to be nominated because he didn't lead with him nominating you.
Yeah.
And like I knew Riley was the target, and I basically I think I swore up and down like I'm not even going to sniff the veto. Like I'm going to fight my hardest, and then I'm going to bring it to you and let you wear it. Like because I think that was his main concern. Would I win the veto and take Riley off? And I would not have. So I think that was a moment where I was allowed to be just honest with Heisem and be like, I want nothing to do with messing up any of your plan.
What I did like that you did here, though, is that like despite the fact that you swore off saving Riley and like that you were basically willing to let her go, you also like were like it's. I mean, obviously tough. Obviously, I had a conversation with her and like, that if you had won HOH, that it would have been tough to go after her, but like. This is Heisem's HOH, and you're willing to do what needs to be done. And he believed you.
He asked me what I would do with my HOH eventually, and I was like, it would have had to have been Riley. I mean,
yeah, you said if I won HOH, it would have been really tough because Riley saved me. But it's become clear to me that I'm on the fringes of what she has going on, and she seems to be going after you and Izzy, and I'm close to you both. So I would have had to do what I had to do essentially.
I like that answer. Okay, yeah, that was I felt good about that conversation. There's like because that's the thing about Heisem. He just asks you questions, and I think for me, I think Suri gave me some advice to like not bullshit him. I think.
Yep.
And I was just like, I'm just gonna give answers to every question, and hopefully I give the right answers. And every answer basically was I want to work with Suri, and I don't want to work with Riley.
Suri told you that because every time you talked to Heisem, he would go back to Suri and be like, he's bullshitting me.
Meanwhile, he wasn't even bullshitting me. He wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting. Have we gotten to the conversation of the I don't know you, Cory? Is that week 1?
I think that might have been week 1. Yeah, we skipped over a lot of like
conversation all game. That was a fucking nightmare. I'm sitting there being like, "Hey man, I really want to work with you. I feel like we have had a rocky-ish start. Why do you think we've had a rocky start?" I'm like, "Well, I just don't think we've talked that much, and I just really want to connect with you because I think we have a lot in common." He's like, "Cory, I don't know you." I'm like, "Okay, well, this is me. I'm Cory. I want to know you. Like
those are some of my favorite conversations.
Yeah, they were my least favorite conversations. It was fucking horseshit. Anyways,
you tried so hard. I think that Heisem brought out the best in you, game wise. I think that he put you on your toes and forced you to play very deliberately and carefully because you knew that he was like at your heels constantly.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely playing Big Brother on hard mode with Heisem. So then, like, I'm talking to like Izzy, and it's like, oh, this is easy.
Yeah. So because you had when you started to bond with Izzy and Sari, you talked obviously about Heisem because they were close to Heisem. You're like, I'm worried about this guy. They were giving you advice. You kept trying with him. You're like, yeah, it feels like you don't like me. And he goes, I don't know you. I don't know you. He said, well, I'd like to get to know you. He's like, well, we don't talk.
But I remember I was like literally going to Serena Izzy. I'm like, just get me through the Heisem HOH. Like, I need you to just get me through this HOH, and then like I'll be fine. Like this is the one where you guys got to just bail me out, and they did, I think, for the most part.
Yeah. So Heisem, I mean, Heisem wants to go after Riley. He's been told that she's saying his name. He's worried about her getting close to Matt. Matt was somebody that he thought they could pull, but now he's getting close to Riley. And obviously the big one, Cam, is also super close to Riley. And if they want Cam to not be on the side of family style, then they need to take Riley out. So he wants to take Riley out. There's this idea. He talks to Cam. There's this whole thing about Cam being a Hufflepuff. I don't know if you've heard about or it was talk to you.
I remember Hogwarts sorting night, which was the worst night of my life, except for the night like on week 1 where we played Simon Says in the living room. What are we doing here? Like, I'm on the block,
Mm.
and like I'm hearing Jared, Mr. like buff Jared, go, Simon didn't say. Nightmare. I hated every group activity for the first like 2 weeks, and luckily it fizzled out. But yeah, so I guess Cam was a Hufflepuff, and I think he is a Hufflepuff. I think that's a good call.
Yeah. So the plan
I
was
trust the Hufflepuffs. Sorry, is that the conclusion here?
yeah, I think I think it was that he likes Hufflepuffs, and so this was an opportunity for Cam to prove his loyalty because Cerie still didn't like Cam. But if Cam goes on the block, he operates as a pawn. Great. Heisem's plan at first is if Cam wins, the veto comes down. You are the replacement nominee. You go up against Riley. If Riley comes down, he says, I'll hate to have to do it, but Matt will have to go up. And Matt will have to go because he can't have both Matt and Riley in the game together.
So
but
Cam
then,
comes off. Yeah.
Yeah, if
Cam comes
Cam
off the
comes
block
off,
and I'm going up, and then Riley's still going home.
yes, that was Heisem's plan. I don't know if that ever would have
Okay.
happened because obviously there were other people that wouldn't have wanted that to happen. Matt though talks to him and convinces him that Matt's able to be pulled in, and so Heisem changes his mind. Matt's no longer the replacement nominee. Cam is now the replacement target, Hufflepuff or not. If Riley comes down, Cam goes, which is what
Is Matt
Cerie
still
would have
going
done
up?
anyway.
Is Matt
No,
still going up?
no.
Okay, so then it's going to be me versus Cam, and then Cam
that
go.
would probably have been the plan. Yeah.
That's cool.
And at the time, that's what Cerie wanted. She wanted Cam out regardless of what Heisem wanted. She didn't want Riley out. She wanted Cam gone.
Okay.
So regardless of what Heisem wanted, Cerie was always voting Cam out until she changed her mind.
Yeah.
So then the veto situation happens, and Heisem is like, I wouldn't have been able to put Matt up on the block anyway because of that veto competition. And so then he starts asking people about what they are going to do in a post Riley world. And Cerie's just like, this guy, I can't with this guy. He starts, I guess, yeah, you weren't part of this meeting. It's a professor's meeting, where Heisem says this to everyone.
Find a buddy, right? Everyone find your buddy, right?
Find your buddy.
Right.
He starts issuing orders, and nobody likes it. Jag in the meantime is trying to like rebuild family style, like with Cerie, who's so annoyed with him, because every time
Wait,
he
so
talks,
is he basically saying it's all of us and you, sorry?
he's like, Cerie, I really want to work with you, and she's like, okay, great. And he's like, so who else should we pull in? She's like, I don't know, Jag. Who do you think? He's like, well, what about like Blue and Riley and Matt,
And he lists
and
the
then
order of the onion.
maybe America. And she's just like, she of course knows about families. So she's like, you're just trying to like make your alliance again.
Yeah. So this is a separate onion, but it's the same onion in a way, right? Okay, that's cool. It's interesting.
And
that was in this third tier, I guess.
This, you know what? He does bring you up, I think, at this time. This pitching eventually becomes 7 Deadly Sins, but we'll get there. So, you guys form the Crossroads, and you are continuing to like push the idea that Heisem should be a target. You do well at this too. Like, like obviously people know that you don't get along with Heisem, so it's a tough place to be to push Heisem as a target. But like the information that you bring to them on occasion and the little bits of like things that you like drop are enough, and like they become fully anti-Heisem, and they might have without you pushing, but like you definitely helped this along.
Yeah, I mean, Heisem was always the person I needed out of the house because it's not just about who's targeting you; it's who's targeting you and will win HOH. And knowing this season, Heisem would have won 7 HOHs probably. So like that was incredibly important for me to get him out because also at this point, I felt like I was doing pretty well with a lot of people in the house. Like, I thought Cam and I were in a fine spot, and I felt okay with family style, and I felt good with Suri and Izzy, and then I thought I was good with Mimi. So, like, there's not that many people left. And there's always that, like, big Meech Bridget thing of if everyone knows my target, then they know I'm not targeting them,
Mhm.
which was always playing in the back of my mind. I think it's kind of dangerous to do it with Heisem because Heisem's going to find out and just target you. But the way I saw it was I just survived a Heisem HOH. Like, he can't play next week. This feels pretty safe. And the only concern for me that week, clearly I was in more danger than I thought, was a Matt veto.
Mhm.
And then taking off Riley. And then, at that point I knew I was going up. But I did think up until, because it was weird, because when all the Matt stuff with the veto happened, at that point we knew the veto wasn't going to be used. So it didn't really matter. But
Yeah.
that's the point where I knew Matt would not be the replacement. But again, it didn't matter because the veto wasn't being used. So
Yeah, so if we want to like dive into this a little bit, I think that if the veto had been won by Cam, Riley, or Matt, who would have used it on Riley, he lied to Heisem.
Yeah.
Then the next replacement would have been Jag, except Jag became safe with the nether region
Oh
twist.
yeah, I forgot about that.
So then it could have been Blue, but by that time, Jared had already started getting
Blue
close
thing.
to Blue.
Yeah.
And Heisem felt still kind of good about Blue. So I'm not sure if that would have gone through. It could have. Obviously, you're another option, but I don't think Suri would have like wanted. I don't think Suri, Izzy, or Jared would have wanted you up there either. But if you did go up, it would have likely been as a pawn. Would they have changed their minds? Probably not. But you never know.
Were those things real for Heisem? Like his thing with like Blue and Izzy, and then he had his thing with Jag, and then he even tried to build his thing with Matt. Like, because I knew all of them thought it was bullshit, but was Heisem like on board?
So, there was, yes, a thing with Blue that he was Blue and Izzy that it was the LGBTQ connection that they talked about. And that's why that's why even without Jared ratting them out, like this was always going to clash because he was telling Blue, thinking he could trust her, Riley, Jag, and them, like they're all teaming up, and then
Yeah.
Blue is running that back to them. And so they knew he was coming for them, and then he found out that they knew he was coming for them, and then it all blew up from there. But
Okay.
he thought he could trust them for a while. And then it took a while for him to realize that Blue wasn't on board. But he approaches, so this week he approaches Jag and Blue about making an alliance together.
Yeah.
And this was fake. He told the professors about it. He said, "I've approached Jag and Blue." And so then Suri and them
Yeah.
go to Jag, and they're like, "Hey, Jag, did did Heisem pitch an alliance to you?" And Jag was like, "What? What?" They're like, "Jag?" He's like, "Yes, yes." And then so then Jag and Blue from that point were like, they had believed that it was real until they found out that Suri and them knew about it already. And they were, okay, so Heisem's bullshitting us.
Okay.
And then the America thing was the biggest part of this. I think that Heisem approaches America with the famous like conversation.
Did she say
about,
did he say leftovers?
Oh wow. He said. I think he said like he. I think he. We looked into this. I might have this.
Because I remember her coming up to me later being like, "I'm gonna be honest, Cory, I don't know if you said it," and I was like,
Yeah.
"You will never say those words again."
It definitely
Said it.
wasn't exactly the way that she said it. It wasn't as cleanly like, "Oh, he said leftovers." But
Like everyone else was left over or something.
yeah, like he either said leftover or like a synonym of leftovers
Okay.
or implied that there was some kind of that they were leftovers. I don't remember exactly what it was. There were people that went back and like they have like if you ask, they'll send you the clip, I'm sure, of that moment in the
Yeah.
conversation. Um
When do I start talking with America? I feel like it's this because I know it's this week because then we're like a swing duo for some reason at the end of the week.
yeah, so this is Heisem in America.
You used the word leftovers.
I did not.
You did.
No, I did not.
It was like
See, that's the
that
difference
for a
between
while.
America and I would be like, "You used the worst leftover." He's like, "You did not," or I'd say, "I did not," and I would say, "Honestly, I might have misheard Heisem." Like, the truth is, I think you. I apologize because sometimes I'm clumsy when I hear I don't think we'll even get to it because it doesn't matter. But when Felicia was doing the whole like America, Cory, you guys have to go to bed at a reasonable time, and I wake up and I pull America in the storage room and I'm like, America, we got to go apologize to Felicia, and she
Yeah.
goes, "No, we're gonna stay up till fucking 5 a.m." I'm like, see, this is the difference between you and I.
Well, that's like when Felicia called you guys out after I think it was the veto ceremony, and then you had the conversation in the Have Not room up where you guys talked it out, and then you went to America and Cam in the HOH room and you told them about the conversation, and America was like, "What, did you hold her hand the whole time while you had this conversation?" But then I'll have you know, she went to Felicia and basically did the same thing. She was like,
Of course, yeah,
yeah.
because we all hate doing it. That's what you got. Like no, trust me. Let's just wait for the double eviction HOH. Let's keep it showing the.
So yes, you start talking more with America this week. You both have a somewhat similar conversation that like because she's looking for somebody too. Like she approached
Yeah.
Mimi about working together secretly. She talks to you. She actually, I think at one point the two of you talked about working together with Mimi as like a bit of a trio. Um,
Mm,
and so you guys are talking. Heisem approaches America about the other side, and working with like the athletic people. And then she tells you all of that information, and then you are able to then tell Sari. And this is like the this is what like nails him into the coffin. Like he had fallen into the coffin. This is the nail in the coffin that helps solidify. And like the America quotes are what they'll often go back to whenever they start doubting themselves. Is like, but what about the things he told America? And of course, she talks to Suri about them too. America does a great job this week. We were
yeah.
like very impressed with America. But I guess her work this week sort of like screwed her in future weeks because everyone saw how good she was at like
Hmm.
lying and like conveying this information.
Well, America was also, I think, a great scapegoat that week for them because I remember when Heisem was backdoored, they're all like, "America said this,"
Yeah.
and I think that's a theme probably that pops up through the game of just America as a scapegoat, which
Mhm.
I don't think I fully grasped at the time, but in retrospect, it makes sense why I was always getting so much heat from people about her. Because like
Yeah.
part of me obviously is thinking, is America the worst? Like, how does this keep happening? And no, that's not what's happening. Like sometimes she would get me in trouble for sure, and I would get her into trouble, but like a lot of it was just, everyone's shitting on America, so that's what's gonna happen.
Mhm. So this all goes through, but the plan the whole time is to take out Cam, and
Hmm.
then that changes when Cam gives Suri a look that they're talking about about Heisem, and at the time she's like, Heisem wants Riley to go. I have a relationship with Riley. I don't have a great relationship with Cam. Heisem has a good relationship. Heisem's the one that thinks he can pull in Cam because he's a Hufflepuff. So I want Riley to stay and Heisem to go because I'm anti-Heisem. Or sorry, Cam to go because I'm anti-Heisem. But then when she's talking to Cam, he makes like an annoyed face as they're talking about Heisem. He's like, "What? Is he actually anti-Heisem too?" Because if he's anti-Heisem, then Riley is more dangerous because Riley's is more connected.
Yeah.
And that's what like Mimi at
Imagine
this
being able to shift the whole game based on a facial expression someone makes to you. Like Suri is unbelievable.
yeah.
Because like the whole time, like when I made my one like big move, I had like accrued 6 weeks full of information. I was holding on to it and waiting for my moment. Suri's like, I think we should keep Cameron, and it just happens. Like I knew she was in a good spot. I did not know how dominant that spot was. That's so
Yeah.
insane. Because I thought, and this is me, I think, being optimistic in the moment. I was like, I think the crossroads is probably real. Like we're up on the balcony in the backyard talking about the vote flipping, and then it lands on it being Heisem, and then it stays that. I was like, they always seem to be, or it feels like I was being consulted a lot, and I was like, okay, so this is the power, the four of us, and obviously Suri is probably the best player of us four, but like whatever. No, I was one of her 47 alliances. Cool.
Yeah. And so this is where Bowie starts to get left out a little bit, because Bowie's
Yep.
such a loyal soldier to the alliance that like the fact that they want to go against Heisem and stuff, she starts being left out of conversations, which spirals into like, well, now we're not talking to her much, and like things get really really messy there.
Mm.
And then this is a big one. We talked a lot about, I had been talking a lot about, like, one of the things I didn't love about the way that you would communicate in the game sometimes is that you would sometimes make jokes about,
Oh
like,
no. What did I joke about?
you would make jokes like, "And then I'm gonna cut you at final 8." Obviously not, haha. And I'm like, "Why are you even putting that out into the universe?"
I can't
Because,
help
like, a
it.
lot of these people aren't even gonna think about that. But you really, like, took the cake with a joke that you made at the end of week 2, when you make a joke
Oh, is this
to
the
Suri
middleman?
about an
Fuck my
alliance,
life.
your favorite alliance in the house called the Middlemen.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, here's where I explain away my joke about the middleman. Ready for all the revisionist history, the hindsight?
You
Okay,
had
so
had
but in
conversations with Red. I think that's where the joke came
yeah,
from.
I
Yeah.
had conversations with Red, and I think America and Bowie might have approached us. We're sitting by the pool, and it was kind of a similar tone. And we never obviously had I remember I called it the middleman to America before. I
Mhm.
was like making fun of it. Because at that point I thought Red was like probably doing a little bit, but Bowie was a non-factor. Kind of, I guess I had that flipped. But my fear the whole game, and eventually Serena Izzy become Matt and Jag, was I need the most important alliance to always trust me.
Mhm.
Like no matter what. Like I need to sell my soul to them whenever, because like I knew my position in the game at that point was contingent on the crossroads. So I think when Red comes up to me talking about this bullshit, I'm like, whatever thing I can have with Red is not nearly as valuable as the crossroads.
Mhm.
And if Red runs anything back to them ever, my game is over. So like that's why I think I was basically like ratting everyone out to Suri the same way everyone was ratting everyone out to Suri. But I think I might have just done a better job, or maybe just because I talked more, because I'm fucking talk a lot, which is why eventually they trusted me so much.
Yeah.
But I think that was like, hey Suri, even this joke alliance I'm telling you about, like, which I hate as a viewer, obviously, but in the house I was like, shit, like if I'm not in the crossroads, I'm evicted in 2 weeks. So,
Yeah.
and it was funny. Can we? Yeah, it's okay.
Well, so
Who did I
Suri
say was in the middleman?
it was you, Mimi, Bowie,
Oh
and
shit!
Red.
I said Mimi.
Yeah. Or no, sorry. I don't think
Oh,
you even said Mimi. No, this is what happened. She thought you had said Mimi.
okay.
I think she put Mimi into that group herself. Um,
Because that would have sunk Mimi's game, I imagine.
it did. Because,
But it wasn't my fault, to be very
no.
clear, right? Okay,
I
hey,
don't think you
that's
said Mimi.
good.
I think that what happened, because Mimi at this point, similarly to Bowie, just as you said, wasn't talking enough game. And
Mhm.
so Suri was starting to not trust Mimi and Bowie anyway. But after that conversation with you, Suri goes to like, I think it might have been Jared, or she goes to somebody, and she's like, guess what I just found out? There's an alliance called the Middlemen. It's Cory, Mimi, Bowie, and Red. And maybe America too. Like I don't remember exactly. And she's like, so we can't trust Mimi at all. She hasn't told us about this.
Mm.
And screw Bowie. And this this is devastating to their games for quite a while. And it
So,
wasn't great for yours either, to be honest.
so where was it not that bad for me? Because I guess I told him about it.
Yeah, that like they were like, we can still trust Cory, but look at him making alliances, like being in other alliances. Like he's got options, like he's playing. Like they thought you were playing more than you were, which I think helps add to this idea in their heads that like you're gonna be willing to make cuts faster, you know?
Well, and like, look, obviously their instinct was right. Like, I think I was playing more than most in the house, but it's also hard because I think everyone assumed that off the bat. So like I was trying to chill out most of the time and just sit in the fucking living room or like play bumper pool for hours at a time because I figured like I thought everyone would always be concerned about me being like a super fan nerdy rat scheming, which it's not a inaccurate representation of me. That's what I am. But like I think that probably just vindicated that to them because I think up until then I was probably just viewed as like an outsider child who they can work
Yeah,
with.
I mean, there was no winning in that regard. Like, eventually, people like Felicia and Mimi would be like, "Do you see the way he always sits up in the game room? Like, that's part of his strategy. Like he's camping up there." And Mimi would be like, he intentionally schedules personal conversations with people in order to
No, just
like."
with Mimi. Just with Mimi. Because I couldn't talk to Mimi. I'm like, Mimi, what let me see your account. Do you guys see the bat signal I would do in the game room? So like we'd have that window next to my corner, which I guess really
Mhm.
wasn't my corner. I would like let me turn that off. But I would like put the bottle in like that window so you could see it from the living room, my red
Mhm.
bottle, and then everyone would know, oh, Cory's up in the game room sitting on
Yeah.
his spot. And
Mm.
and then someone would come up and talk to me, and like 97% of the time it was fucking Izzy. But I was like, that was pretty intentional. I mean, eventually it's gonna stop working, but I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, ultimately, a pretty good week for you. You survived the Heisem HOH, and he's a big target heading into next week. And you're in a good spot.
The end of that week was a shit show too.
It was a lot of
So
almost
annoying.
flipping back.
It was just me in America talking to Jag and then Suri and
Yes,
Izzy. And here's what didn't make sense to me, Taran.
we
And
called it
this
keep
is
away.
what yeah. We were just trying to get the time to fucking run out. But
Mhm.
like what pissed me off about this week, and again, this is where it starts to make sense about the Suri and Jared thing. I could not understand why Jared wasn't getting any heat. Because it
Mm.
was me in America and then it was Suri and Izzy. Jared was out of family style. No one even considered that he wasn't voting to save Riley the entire time. Right. And I
He
didn't
saved Jag instead of Riley. Jag wanted him to save Riley.
Well, yeah, because Jag wants to leave the house every week. You know what I mean? Like, at least up until a little bit later.
Yeah.
But like, oh man, that shit. It makes so much because I remember complaining to America, like, why is it us two? Like, Jared is here too, but he was just so insulated in so many different ways.
Yeah, so like, 'cause it was so funny. For weeks, Jag and Blue would have the conversation. How do they know so much? Like, what's going on? Why did Jared save me instead of Riley? And then claim that he was lied to by Heisem about it, and that's why he did it. Like, it makes
So
no
it's
sense.
such an easy scenario to me. Here's what you do. You say, Heisem said if I saved Riley, then he would nominate me and Blue.
Yeah,
That's what because I was planning on
that's
saying that if Jared, because I thought there was a good shot Jared would save me,
mhm.
and I was like, this is what you should say. Clearly, I was not in that position, but like, shit, that is such an. I thought everyone would do that basically.
That's the conversation I was having at the time. I was like, "What is Jared? Why is he trying to claim that Heisem was like lied to him?"
Yeah.
So yeah, they would have that conversation, and then they'd be like, "Interesting, food for thought." Anyway, let's just continue operating under the assumption that Jared's still with us.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
so
It's kind of hard to see though. Like I can understand. Like I think you could eventually figure out that Jared was like a rat, but you can never see the mother son thing. People saying we should
no,
have saw that coming, like that's hard. Like I watched Game Changers. I don't fucking remember the family visit. Like
no, yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't blame anyone for not recognizing that Jared is Cerise's son, but I do very much blame anybody who didn't eventually
yeah,
realized that Jared was close to Suri, given that he was constantly telling Family Style that he was very close to Suri. Given that when Heisem gets betrayed, he tells them Jared is with Suri, by the way. And
hmm
it never entered their brains, even when Cam
yeah.
was HOH. It took so many. Anyway,
Week 3.
week 3, Felicia's HOH. Heisem's the target. This is great for you. Mimi is losing her mind. She's like, "What? The math is not mathing. Why are they targeting Heisem?"
Oh,
but
is this I saw the storage room thing. Is that this week?
there are many of them. But the
Oh
first
yeah.
the first one was during week 2 when they first told her they wanted to target Heisem, and then throughout the Heisem week, she is like losing her mind. Just like, what are they doing?
Yeah, I think it was
There's
a horrible move for everyone to get rid of Heisem except like family style, basically. That was my
yeah.
perception of it.
I mean, I think I agree. I think that a lot of people point to the Heisem move as like the big mistake. I think that like ultimately though, if you look at it, like if they don't take out Heisem, it's just Heisem that comps out at the end. You know what I mean? Like it's like
Yeah, but it like at that point you could backdoor people for like 5 more weeks.
yeah,
You know, like that because that's the problem with. We'll get to it.
yeah. So there's a lot of talk actually. Felicia had an interaction with Jag. Jag tried to convince Felicia to keep Riley the week before. It was a very funny moment because he had this whole long conversation with her. He was pep talking her like, "Now's the time to play the game and like get in it and make a big move and don't be afraid and keep Riley." And
Yeah.
then like Felicia leaves the room and Jag is like high-fiving with you. He's like, "Yes, we did it. This is amazing." And then Felicia walks out and she's like, "So Jag's the real problem, huh? We thought it was Riley, but it's actually Jag." And so there's a lot of, like Jag is basically like the person that would have been targeted here if not for Heisem, and Jag is the backup target, which is why he goes up on the block
Yeah.
next to Heisem. Um, and so because he's the backup target, in order to make him feel comfortable, they form the 7 deadly sins. They say, "You know what, Jag? You're right. We should form that alliance that you've been pushing. But, in order to do that, we need your help. We need you to go on the block for us, essentially." Jag comes out of the conversation with Felicia feeling like, "All right, I have to go on the block, but I got my alliance. Yes,
That's a good
success."
trade. You're in the majority alliance for being a pawn. I'll
Yeah.
take that.
And so that becomes 7 deadly sins. Cam and Jag go on the block. But Red is like, "What the hell? Why is Cam up on the block?" And
Fair point.
he's been left out of the plans. Bowie's been left out of the plans. They have their own the whole side quest. Again, this is like just forcing Bowie to play with Red and Cam when she never really wanted to work with Cam. And you in America like have your like official work together conversation. This is like a
And that
great
was
sort of,
awkward.
it was awkward.
Yeah, I remember that because I was like, because I was excited to have it because I'm like, this is an easy ass conversation. You want to know why it was awkward? So when I'm sitting her down, being like, America, like I think we should really. She thinks I'm gonna kiss her.
That's it was the vibes were so weird.
Because I'm sitting there ready to offer a final 2, basically.
And the hug afterward, everyone was talking about the hug.
Yeah, it's weird because like I think I'm such a cool, suave person, but in that moment I wasn't, But that makes sense now because like I remember I was talking to America and because I think I was talking to
That
Pam
actually
and I
does
was
make a
just saying
lot of
like,
sense now, thinking about that conversation.
yeah, well, because I was saying like, damn, that should have been like, how do I feel bad about my final 2 conversation with America? Like this shit should have been perfect, locked in. I feel great, and it was just weird. And then I forget when for real forums, but that was another shit show with America that I screwed up. So is that this week or is that later?
I think it's the
Probably next week. I don't think we weren't as early as 7 deadly sins.
it was in order to lock in the vote against no, I think it's next week, yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, so this is my read on what screwed up Cerezi and Jared's game. They're telling me about all these alliances that I'm not in. They told me about 7 deadly sins, which I didn't know the name of it forever, but they told me about this alliance. I think just about when it formed, and I already am freaking out because I'm not in it. And my thought is like, okay, I know these people are keeping me safe, but it's a 7-person alliance where like 4 of the people don't know that I'm theoretically in it, basically. and they're all going to nominate me when they get the chance.
Okay,
And then I find out about the
this is
professors. Like,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, because you're right. They made the 7 deadly sins. They tell you about it. They make for real. They tell Matt and you about it. Or sorry, Matt was part of it. They tell, and then Matt tells Jag. Matt told like Jag and Blue about for real. They just like
how did
forgot.
Matt know about for real? He wasn't
He
there.
was it, or sorry, not for real. Legend 25. It's too many names.
Okay, another beef I had with Suri. Was I in the Legend 25? Because in jury, she was trying to convince me you were in it, Cory. Was
No.
that the stupid like me? Because there was the me and like Jared got pulled into a room with like Felicia and Bowie.
That
And,
was
and
that was
Mimi
for
or
real.
something.
I think
No, because Bowie
that
was in
became
for
for real, even though Bowie wasn't part of for real. The conversations that
wait,
started there, Bowie initiated those conversations. Then like they forked off. For Bowie, they made for real, but that was Red's thing. And then for you and America, it was for real.
Okay, so I'm still confused. So basically, as far it doesn't matter that much, but
It was confusing.
Suri and I were arguing in the jury house about it. So I remember in this conversation where we're forming the Bowie bullshit that they're like, okay, we're gonna bring in Red and Cam, but we're gonna bring them in like separately, and it's gonna be this whole way we're gonna bring them in so they don't feel like they're on the bottom and shit. And then apparently they do just bring them in, and I'm out at that point, and that's the Legend 25.
So what happened was because Red was feeling left out of the Heisem plan. He was like, they didn't tell me about this. They like Cam went on the block, and then Cam is giving him cryptic answers like, all will be made clear in time, Red. And Red is like, what the hell? Like I'm not in the loop anymore. And so he goes and he talks to Felicia, who's still lying to him about the plan. And he's like, is there a plan to target somebody like maybe Heisem? And she's like, yes. He's like, great. They do trust me. She told me. And so he was like, okay, there's clearly the professors is broken up because we went after Heisem, but let's do what I've always wanted to do, which is make this new alliance, or reform this alliance, but with Cam and Matt, my 2 people. And so it was Red insisting on reforming the professors that created Legend 25.
Was that 9 people?
I think it was 8.
Okay,
because who wasn't in it? I don't think
was Mimi
Jared was
in
in
Legend
Legend 25.
Oh no, he wasn't. Yeah. Okay. Right.
So that was all Red. The reason why it happened without you after that conversation is because Red pushed for it. And then like Suri, Izzy, and Felicia went forward with their original idea, which was you and America and Jared, and then just left Red and them out of it, and because they already had Legend 25 at that point and made for real.
Okay. I mean,
But
it doesn't really make sense.
I don't think
I get it now.
Yeah, I don't think Suri was getting these alliances mixed up in her head all the time. So like it makes sense that she might have attributed you to being in Legend 25. I don't think that they were targeting you at that point. It's just that I don't think you were ever actually a part of it for like people like Red.
But is my read
Although you know what?
correct?
No, you know what? Red did mention you because you had the conversation with Red and Cam initially.
Oh, what a stupid conversation that was. They trust Matt so much. I remember this. This pissed me off in the conversation.
Yeah.
Because this is what really because I was already kind of nervous about Matt for a while. But then Red said he had Matt. And I was like, I've never seen you fucking talk to Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Ever. Like, how do you feel that? Because I knew Jared felt that. I knew Suri felt that. I knew Jag felt that. America's telling me she feels good about. Oh, yeah. So how does this end? Because I walk out and then
So okay, you walk out and then Matt so you have the conversation with Cam and Red. At this point, you're already talking to the cameras about like, I'm gonna need people outside of this group. And Red and Cam seem like great options. You have the conversation because they're feeling burned about the Heisem thing. They're talking about maybe moving on from professors. Red even tells you about the professors. And they're genuinely talking about wanting to work with you in America and Matt's the problem there, obviously, and you know that. And so they talk to you about it and they tell you about their intentions of wanting to work with you, America, and Matt. And you're like, I wouldn't necessarily bring Matt in yet. I would maybe hold off on the Matt thing. I don't know that you can trust Matt." And they were like, "No, no, no, no. We have Matt." And you were like, "I don't think so." And they were like, "Nope, we definitely do."
Yeah.
And then Matt walked in and you left. And I remember at the time I was like, I had a disagreement with somebody because I was like, I don't think he should have left there because obviously now they're going to talk to Matt. I would have rather like you'd stayed and like talk blocked the conversation at the
Yeah.
very least. But at the same time, the person I was talking to, they were like, yeah, but what if he gets in trouble for being there with Matt when they
I was
talk to
kind of
Matt?
being scared. I assume I was scared of being caught by Matt in there. I'm like,
Right.
Matt, we're gonna get out of these two guys.
Exactly.
What the hell's wrong with them?
So yeah, I mean, it could have
Does
gone either
Matt
way
rat it
there.
out immediately?
No, actually.
Okay, cool.
So they talk to Matt. They tell him about professors. They say, "Hey, Matt, you're gonna have to get rid of Jag. Like you're gonna have to let go of Jag, and then work with us. We'll bring you far. We'll move forward with you." And Matt starts to spread. Matt's not a fan of America. And so Matt is sort of like gets them off of the Bring America in train. Eventually gets them off of the Bring You in train, and it's just him
Yeah.
now. And so that's when they pull Matt into the Legend 25. And then Matt inexplicably like holds Cam's trust all the way through like his HOH and beyond.
So just to be clear, Matt does not know about for real. There's no way, right?
No,
Okay.
nor
So
does
there's
he
no
know
way. 'Cause
about
I remember
Crossroads.
but he knows about Legend 25 because he's in it.
He's
Okay.
in Legend 25. He has a conversation with Suri after they make Legend 25, and this is when he really starts to bond with Suri,
Yeah.
because now he's in two of her alliances, and they are essentially like, okay, we're now playing the field, like we're in a similar-ish spot now, right?
Yeah.
Uh, can we agree that we're both like not going to rat these things out? We're just going to see how things fall. And then they start really talking. He eventually starts ratting out a lot of the stuff that Cam and Red are doing to her,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth. Um,
Basically,
so
the one thing I really want to know about this week was how in trouble was America, and did I have anything to do with Heisman going home?
yes. So this is actually Bowie again.
Okay.
Bowie has locked in a final 2 with Felicia this week.
What?
Yeah,
Why?
because
Okay, sure.
she's in the Bye Bye Bitches,
Oh yeah,
and
the Bye Bye
she's
Bitches, right.
working. She's working in the Alliance. She also felt uncomfortable about being left out, so she's trying to like also reform these things and like
Mhm.
reintegrate. That's why she was involved in that conversation about making a new alliance. Um, and there's this idea that like maybe we should back out of the Heisem plan because does it really make sense? Especially so Felicia talks to Bowie about it. And Bowie was never on board to take out Heisem. She was like, why would we take out our own numbers? She says she starts pitching other options. She's like, what about somebody like America? Like, what does America do for us? And Felicia's convinced, and they both go pitch it to like Suri, I think. And like there's for a moment there, I was on stream. We were playing replacement nominee roulette. I was moving the target around the cast pictures because it was like now it's America. Now it's Mimi. Because they started talking because Mimi interrupted them with dinner and they were like, screw her. What if we put her on the block?
She's in
And
the
then it
middle
was
then.
Mimi for a moment. And then it was going all around.
Yeah. Okay.
And so America was in danger. A lot of people were in danger though.
Okay.
If it wasn't Heisem, it could have been a number of people. This is when you had the conversation as well about like you had the very funny conversation with Jared about like, so I think Matt's kind of dangerous. Everyone seems to really trust him and think he's on their side. And Jared was like, yeah, isn't it great? Because he's really on my side. And you're like, well, no, that's what I'm saying is that everyone I'm talking to feels that way. And he's like, yeah, they feel that way because they're wrong, but I actually have him.
I mean, so I'm gonna give credit to Matt instead of making fun of Jared for this. The whole Matt did not like an America thing. No idea the entire time in the house.
I
Not
know.
one time.
Yeah.
And I mean, he like, I never thought I had Matt. Like when it was us working with Matt and Jag, I thought like, I basically thought Jag was the one who liked us more, but we felt more comfortable talking to Matt because Jag is so suspicious all the time. But it was really frustrating because I had this conversation, I think maybe after Path to Power, where I was talking to like Izzy and Suri, and I'm like, Matt has the power. Like he absolutely has the power. He's the only one who could have the power. I'm like, Jared, you don't have Matt. I'm like, Red, you don't have Matt. Then eventually Cam, you don't have Matt. And no one believed me, which I think is why I had such a high opinion of Matt's game going into jury, and I still do.
Mm-hmm.
But things kind of didn't work out that way.
Yeah. And so, did you have something to do with Heisem leaving? Yeah. There's multiple significant pushes to keep Heisem. And you basically had to step in, shut them down. It's with the help of Jared for some of them.
Yeah.
Jared's
Well,
obviously.
I had to kind of convince Jared too. Like that was a really hard conversation.
Yeah, because this was a frustrating time for me because Jared would often like be a huge part of why these things continued to spiral because he would talk to like Suri and Izzy and Felicia or whoever, and they would be like, "So what do you think, Jared? Like this is your opportunity to shut this down." He'd be like, "I mean, I do think that we need to target Heisem." They would be like, "Okay, so that's what we're doing." He'd be like,
"Yeah.
But I do see what you guys are saying too. And so maybe we should talk about it more." And then he would like reopen the conversation and then go back down to you and be like, "Man, these people, I can't with them. They're
so emotional, so chaotic."
And be like, "Jared,
speaking about his mom, I'm
shut
like,
it down.
How am I supposed to know that?" He's like, "These people we're working with, they're emotional." He's talking about like mom and sister. I'm like, which actually makes a little bit more sense now because like, anyways, that so I had to kind of convince Jared. I think it was like he came to me in the game room, and then he was like open to the idea of keeping Heisem, and I was just basically like, Heisem's keeps talking about you and Blue. That's all Heisem talks about. And then he was on board, and then with him on board, we actually stood a chance because I remember I think Bowie was even in the room. We're sitting there arguing.
Yeah, so there's like 3, I think, big moments. The first one is I think it's you're in the robe, you go in the HOH room with Jared. Jared eventually leaves, I think. You had to like really shut this down. You get them to nominate Heisem in the first place. They were very close to not doing it. That was the initial Bowie push away. Then there's another huge push. They actually told Heisem, "We're keeping you." They like brought him in.
Really? They told Heisem?
Yeah. That's hold on. There's a good sound bite for that one. If I can find it.
She's like crying, probably.
This is where one of these comes from.
No, darling, no.
They're like, something about like you're not, like hopefully you're not mad at us, and he's like, no, darling,
No, darling, no.
Wait, so did Heisem play Suri? Because Suri kept telling me like I had a emotional conversation with Heisem, and he got to me.
That was part of it. There's another soundbite in here that he talks about being family. This one.
Here's what you don't know. I saw you as family.
Mm-hmm. No, I do know that
like,
because
I
we
saw
saw
you
y'all. We
as
saw you
family.
the same way.
Like I saw you.
Ooh, roll of threes. I like it.
So when I was put on the block by the person I saw as family, oh, did it hurt?
And so they talk about it. They tell her this is the full darling clip.
Because I'm pissed at you because you did this to me.
No, darling. No, darling,
Felicia,
no.
Felicia, look at me. Just talk a little bit softer because America's creeping.
No, darling, no. No, darling, no.
That was a very typical kind of comment that would be said.
If America wasn't creeping so much, it wouldn't be a problem.
So yeah, that was Felicia being like, "You're not gonna like turn on us because you're gonna be mad that we did this in the first place, right?" And he's like, "No,
Mhm.
darling, no." They flat out were like, "We're gonna save you. You're staying. Just don't say anything to anyone, or we'll change our mind." Um,
Yeah.
and then that had to get reversed again, largely by again like a lot of your arguments, like he's not going to forget this. Like you can say he is all you want, but he's not going to.
Well, because I know my pitch was the same before and after, but it changed. It was like it got stronger because before it was like, okay,
Yeah.
we were all talking about backdooring him all week. So the second anyone wins HOH, he wins HOH, everyone's gonna run up to him and tell him that he was gonna get
Yes.
backdoored. And then after you already backdoored him, like, what are we doing? I was like, okay, I really thought for them it was better to not get rid of Heisem, but once you backdoor him, it's over. Like you can't. It's too late. And I don't know who the hell Heisem would have worked with after that. It would have been interesting to see, but yeah, that it was mind blowing to me.
Mhm. So, yeah, so that's going on. At this time, like America's still talking to Blue. She's trying to like warn Blue about like the situation, and Blue is of course immediately ratting her out. You're hearing about Blue from like Izzy and them, and so you're telling America like you can't be telling Blue
Yeah.
things. And so she starts going to to Jag instead, and this is when she starts getting closer to Jag.
Mhm.
Um, and she starts trying to talk to Jag about like, "Hey, you can't trust these people." And she tries to tell you that like, "Hey, I think that we can work with Jag," and you're like, "I don't
But
think so."
it's so hard because like it was very frustrating working with America for a while because she wouldn't take my advice, but she also didn't have the information I had. Like, and I was not going to tell her at that point, no chance,
Mhm.
because everything I was saying to her was like somehow leaking to Blue or Jag. And the reason it was leaking to Blue and Jag, it's like a chicken and the egg. Like it was leaking to Blue and Jag because she didn't know about Seven Deadly Sins, but I couldn't tell her about Seven Deadly Sins because she would leak it to Blue and Jag. So like
Mhm.
it was so frustrating for me because I was trying to like hint, but it's like not fair to her because she didn't have the information. So like it was aggravating, and I kept having to do like damage control. But at that point, the only person who I was trusting with information was basically the Crossroads in America. So like she was so important to my game. Like because I wanted Mimi, but it wasn't happening. I was like, this is the only person in the house who I think I'm their number one.
Yeah.
So I was
Um,
gonna go to bat for them for a while.
yes. It's around this time Suri and Izzy talk about endgame plans like concretely for the first time.
Hmm.
And like their idea at this point is like America needs to go soon-ish.
Yeah,
And that they change their plans all the time, but they would like kind of probably want to cut you at 7 and replace you with like Bowie. And
had Matt replace me at this point.
Matt is almost there. So they don't like the 7, but they like Matt, and he's about to sort of like replace you in that pecking order.
And
Um,
Blue is ahead of me, right?
Blue wasn't at first. They wanted Blue
Okay.
gone. But eventually they decide that like Blue, if she's loyal to Jared, then like maybe they should keep her around. But then that
Sure.
turned and they wanted her gone briefly. Um,
Okay, and then so is that it for this week? Heisem goes.
Isom goes. Uh, Cam wins pressure cooker. I told
Oh
you, so you had that
yeah.
conversation with Izzy about endgame plans. It was shortly after her conversation about endgame plans. Maybe this is why she like confused the two, because she was just talking about cutting you at 7, and then you have the conversation with her about how we should be against each other in the end. So she maybe like just got that in her head, but
Mhm.
like she was like, "Oh, Suri, I forgot to tell you before the eviction, but Cory was saying this to me, and they're like going off about you."
So everything from
Um,
here is downhill at Crossroads wise, right?
it's not super linear. It's a huge down spike, and then it comes so like because this is sort of like how things would go for a while. Like the first couple weeks, you got a 6 on the stock watch in the first week. You
Hmm.
got a 7 in the second week. You got an 8 in the third week.
Oh shit.
You were doing a great job. Heisen was leaving. But by the end of that 3rd week, it was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
And so then in the 4th week, you get a 4. Your position during Cam's HOH plummets. But by the end of that week, it was kind of coming back.
Yeah.
And so like this is how things would go for your stock watch score, at least, is that we would do it on like a Monday or Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And things would look really bad. But then by Thursday, like they were feeling better about you again.
Were
And
my
then they would
stock
feel bad
watches
about you again.
close to accurate?
What's that? Oh, your
Were my
ratings? Sometimes you definitely overrated America at
Yeah.
times. I mean, you had Matt accurately high. I think that you, I mean, some people would say we were rating Suri too high, and maybe that you were more accurate, but we were rating Suri higher than you.
Okay.
Where we also didn't usually catch all of your ratings. They usually either cut away or you got
Yeah,
interrupted.
because who the fuck wants to watch this? It was like a joke. Okay, well, so pressure cooker. I'm throwing the pressure cooker, obviously.
Mhm.
But at this point, I'm getting nervous. I don't know if Jared at this point is already talking about me throwing competitions.
Yeah, so there's talk about you throwing, there's talk about America throwing. I
We're
think
in
that
there for a
like
combined 25 hours, by the way. So fucking annoying. I had to hear
um
about this pressure cooker deal on like week 8.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, like she threw it to the guy that they wanted to kind of target. So, you know, or
Well, to be
she
fair, they
gave
wanted
it
to
to.
target her too. Like,
Right. Yes. I mean,
yeah,
let's be real. Like,
yeah.
Red wins that veto. So unless I guess they both probably would have gone on the block. But I mean, if she wins, she's targeting. She wants to target like Suri in them, like
She's not
Izzy.
putting up Serena, is he? We
Um,
talked. There's no way she would have. I think it would have been Red and Bowie's my guess.
right, which would have been a waste.
Yeah,
But I mean, at least it gives her like an opportunity to like be in
show
power.
loyalty, I
Yeah.
guess. But at that point, I would have probably been Twitter's least favorite person ever, being like, "No, you can't nominate Serena Izzy. You gotta," because I think the Crossroads is a decent spot for me. Because
Mhm.
I'm sitting in the pressure cooker, meanwhile Izzy's cooking me in the house.
Yep.
But yeah, so America makes a deal to protect me, which is nice. So I felt great
Mhm.
about this week. I thought Cam winning was a great outcome because hopefully he'll chip away at one of their numbers, and I get to keep Cam in red. Little did I know that Cam was completely sucked into the Legend 25, and yeah,
Yeah, I mean, this is when like Cam wins, and I'm like, this is it. The game blows up, right? Like,
hmm
obviously, this whole thing has been set up for Cam and Red and Jag and Blue to go after each other.
yeah,
And so like Jag, he has not been performing the way that we have wanted him to, but he at least knows the game enough to know that like if he gets targeted, you just tell Cam. He knows about Cam's alliance. He was told by Matt that Cam was still in an alliance with Suri and them. He was told about the professors. He's been told that Jared is ratting him out. He's been told all of these things. He knows that he's being pinned against Cam. Like, just tell Cam. Cam is on the edge of targeting Izzy anyway,
yeah,
because when he won, Red was like, Cam, Izzy was so mad when you won. And he was constantly talking to Red about like, should I backdoor Izzy? Should I target Izzy? And Red was like, no, 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 no. Legend 25, we trust Suri. Suri's our person. And Cam was like, okay. But if Jag had said literally anything, it would have been Izzy. It would have been anybody else. And it was so frustrating.
yeah. It's what I feel like. Suri was almost like an Eric Stein, like America's player, but instead of America making the decisions, it was like she had to deal with Izzy and Jared the whole game.
Yeah.
You know, like, and I think Izzy, I love Izzy, and I think Jared probably made Suri's game a lot better and worse. But like, it must have been like, why season 8 was so fun, because it was watching Eric navigate all this bullshit. I
Mhm.
feel like it was probably the same, except like Suri ultimately, I'm sure it was an advantage, but
I
like,
I
fucking
I
nuts.
we talked about it going in. We said obviously it's a huge advantage to have your secret son in the house.
Yeah,
But Rob was like, for Suri, it might end up being a disadvantage. I was like, honestly, like for her,
yeah,
it's a possibility. Given how things play out, I definitely fall on like it did help her in some ways, obviously. But in terms of like net impact, I think it was a net negative. I mean, I
I
think
think
that
it
Jared is
was
ultimately
bad for
the
her
cause of.
game. It was also bad for so many other people's games, though. Like, I think that was
Yeah.
the truth of it. Yeah. So.
Yes, like I can see how, like, especially somebody like Red who seems to be upset by it a lot. Like how you would be like, well, it's not fair. It disproportionately hurt my game, which is true. But if we're talking specific, like I think Jared being in the game ended up helping Jag, who won the game, more than it helped anybody else. You know what I mean?
I mean, ultimately for me, the way I view it is it's not fair, but nothing about Big Brother is ever fair, and it gave
Mhm.
me the opportunity to play a game with Suri, right? Which
Right.
that was very cool. And I think the one regret I have about all of it was like I think Izzy and I really could have been like ride or die if there wasn't the Fields family in there. Because I think after America, I connected the most with Izzy in that house, and it
Mhm.
was never possible. And I know why now. But like I think that I'm sure it made for great TV getting Suri on the screen. Like I think it's fine.
Yeah. So Jag goes up on the block on Cam's HOH.
He rats out nothing.
Not a thing. He goes to Cam, and Cam's like, I am putting you up. And Jag is like, please don't. And Cam was like, sorry. And that was like basically their conversation.
That's my winner. That's my winner. The Jag man.
This is the start of what became quite the run of
I need to know his stock watch scores.
a historic run, actually. Jag has the record for most consecutive ones by the panel.
Because usually when you're a 1, you're evicted.
Right. So he gets 3 ones from every person on the panel this week, his eviction week, because it's entirely his fault that he leaves. Then he survives, but was basically the unanimous pick to be evicted the following week. Again, all his fault, and then gets saved like at the 11th hour.
Let's be
So
honest, though. You should never give a Big Brother player a 1 if they're fast and strong. They should bottom out at 3.
I mean, he
Like-
was going home twice in a row.
Hey, look. Deserving winner.
So he gets
vote for him again.
3 consecutive ones from the panel week 4, 3 consecutive ones from the panel week 5, and a 2 from the audience week 5. And then 3 ones again from the panel week 6, and a 2 from the audience week 6. And then week 7, he jumps up to 5s.
Someone got rich. Someone. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay.
So yes, this is the start of that. And I believe I threatened, I think the second week he went on the block, or sorry, the third week he went on the block when Cam was HOH again. And he was telling Jag, like Jag was trying to come up with a pitch to stay off the block again. And I was
Aaron and I
like,
were so mad.
if Jag doesn't rat these things out for the second time he's in the exact same spot, I'm going to retire from my job because I can't, and like there needs to be a 0. And his plan was to not rat it out. He goes in, he gives Cam a marginally better pitch before Cam is like, Jag, are you done? Okay, good. Here's what my plan is. You're okay. Like if Cam hadn't had that, like it's the same fate for the third time in a row.
Well, Cam was so frustrating to talk to in those conversations, though, because like he's just very smug and like I kind of knew Cam was never in a good position, but Cam, he knew he wasn't in a good position, but I think he overestimated his like abilities in the game. So he's sitting there like they don't see it. They don't see what's going on in the house. Meanwhile, he's been nominated every week. But Jag, you know what? He won 7 vetoes. Let's go, Jag.
He did it. So Jag goes up. You're trying, like America's trying to warn him. Because Jag goes to America and she's like, pick me for the veto. Or maybe she didn't ask, but he was saying, I'm picking Izzy for the veto. And she's like, why would you do that, Jag? Don't do that. She's trying to warn, don't pick Izzy to play. And then you're like, America, you have to stop trying to save Jag. Like, this is not he's gonna keep ratting you out. This is when you tell her, I think, about 7 Deadly Sins, finally.
Yeah, is that a good call? Because even doesn't she immediately go and ask Jag, like, "Are you in an alliance
She
with Matt,
immediately goes
Blue, Sir?"
yeah.
Oh man,
She goes to Jag, she tells him about she basically asks him if he's in alliance with him, and then Jag immediately rats her out to her
she
and you.
swore to me in the jury house. She's like, "It wasn't that bad. Like I was pretty subtle." I'm like, because Izzy walks up to me in the game room and so did you tell America? Like, no. So why was she able to list everyone in the alliance? And I'm like, oh, that's a tricky one. I might have hinted something. Like I was trying to
Yeah.
get her to not trust Jag, so she would trust you. Like, oh man, she's such a bad player. Like something like that. That's what I remember.
And this is kind of a low point in your relationship with them because you tried to do damage control, and basically what they were saying was like, let's act like we believe Cory, but like he told America.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. Well, I think at this point, do I start initiating like Operation America and I are not that close at this point?
yeah, I mean, you'd been doing that, I think,
Okay.
for most of it, but like, yeah, I mean, you're especially once you start getting into trouble via her, it's a lot of like, oh my God, what is she doing?
Yeah, because like it was like I need to distance myself from her, but it's so unbelievable because it's a it's a flirt man. So I guess at that point, or maybe I don't know where we are, but like
Mhm.
I figured I could convince people I care so much about the game that I care about the game more than America. Like that was the pitch that I thought would make sense to people. I don't think anyone ever bought it because like it's a showmance is a showmance is a showmance. Like you're never gonna break that unless your mom's in the house.
I mean,
Um,
I would say so. The way that we talked about it, um, a lot of it was like, man, we wish that Cory had watched 24 because like this is what essentially Kyle went through with Alyssa is that he was in an alliance, Alyssa was not a part of it, and he was constantly like throwing shade at Alyssa to like make it seem like they weren't close. But then when push came to shove, he needed to protect Alyssa because she was his
yeah.
showmance, and that just like the trying to manage those two extremes just made everyone think he was shady. Um,
Could
and
I have
so
advocated for America though? Like, because I feel like I was for so long and it was getting me nowhere. But did I make it worse?
I would I would say you made it worse at times. Yeah.
Okay.
That like because there were times when like and so there were a lot of factors.
Hmm.
One is that you had people like Mimi telling Suri and Izzy like, "Hey, America did this or said this to me."
Yeah.
And then you'd have like Jag ratting America out. You'd have Blue ratting America out. And so anytime you tried to go in like the direction of, "Hey, maybe you should talk to her more, make her feel more comfortable," Izzy would have a conversation with America. America was good at making people feel like she liked them at
Yeah.
first, at least, but sort of like Suri and what ended up happening to Suri, where like she just got caught in so many things. Like
Right.
eventually, nobody could trust a single word America said because every single time they bought into it and felt good about
Yeah.
her, they'd hear, oh, well, now she's talking to Jag and naming our alliance. Or, oh, now she said to Blue that she shouldn't trust Jared. Or, oh, now she said to Mimi, like, hey,
Yeah.
watch out for Suri and Izzy.
It's just so frustrating because, like, for me, I was trying to defend America so much because I thought she was so important to my game. Because again, only person who I thought I was their number one, and then it felt like it was getting impossible. So I'm like, okay, let me try this different tactic. And the benefit of that tactic, which I knew, was also maybe it's also kind of not a tactic because what if I just enter self preservation mode and I need to make sure that like if America's a sinking ship,
Mhm.
I'm separated from that. So that's definitely a part of it too. It's not like I'm Mr. Chivalry here. And like even when it's me and her on the block, I'm fighting for the veto and I'm fighting for her to get evicted. It's just like I think eventually I kept hearing how everything was getting back to Suri and Izzy somehow, and I was over it. Fortunately, I figured out that like most of that was bullshit early enough where I could do the Izzy thing and flip the house a little bit.
Mhm.
But I was trying really hard to not fall prey to it, which was why I was so happy when I figured out that Jared telling Cam about Survivor stuff,
Oh God.
because like the only reason I was so happy about that was like they're trying to do the America's like the demon thing.
Yeah.
And she wasn't, and I really didn't think she was, and I didn't know if that was me being like naive, having a crush on her kind of thing. But there was moments where I was like, I can't do this America thing anymore. Like every conversation I have is about America and how we can't trust her, and like I just feel like it's killing my game. And
Yeah,
yeah,
I think so. So basically, like when I say sometimes it made it worse, I would say that's because like sometimes it was necessary and it worked. And you did convince Izzy enough that like you were willing to separate from her. You convinced Jared enough that you were willing to separate from her, that you were able to get the information you needed to turn on them eventually. But there were some times where like I think the overcaution happened where like you weren't able to see that like this was a moment where they actually were feeling good about America until you said something. But there was so much up and down that like I don't know that it really moves the needle in a
yeah,
significant way. But it did like it I don't think it helps like the perception either that like the perception that they have of you, which is that like you're not trustworthy, that you're going to be willing to cut them because like if you're willing to cut America, and it's a tough spot to be in general. But uh but
yeah,
yeah, I mean, I think that so like from my experience watching people, it's not always showmances either. Sometimes it's just like two very like opposing alliance members. Like the key to it is being able to convince like in your case America to like actually work on Izzy and like not trust the people that are ratting her out.
Well, I think she was good at that part. She was bad at the not telling Jag and Blue part,
Right.
which
Yes.
and I get it from her perspective because those were the only options she had. Like
Yeah.
for me, I had Jared and Suri, and I was trying to work, Cam, and then eventually I started to work Bowie. For her, it was Jag, and then her and Blue had this saga the whole season. So it's like I do get it. It was just so frustrating, and maybe, but I know I told her about Seven Deadly Sins at this point, so
Yeah. I mean,
I
in some ways, I think it's easier if it's just an ally, not a showmance, because like, in ally, it's gameplay to like limit their options. In a showmance, it's like, what I'm gonna like tell America she can only
Oh,
talk game with me.
whoa! I don't think you heard this. This is a real reason why I was really nervous about America the whole time. You know who she says her favorite player is?
Who?
Allison. And then so that's one part of it, and I'm like, why the fuck would you tell me that? Because I'm sure no one else in the house even knows who Allison is, first of all.
Yeah.
And then she goes, this freaked me out. She goes, you know what was awesome? I'm like, what? When Michael and Brittany were on the block, and Michael just sold Brittany out like 100%. I'm sitting there like, what the fuck are you saying to me? Like if we're Michael and Brittany, I want us both to be like comatose on the block because at this point I'm staying over America. I'm like, because I'm so nervous because I told you way too much. I told you about Survivor. That's when I start like, should I tell Suri, Izzy, and Jared about Survivor? Because first it was to try to get them to trust me more, but also it was like, if I'm on the block next to America and that could happen very soon, I think I'll stay. But if America Michaels me, which I thought was very much in the cards, I was like, I'm fucked. So let me just get out in front of this.
Mhm.
Like I see a lot of people annoyed about like the Zach Survivor secret. Like it was only a secret because I hadn't told people. Like no one gave a shit about it. And I knew that. It was just like if people found out I told this person a secret and not them, it doesn't matter what the secret is. They'd be pissed.
Yeah. So speaking of the secret, first of all, I like the idea of it's a meaningless secret, but it's something that can help bond somebody to you because they feel like you care. So even if they're like, even if they're like ragging on you for being like, he thinks this is a
Yeah.
significant secret. At the same time, they're like, he thinks it's a significant secret,
Not
and
to
he
mention
told
Suri and
me.
Izzy are Survivor people.
Right.
Like,
Um. But you got into more like this was again a huge like negative for you is
Yeah.
that after you told Izzy, Jared, and Sari about the secret, America goes to Izzy like the next day, and she's like, "So Cory told you?" And like from Izzy's perspective, like she didn't know that America knew yet, or was supposed to know, or like what was supposed to be the timeline of that. And so she runs to Jared. She's like, or Sari, and she's like, America already knows this. He already told America about the secret.
Oh, and I didn't tell them that I told him. I should have told them. Can I tell America, guys?
Yeah.
Or anyone
The sort of like the flow of information and sort of like the signaling of it, I think the wires got mixed there.
Anyways, where the fuck are we? I play in Path to Power. I lose by 8 seconds. I never would have saved Jag, obviously.
Yeah.
That I knew it was Matt. I think I was, but apparently everyone knew it was Matt, but actually knew it was Matt. I just figured it was Matt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Jag rats you guys out.
Mhm.
You try to do damage control. And this is when the showmances are in full swing. There's some cleanup going on, and you and America start cuddling.
I deny everything.
This was my favorite part of your showmance,
Uh-oh.
because it was pre-kissing.
Okay, Taran, you have to understand that nothing bonds two allies like making out and talking at the same time. Like you got to think. I'm not always thinking about you in there, especially when I'm making out with America.
I figured I was on your mind at the time.
Yeah, I was thinking. I was making out. I'm like, my stock watch is going way up. No, like it was funny because she was getting mad at me about it for like talking game, and I'm like,
Mhm.
it's you as much as me. But you're also like, she's like, I just can't trust Blue. Or the worst when she's like, we're like making out. She's like, what do you think about Cam? I'm like, right now, I'm not thinking about Cam. I'm not thinking about Jag. Like,
Mhm.
anyways, I hope you enjoy. You probably like playing Goose Goose Duck, just hearing.
Listen, I don't need to hear that again in my life.
Hey. So, that was
It was. Let me tell you what it was. It
Yeah.
was me like pumping up the volume to max level to hear like the softest of like, so we're gonna go after Jack. And then
Yeah. But again, like, I deny everything. That I would not do something like that with cameras around. To be
course
very
not.
clear. So
Of course not. So
Jared and Blue told us that Jared and her had never kissed on camera.
yeah.
And her and I were like, oh my God, we're gross. Like we're just like doing everything. Anyways.
Yeah, meanwhile they played rock, paper, scissors.
So did Matt and Jag.
Yeah. So Jag's on the block. Red wins the veto. Cam considers backdooring Izzy again, decides against it. And America again like cries with Jag, tells him, please go to Cam, make a pitch. And after she leaves the room, Cam looks at Blue and he's like, she's right. We should make a pitch. Let's talk to Sari about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel kind of bad because I think I was the main reason America wasn't fully going after Sari and Izzy the way that she wanted to. But also, I think that was probably the right call for her, at least to like, because I don't know at what point she jumped the pecking order like in front of Jag in terms of being the target, but I always figured she would have at least until Cam and Jag are gone.
I think she did.
Okay.
I think like it was always back and forth, but like Jag was the most consistent number one target, like basically like once he got evicted.
But I think that could have changed if America was actually as anti or like was as vocal.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think that like the reason they wanted Jag out is because he was like the sketchiest of the people they thought were with, because they thought they were in an alliance with every single person in the
And
house.
comps helped too. I think they didn't think America could win anything, and Jag could.
And yes, and so, well, at first they thought America could win comps before, like, because Jag hadn't really won much at first, and they thought America was throwing. But but then Jag starts winning, and then they were like, okay, so Jag is still the target, but then they would go back and forth, and they're like, well, America's more of a problem, and Jag's more of a problem. So Jag's on the block. Matt, and then he gets in even more trouble because he rats you guys out, and then that makes them want him out even more. And until Matt convinces Izzy, Suri, and Felicia that Cam is the bigger threat. That if we want to get Cam out, we need Jag as a competitor. Now that he's won a veto, that we need to keep Jag around to take out Cam. And
I
this
didn't know
convinces
Matt
them.
was doing shit like that. Like I knew Matt was great socially and everyone trusted him, but I didn't think he had agency really in terms of. I knew he was like playing well and like
Mhm.
navigating well, but I didn't think he had any say in who went and who stayed.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of like I talked about this in the game recap, but like Matt's game is so much about just like avoidance and just like avoiding anybody looking at him. So like all of anything that he was doing, he was trying to do it like he didn't want anybody to see him, like at any point, and that includes, I guess, when it comes to credit. So, um, so yeah, so they're convinced they want to keep Jag now. The problem is they need Jared to keep Jag and get rid of Blue. So Suri talks to Jared about it, and he's like, "No, I'm not getting Blue out." And this is a huge thing. For like a second there, it looked like there was about to be civil war between Jared and Suri because Suri was thinking about pushing this through anyway. And this is also when Felicia approaches Jared about a final two, and Jared tells Suri, who's then like, "Oh, so Felicia's trying to snake me too." Um, and so, uh, so it's ultimately the idea to keep Jag gets shut down. They're not going to do it. They're gonna get rid of Jag, and that's basically the whole thing. We don't really see the conversations between Matt and Suri about the power. They cut those from the feeds.
Let's
Um,
try to keep it secret.
yeah, I guess so.
Oh wait, this is my
Right.
favorite conversation in the house. Jared saying I have a bad personality. Do
Oh
you guys?
yes, yes.
Oh, it was so funny.
This is the start. So this is the start of the sort of the ruination, the degradation of your relationship with Jared. Is that Pat's power happens? He says you don't have the kind of personality to win a fan favorite vote. You get into an argument. This is also again around the time that like you're now like in a showmance with America.
Yeah.
There was a lot of analysis at the time that like you go into the game as a certain role archetype. You're like the
Right.
little brother, you're like the nerdy sort of kid.
Of course.
And then you get into a showmance. And it felt like the show didn't really know what to do with that, and it felt like the cast didn't really know what to do with that. And like the perception of you starts to shift again from like, yeah, like Jared's feeling like, yeah, he's my little brother, I've got him, to like, well, now he's in a showmance. He like thinks he's like a big man now. Like, what's going on? And this starts to sort of like clash the at least again, that was sort of like the analysis at the time from a
To be
lot of
clear,
people.
I was in a showmance and I did think I was a big man.
I mean, yeah, it's there's that confessional or diary room about you being America's favorite.
Yeah, I come up with the funniest stuff, huh? But Path to Power, I knew my position in the game, and I was like, okay, I think I've got a decent shot at this. Plus, given the Zach stuff, and I figured Jag was a lock in my head. I was like, it's got to be Jag because he's the target. Jag is a super likable dude. 1,000,000% is going to be Jag. People were saying it's red and blue. Never for a second considered it was red or blue.
Mhm.
I thought Suri had a great chance from being on Survivor. I thought Matt made a ton of sense. And I thought Mama Fee was the last one I thought was a possibility. And then when Jag was saved, I was certain it was Matt after that. Like,
Mhm.
because I don't think Jag is a good enough liar to campaign the way he campaigned that whole week.
Yeah.
And Matt is the only person. I don't want to say dumb enough because it was the right move.
Mhm.
I don't know if he in the moment you guys thought Matt saving Jag was good.
Yes.
Okay, because it's his closest ally. That makes sense. But and Matt was in a good spot. For me, I would never have used it because I thought I would have needed it to save America in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
so we were the reason we were shocked that it happened because it was pretty clear to us that Matt was willing to let Jag go if he needed to.
Yeah.
But he was in such a good spot that he wasn't concerned for himself in the following week, clearly. The main concern would be like, how does he get it past Suri to use this on Jag? Like, why would Suri
Apparently,
agree
Suri was
to this?
pushing for it, right?
Um,
That's what
we don't
Suri
know.
says. Suri,
It wasn't
Suri told us in jury that Matt was never not going to use it.
okay.
That's what she says. She says like there was never a decision to make. Matt just told me basically. But then
Okay.
I'm hearing from Matt that like Suri told him to use. I don't know, but if it's
I mean,
not, we'll never know.
yeah, I definitely can't trust what Matt says about it, and like,
Yeah.
it's hard to know, like, because you know, again, like the way that Matt plays the game, it's like he was like he had gotten to the point I think pre-power where he was like, okay, Jag's going, I'm fine, that's fine, and
Yeah.
then the power happens, and it was like, okay, well, is he going to use it if he's working with Suri? Obviously, Suri wanted Jag to stay at first, but now she wants him to go. And like everyone's convinced that Jag should go. It's obviously not good for her game to keep Jag around, but we didn't see those conversations, so it's
I
hard.
think Suri's too good of a player. I don't think she would have ever pushed for Jag to stay necessarily, unless her philosophy was like, let's just flush this fucking power right now.
That was that was the only thought I could think of in terms of like why this would make sense. But like the thing was, like, Jack or Matt would absolutely have been willing to use it on Suri
Oh yeah,
or however Suri wanted it to be used probably
that's
in the
true.
next week. So, like, why waste it on Jag, especially when Jag is a problem that you all want to deal with anyway?
I'm sure they would have wanted it 2 weeks from now. So
Right. Um, so, the only again, America tries to warn Jag that he's gonna get voted out ahead of time.
which is
And this is
good. It's a bad move, but it's good.
it turns out to be good.
Yeah.
I mean, you had the right of it, which is like, don't waste this on Jag. He's about to leave. But like, she says, Suri is not on your side. You don't have the votes. You can't trust them. I'm telling you, this is the same shit they did to Riley. You have to see it. He's like, no, it's different. It's different than Riley. We'll get into a room. He's like, Jag, no. I'm telling you, Jag, they're lying to you. He says, they're not. I trust them. Stop sketching me out, America. And she's like, Jag, like Red. He's like, even Red is thinking about it. She's like, no, Jag, Red is working with them. He's like, yeah, but that's fake. Like, that doesn't matter. He thinks that he's with them. Please, Jag. And he just doesn't.
Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of nice that America was doing all this because it was like all the stuff I wanted to do but
Yeah.
couldn't. So like, and honestly, most of it was killing my game a little bit, but it was mostly killing her game.
Mhm.
So like, I was like, okay, well, we're getting the points across at least. I don't know how effective she's being, but like, I think like I'm glad, he's finding out from not me.
So how much did you find out about the power back and forth right before it was used when like with Jag?
So apparently, I didn't know anyone knew about Matt's power. So what Matt told me is he told Suri and Jag is the only people he told. He told Jag like 10 minutes before the eviction.
It was a little more than 10 minutes because so basically what happened is Matt tells Jag and Suri tells Jag like, hey, you're gonna be okay.
Oh, it's so
Um
hard for Jag to see past that now.
Wait, hold on. Because then Jared comes and also tells Jag.
Ooh. Okay, that's Suri's. Suri can't tell Jared there.
Jared's not supposed to know, but Jared knows because of Suri. So Jag is like, hold on, how does Jared know? He goes and asks Suri, hey, you guys just told me that I'm going to be saved, but that you are the only people that know. How does Jared know? And Suri says, I don't know what you're talking about. Jared doesn't know. That's not true. She goes to Jared and says, Jared, what the hell are you doing? Why are you going to Jag? You're not supposed to know this. Don't go to Jag about this stuff. So Jared says, okay, I'm sorry. And he goes back to Jag and says, Jag, did you talk to Suri about what I told you? And Jag's like, no. And so that's why, like, for the next week, Jared spends the whole week saying, Jag lied to my face. But like, it's made blatantly obvious to Jag that like Suri and Jared
Yeah.
are in cahoots here.
There's a couple barriers to Jag believing Americanized stories that you guys didn't see. And this one's on me. So it's, like after the rehearsal, like only a couple hours, feeds are down, I assume, before the vote, that we're evicting Jag. And Jag and I are like studying in the scary room.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm like
Yeah.
bullshitting him fully. And I'm like I'm talking to him and I'm giving him tips of like how to study and stuff. Cause I know he's leaving.
I
And I'm
remember
like,
you talking to him about it afterward.
yeah, and I was like, well, he's leaving the house. So like I'm just trying to, because the truth is they told us that we didn't need to wear athletic clothing because it was odd couples. So he was just helping me study at that point. It was like a Quizlet. It was really helpful. And then he stays, and I'm like, oh damn, that's a bad look for me. And he orchestrated this shit with Matt, where Matt's like, I'm using the power. What you need to do is go to Cory after it and tell him thank you and see what he does. I'm like, so he comes up to me. He does his whole thing. He's running around. I'm saved. I'm saved. He runs up to me. He goes, bro, I don't know if it was you, but thank you so much. Then I have like the devil on my shoulder, right? And I do the right thing. I'm like, brother, it wasn't me. I'm really happy you're here. Congrats, dude. You're amazing. Like that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like they were trying to pull some shit. And then
I'm telling you, Matt was on you two for
I
so
thought I was
long.
on Matt for a while, but I was not being as active trying to get rid of him. Like, yeah, whatever. Anyway, so Jag stays 10-0. Surely he's going to go right back out the door. Now we're doing odd couples. I feel great about this HOH competition because the first three, like it was very clearly targeting Cam Red and Bowie in the comp. So I figured this is the easiest week ever because my number one ally, he wins. And I'm like, oh, this week is over. It's Cam Red, Bowie replacement.
They're
And
still pissed
Bowie,
about the Jag.
is Bowie like a
leak.
possibility or no?
No, Bowie was. I mean, people tried a couple. You actually maybe tried to push Bowie. Jared was adamant. I'm not putting Bowie on the block. It's never happening.
Take note of this. This is so important for the Humeliverse fight. This is the one thing that I was horrified of coming out, and Jared just doesn't think about the game the same way I do. Because I was like in there saying like, Jared, I was advocating for Jag not to be the replacement nominee. I was advocating for Bowie to be the replacement nominee, and she's sitting right there.
Yeah.
But he didn't. And like I'm thinking about that in the moment, saying that I'm like, please just bring up Survivor again.
Yeah.
But that week, that was incredibly important to me. And then the other thing was, I got into the first fight with Jared, which was pretty bad.
Yes.
Did you guys see me and Jared in the game room?
We saw the tail end of it. So if I can try and pull up, let's see.
Because this is, there was nothing that interesting about noms because it was just Cam and Red, but it was during after the veto draw. So I don't know if feeds immediately came back, and then it's me and Izzy sitting in the game room, and Jared walks up to us.
So I think we didn't see it until you were in the HOH room. I think it comes in with you in the HOH.
Oh, no, the game room stuff was the bad stuff. Like, I think everyone knows
he referred to when he used the R word.
So that was a big just argument about that, which whatever. But we're sitting there and he just comes up so hot, like screaming at me, being like, bro, she throws it. She's out the door. I'm putting her up. She's leaving. And I'm sitting there like, first of all, America is not stupid. She's not throwing this competition. Like she knows how much danger she's in. And this is also where it gets complicated because there's the cam stuff, which I think was my frustration because I couldn't understand how people were still seeing America and Cam as like a duo. And it was just super aggravating because I was talking to Izzy about it, and like I couldn't understand how Izzy wasn't on board because like knowing Izzy, right? It just the Suri Jared thing again. see that part of it either, which is why I think Izzy was okay with a lot of the Jared stuff too.
Mhm.
Which again, it's a super complicated game, and I love Izzy to death. But like these weeks were really complicated for me, and I didn't know what to exactly. I didn't feel equipped to deal with it,
Mhm.
and that's why when I kind of went into the HOH room after that, I was so mad. And like I remember I talked to the cameras later in the day saying how I basically fucked my game up that day, where I was like, I just yelled at Jared. I said he was lecturing me.
Mhm.
That was me being emotional. That was me being stupid. But like, none of it made any sense to me because I'm like, the truth was, I thought at that point, I don't know if I'm right. I thought America would do, or at least we'd be able to talk about it and figure something out, and it would never be Jared and Izzy on the block or Serena and Izzy. And I truly thought like I had America in that aspect, and and I think I did. Like I don't think she would have done it at that point, but
Mhm.
Jared just came in so hot, and then I didn't think I'd be in fights in the house, but apparently I have a temper too. So I was kind of yelling at him in there. But
Mhm.
I think that was basically when Jared and I's thing, it was over. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he started the week again, he said that he wanted to put America up, but he recognized it's smarter to put Red up, in case Red wins the veto. Um, and so, of course, he also starts the plan to turn them against each other,
yeah,
which works too well. Um,
right,
and and then like there's this stuff like through the week where like he's just so part of this is that they have not forgotten that America leaked Seven Deadly Sins to Jack.
right.
And they're annoyed about that. And then in addition to that, Jared is saying like, "Hey, I'm getting asked questions about America, and and it's making me feel like not good." Um, and and then there's also like this back and forth about like you again maybe throwing her under the bus a little too much about like the conversations she's had about Suri and Izzy, which you do try to tell Jared like no, she's not targeting Suri and Izzy. And she tries to tell him she's not trying. She actually has a good conversation with him post veto, where she seems to convince him that she's
Is
not
this the
looking
one
at
where she's
them.
crying leaving the room?
Yes.
That
Yeah.
was a good one because I was like, when she walked out of there, I was like, oh, she's the replacement nom. He just told her.
It was a good one. So,
Okay,
um, so, uh, so Cam wins the veto.
yeah,
And there's a funny plan to try to convince him to not use it. Uh,
I think I told you.
Jag and Blue also are pushing Bowie.
Yeah,
But Jared's not budging on Bowie. Jared tells Blue it's gonna be Jag or America. And he says it's creepy that Jag hasn't admitted that he had the power to you, Blue, even though he knows Matt had it.
yeah.
And he knows that America is secretly working with Cam and throwing comps. And so she's like, okay, between Jag and America, I don't trust America. Go after America. Um, but Izzy thinks it should be Jag. And then America comes in. She had just been talking to you, and she comes in like heated.
Yep.
And she starts talking, and Blue's like, shh, stop, America. And America's like, I don't understand why people think I'm with Cam when he's been saying my name. I've been talking about like
Yeah.
how he's been like kind of weird around me. Like, why would you think that I'm working with this guy? Jared says, well, your relationship with Cam is more amendable than Red's relationship with Cam. Or than Red's relationship with Cam. And she says, that's ridiculous. And he's like, you don't even know what was said. It was mad personal. You can't come back from that. Which, by the way, was there any more to the Red and Cam stuff
No,
than we? Because
Red just
um,
took it super personally, and Jared was lying. But like, it was as far as I understood, what Jared said to Red was, Cam says he's willing to be a pawn next to you.
yeah, well, because there was a conversation between Red and Suri, I think, where he was talking about how he had made a comment about America being like a Victoria, um,
Oh yeah,
and
that was funny.
um, and then also there was a situation where I think Suri had told you that that Red had called her the B word, and then was like, he didn't actually say that, but he was basically saying that. But then I think you were like, oh, did Red call her? So then there was like this talk about like, has Red called? I mean, he was calling her all kinds of names. But like, so like there was some speculation, at least on my part, that like maybe part of that got involved in this because you had a
Well,
conversation with Cam about Red's behavior, and then Cam was like, "Oh, I didn't know about any of that."
so it's tough because I'm talking to Cam about Red's behavior, not talking about Cam's behavior. Like, and I just want to be very transparent here. Like, I don't have beef with anybody, but there's some people who I have no interest in being close friends with after, and I think that's understandable because the reality is I don't think many people in the house said that much shit about me, outside of just childish stuff. But
Hmm.
people were pretty cruel to her, whether it's actions or words, and like obviously people can apologize and that's fine, and like whatever. But it's more of just like I'm not super social. I'm gonna reach out to everyone ever, or
Hmm.
like so I think the friendships I have out of the house are going to be the ones that come up very naturally. Like Izzy and I just get along really well, but I'm certainly not trying to force, the issue with anybody because, like I do think there's some truth to you're in there and the cameras kind of get to you and it brings out the worst in you, but I don't want to excuse away some of that stuff. And it was just really frustrating that week because, I'm hearing so much about what Red's been saying, and then by the way, the Victoria comment was hilarious. She goes, "America's just like Victoria because she uses her womanly ways. Like she's very." I'm like, "You've never seen Big Brother 16.
Yeah.
Like that is not what happened." Um, so that was aggravating, and then there was all the Cam stuff, but it's just like it's so complicated because Cam also wins every competition. So like like we have to on one hand say, "Hey, I don't like Cam because we don't like this behavior," and then he's HOH next week. So like I think a lot of people would look at that and say, so you did work with him. But my perspective, and I think this really comes into play during Zombie Week, I don't think me and America ever had Cam as an option. I don't think
Mhm.
he ever had us as an option once we started being in a showmance.
Mhm.
And I'm sure he could speak to his side of it, but from my perspective, I was just like, I'm not working with Cam really. Like that's where I was at, and I hope it makes sense. But yeah,
Yeah, and I mean, this is really more for America to speak on, but like, there was a lot of confusion, I guess I would say, from people about like how she felt about Cam because she would talk about like feeling uncomfortable at times, but then also be like, I miss Cam, like I like Cam. And so, I, I was on record saying like those two things can coexist.
yeah, and
Uh,
personal relationships are complicated, and I think ultimately you're in the house with someone for so many days, right? And like the truth is, chemistry wise, I get along with Cam great. Like
mhm,
we would always shoot the shit and whatever. It's just like, you add in the social strategy stuff and it just gets really, really messy. Again, like the last thing I want to do is demonize anyone. Like everyone's doing their best. I just wish some people's best was a little better, obviously,
mhm.
because I know how tough of a time she had in the house. And I was kind of I think a spectator to it mostly. Like I was trying to do what I could, but I couldn't do much because I'm trying to fucking stay afloat too. But I think that might illuminate why later in the game, like we couldn't scoop up Cameron.
Yeah,
Like I think we were trying. Like for me at least, I don't think he had any interest in working with me after we were in a showmance.
yeah. I mean, he
But
should have, but
that was my perspective. I mean, they were in the fugitives though, so I mean,
yeah.
uh,
So
yeah.
America talks to Jared. He says, whether you like it or not, Cam wants to work with you. And that's when she got frustrated and started crying.
Yeah.
And he's like, don't cry. Blue leaves, and then they talk for like another hour.
Mhm.
And they're just like, she's kind of calming down. And he says, between me and you, America, I am leaning more toward Jag anyway. I just need you to be competing and doing something for me. And she says that she will, and she leaves, and she cries downstairs. But it was a good conversation in the sense that like it was a conversation,
Yeah.
and and he did seem to be, again, and this is what we talked about before, like teetering between America and Jag. It always seemed to land back on Jag, and this was another conversation that sort of helped that along. So, um, Matt though did try to make it America. He was trying to pitch America, of course.
We had no idea all season. That's crazy to me.
Well,
Like, I didn't-
America does find out a little bit at the end of this week.
did I know?
I don't know if she talked to you about it. I mean, I would assume that anything she found out, she would have told you. But so basically, they agree that it's going to be Jag, and then they have like a 7 deadly sins meeting.
Yeah.
And Blue of all people is like, "Hey, Jag, what if you went on the block?"
Yeah, I heard about this.
And but that whole time, Matt was heavily pushing America. He was like, "America, it should be America. It should be America." He was like, "What about Jag? Jag could go up on the block versus a pawn." And he's the target. Meanwhile, he doesn't love it, but he eventually agrees. And so now they've gotten him to agree to go on the block as a pawn, but he's really the target. I think who was it? It might have been Izzy. Somebody told America that Matt had been pushing her name a little bit. And I think that's what prompts America to talk to Matt when he eventually reveals that he played Path to Power. Because she wants
Such
to.
an important conversation. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
So that was huge.
Oh, another important thing about this week, I don't know if any of this was on feeds because I would turn away if my camera went here. I started trying really hard with Bowie this week. Like I was
Yes.
biking with Bowie every day.
Yep.
And it was literally one of those, like, I put off my Bowie relationship for a month now. Like I need to start like doing this. And it was at the perfect fucking time because she was about to get left out of this 8-2 vote.
Mhm.
And then next week I needed her for the flip. So like
Yep.
this whole week and maybe a little bit of the week before, like I start feeling really, really good about Bowie. And I'm telling America, like, because there's one conversation that happens right after Bowie is blindsided, where she basically is like, Cory, I thank you for not lying to me last week. And I'm like, I thought I did lie to you, but I guess I didn't lie to her as directly. And from then on, I was always thinking like America Bowie's my final 3. That's my goal. And I think Mimi found out, I guess, or just said it at one point because I didn't even fucking tell Bowie.
Guessed it.
But that's the other important part of this week because I think it all kind of comes together in the next week of like, I've been working on Mimi all fucking season, even if it wasn't doing anything. And then this is where I was getting close to Bowie. And I know the main thing I remember about this week is me and America trying to convince Jag that it wasn't us. And I think I made a pretty good case because it's a very easy case to make. And that's what I remember about this week. Bonding with Bowie, trying to convince Jag.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So I guess 2 things. One, the Bowie thing obviously becomes very important. And an important part of that is I think it's this week. It might be the following week because Matt also starts developing a relationship with Bowie. And like you were very correct to really try and get in there with Bowie, and you're right that it was like good timing. And ultimately, like there are a couple of big inflection points in terms of like where the season goes. One is obviously like where Cam is.
Yeah.
But like there was nothing that you could really do with Cam.
Yeah.
The other is like the war for Bowie. And you know, you didn't really know it, but like Bowie is the only person outside of Matt or Jag to win an HOH in the jury phase. So like if you'd been able to have Bowie, maybe things could have been different. But quite frankly, even then, like
I think there was I think I fumbled losing Bowie when I did, but I think there was a chance to get her back when I was getting evicted, but we'll get there.
Yes, we'll get there. But for now, it's worth pointing out that that with Red, like basically the people Bowie feels close to right now in this week, are you know, you're getting close to her, Matt's getting close to her, She feels good with Red, and she still feels good with Suri for now. But outside of that, like those are the people that she's good. And she's working with Cam, but she's saying at least that she never really wanted to work with Cam.
Right.
So and then the other thing, you're trying to convince Jag that that wasn't you, that Suri was the one that was pushing things. So basically, the same night that he was saved, right after that whole Suri tells him, Jared tells him, Suri comes back, Jared comes back. He's like, Matt, you didn't tell Jared, did you? And Matt's like, no. He's like, we need to be worried about Jared and Suri. Like this is concerning. And he's like, he talks to you guys, and he's like, I think you guys are telling the truth, but I do need to investigate some more. And this is where he gets in trouble again, because he questions Suri about it, he questions Izzy about it, who warns Suri. And Suri's like, this guy still doesn't believe me, apparently. She doesn't really know how badly Jared messed up.
Yeah.
And so she, with Matt, makes a final 3 with Jag to like try and lock him in again. Matt really wanted to make this alliance because Riley, on her way out the door, told him to protect Suri and Jag. And so he wants to name this Riley's Promise.
So funny.
So funny. And then Jag talks to Red a lot. But the point is that like his eyes were opened that night, and we were like, here we go. This is the Jag we've been waiting for. And then like every subsequent day, he trusted you guys less and less.
Until he was forced to trust us, which is nice. But I mean, I think Riley's Promise is funny because I remember when Matt, Jag, and myself in America were trying to name our alliance, I think Matt brought up Heisem's Promise. I'm like, oh, it makes sense now.
He also named almost every one of his like alliances that he could, some with rat in the name, because that was his,
we were in the
name,
three-way
Riley.
rats. But he told us that, and we're like, okay, well, what's ours? So yeah, I mean, at some point in these past couple weeks, the Unreliables formed and three-way rats formed, and I don't think it like mattered that much, but I think it did matter insofar as like it like Jag America and I were always hanging out a ton, and then Matt would hang out with America and I by the hammock. And ultimately, the only reason I think I was able to get Matt in on the Izzy move was by like kind of making him. But I think he felt a little bit more comfortable with me at that point because I know he was never really on board with America. But I think a lot of that has to do with
he starts to, because he was anti you and America. There's a funny moment that we kind of skipped over during, it must have been, yes, it was Felicia's week. Heisem was on the block. Blue and Jag start to get worried about Cam and Red targeting them. So Blue talks to Red and Cam very publicly, and Felicia starts to get worried. And so she pulls Jag and she's like, what the hell are you guys doing? And Jag's like, what? And it gets into this whole thing where she's questioning Jag, why are you guys talking to Red and Cam? And it kind of culminates. She brings them upstairs. Matt gets involved. And Matt, in an attempt to defend Jag, says, no. Jag isn't the problem. Blue's not the problem. It's Cory.
Of course.
Cory's the one that's talking to Red and Cam. He was talking to them in the have-not room. He's been trying to make an alliance with them. They've told me about this. And for a moment, Felicia was like, Cory's a rat. Which was part of what helped, that plus you pushing against the Heisem flip. But Suri ended up walking that back for you. She was like, no, Cory's fine. But that was a whole thing. But yes, you start working on Matt, and he starts feeling better about you, but still not great about America until that Path to Power conversation.
I think the biggest reason why that happened, which this was when we were trying to prevent Jag from being a pawn. I was trying to prevent Jag from being a pawn. It was me, Izzy, Jared, and then Matt was like in the bathroom. And it was me fighting for Jag's life in there. And I'm just lucky Matt was there because Matt heard that. And I assume he went and vouched to me for Jag. And I think that is why, they're like, wait a minute, Cory's actually not targeting you, Jag. Meanwhile, Jared and Izzy are. I think that was like a huge, just like I got very lucky that it happened, and then the good part was me remembering it happened, and then like
Yeah, so I don't think he vouched for you at the time, but he did
Mhm.
later. Because at the time he was part of trying to convince Jag, like he knew that you guys were on Jag's side and that
Yeah.
Suri wasn't, but he wanted Jag to be more team Suri. And
Right.
so like America was talking to Matt about some of this stuff,
Mhm.
and then Matt was like conveying it to Jag, like just deceptively,
Mhm.
like, "Hey, Jag, America was just like saying, why is Jag in the HOH room for so long?" And Jag was like, "What do you mean? I wasn't even in the HOH room." "I don't know. I don't know why she said that to me." Um, and so, he was definitely poisoning the well a little bit there. Um, but by the end of this week, I mean, Jag is, he believes that Suri's on his side again.
Yeah, of course.
All the while, he's about to be evicted unanimously, once again, until by the skin of his teeth, Red saves his game, because Red talks to Jared and he's like, "What exactly did Cam tell you about me?" And when Suri hears about this, she's like, "Oh, we have to get rid of him because he's gonna find out the truth. He's gonna blame Jared. I need to protect Jared."
Yeah.
And so she flips the vote. Mimi tries to flip it back, because they're playing pranks on her. And she's like, "These two are so tight. Like, why are we not getting Jag out of the game?" But
I
it
was
doesn't
at
land.
this point in the game, I'm losing my mind because I realize I have no power at all. Because I thought for a
Yes.
while, like I could try to convince Serena Izzy of stuff because I was fighting so hard for Bowie to be the replacement nom instead of Jag. Then when it was Jag and Red, I was fighting so hard for it to be Red and it was Jag for basically the entire week until they all changed their mind.
Hmm.
And I think like for a while they were trying to placate me and like act like I was part of the decision making. They just stonewalled me this week.
Yeah.
Um, and then obviously the stuff that starts in the next week, like the flip was as long as I just needed Jag to give me anything, and then the flip was gonna happen.
Hmm. Yeah, and I remember you talking about that. Like, you felt like you had agency in the first few weeks, but this was the first week. It ended up happening the way you wanted it to. You wanted Jag to stay that week, but like you didn't have anything to do with it.
No.
And so you were like, I tried to get Jag to not go on the block. He went on the block. I tried
Mhm.
to not have him go home, but he was going home until other people made the decision without me, which is a pretty strong tell that, like, this is not in your favor anymore.
Yeah,
Um,
great.
so Cam wins the next HOH. He has a master plan,
Oh,
that
yeah.
he doesn't tell anyone. But he warns Matt, Jared, and Bowie something's coming.
Again, I throw
And
this competition. I should not be throwing this competition. I like so many of these competitions I didn't need to throw because I'm just gonna lose them anyways. This is the one I think I could have won.
mm,
I basically was like trying to beat. I didn't really know what was going on in the game. Apparently, I was trying to beat Felicia. Was the one person I was trying to make sure. Felicia and Blue, I was kind of anxious about.
mm,
So when it's me, Izzy, and Cam, I'm like, oh, perfect. I don't give a shit. Like, hopefully Cam wins and takes a shot, which is why when Cam told me he was doing Blue and Jag, I was so mad. But I
yeah.
was like, all right, cool.
Yep. And again, America tries to get Jag to say something to Cam, but he won't. But luckily, Cam did have other thoughts. He makes a deal with Jag, um, and he nominates Izzy and Felicia. He says the whole house made me look like a dumbass. Now they all look like dumbasses.
After botching the nominations,
Exactly.
I was so mad because like those are the types of conversations that were killing me in the house. I'm like, damn, like the catchphrases are so cool, but you're so wrong. Like
If he
Felicia
had
being on
talked
the
to
block was
anybody
so
about
bad.
it, they could have told him, like, if you want Suri gone, or if you want Izzy, like, if you want these people gone,
I would have
you
told him at
can't.
that point. If he said I'm
Exactly.
nominating Izzy and Felicia to target Izzy, I'm like, first of all, I wanted Suri gone before Izzy. I really wanted
Mhm.
Jared gone first at that point, but I felt best about Izzy in the crossroads at this point. And I'm like, Felicia's gonna go. And I was like, this could be okay because we're still gonna get rid of Cam and then Jag and then we're at the final or whatever. But it was just mind blowing to me that people thought the power was Suri, Izzy, and Felicia. Like I never saw it that way. And I think I might have underestimated Felicia a little bit, but like I think other people were overestimating her and greatly underestimating Suri, which I think I'm the only one who like really should not be because I know Suri. So yeah.
Yeah, and this week Cam just inexplicably trusts Jared and Matt like way too much. But it's a weird week though because now Izzy and Felicia are on the block, Cerie's on the defensive, and then in the veto competition she gets put into a punishment with Felicia, who she wants to leave this week. So she's basically just can't talk game for like 48 hours. And this is where like the whole house of cards fall apart. Because Cam pitches the next stage of his plan to Jared. He says, Jared, here's the next stage. We're going to take out Cerie. We're gonna make he had a line about like leaving her stranded on an island, like just like she was on Survivor. And this is and this was wild. I was shocked in the middle of this conversation because Jared, all he needs to do is say like, no, I'm not really down for that.
Oh, does he like blow up?
So Jared is upset with you.
Oh shit!
At this time,
yeah,
because he has heard that America is saying that he's close to Cam, and how does America know that unless you told America that he's close to Cam, and she's now spreading this information? He's like, this is just another tick on the box. Plus, coincidentally, it's recently gotten out that you have started making out with America. And so he, without Cerie around to talk to confide with, he's just like he's going off about you, like to multiple people. And Izzy's trying to talk him down. But in this conversation with Cam, Cam says we should go after Cerie, and Jared's like, he does his thing. Good idea. I think that's a great idea. I don't know though. Starts talking about other points, but if you really like the idea, we can keep talking about it.
Yeah.
And keeps talking about it. And Cam eventually is like, listen, if you don't like the idea, we don't have to do the idea. We can just take out Izzy. That's fine too. And Jared's like, no, we can still talk about it. And keeps talking about it. And then like in this conversation just starts spilling. Like just starts talking about Jag. And like, well, what about Jag? Like, what are the things? This is what Jag has been telling me. And then starts talking about you. And then starts saying like, and the thing about Cory is that he's telling America way too much shit, man. Like this guy, like he's told America about a secret, like not game related, but like he's told America like she could blow up his whole game. Like this guy is way too in deep. And I was tweeting it. I was just like, what is he doing? Like there's no point to this. This is gonna get back to Cory. There's no reason for it.
Cam was trying to help him sell this shit too. Like
well,
yeah.
I mean, the idea was like, I'm telling Cam this, and then Cam kind of took it and ran with it and tried to convince you that America like was doing it. They had their own whole other plan about like making people feel uncomfortable and scared. But yeah, I mean, this whole week was just a disaster of gameplay, but like a lot of it was this like Jared versus you stuff.
You want to know a secret behind the scenes? I don't know if this is on the feeds. Do you know about Skylar Gate?
What is it?
Skylar Gate. All right, so this is some drama. So I think a large reason why Jared was annoyed at America, we're in the backyard patio talking about Breaking Bad.
Oh,
right? Was this later?
No, I remember this. I don't remember when.
I don't remember when it was, but at some point, Skylar came up. Jared's like, I hate Skylar. America's like, that's kind of indicative of the patriarchy.
Yeah.
and he's pissed. Like, and I know, like, after the whole like females women thing, I was like,
Mhm.
oh, this bridge is burnt. Like, we are not we are not getting back in with Jared. But I wonder if that was like, because I kept talking to Jared. I'm like, yo, you, me, America Blue. Like, if we get far enough in the game, like, that's a pretty solid group in terms of just like comps and stuff. Like, this could work out for us. And the problem was always, first of all, sorry, I didn't know that at the time. But like, him and America just couldn't get on the same page, and it was for shit like that, where it was just like, oh, it was so frustrating. And then, so Cam tells me about this, that America is ratting me out to him, basically.
Yes.
And yeah,
Yeah.
but
So I think the logic of it was that you can't make this play because you can't trust Cory and America as votes to do what you want. And here's why they're too untrustworthy. Cory has told America about this. Like, and I think that part of it was like he had just been going on rants. He says like this is what pisses me off about Cory. He's gonna jump ship the second he goes on the block. I'm telling you, if Suri goes up next to Izzy, Suri goes home and Izzy stays, you don't want that, do you? Like you want Izzy to go because Izzy's more a bigger comp threat. And bro, I don't believe America for 1 second, bro. Like she was crying about Jag. Like, why are you crying? She can't be trusted. Um, and uh, and he tries to pretend like he wants Izzy out. So it's like it felt like he was trying to sell this story about like how Izzy needs to go and that
yeah,
you in America weren't trustworthy as votes if Surigo's on the block, but if Felicia's on the block, then we're and they had this whole thing about like you go ask people if Suri was on the block, who would they vote versus if Felicia's on the block. But it was just so unnecessary, and it left open this like wide hole of like what happens if Cory finds out that you just for no reason said this to Cam.
because I was already kind of done with Jared, but this was like, oh, he's actively like all of my frustrations that I think I'm directed towards America are actually probably just machinations of like Jared and like that whole crew. And you know, he's kind of an aggravating person to speak to, at least in the house. Outside of the house, he's been very sweet, just to be clear. But you know, but it's just like a very frustrating person to talk to. And I was so over it. When Cam told me this, I thought I went to America, I think in the Humaniverse. I'm like, was this you? She goes, no. I'm like, I believe you. Okay.
Yeah.
And because it didn't make sense. I told America so far before that, and it never got out. And then I tell Jared, it gets out immediately. And the bigger thing for me was America told me a secret in return.
Yeah.
He told me about going to Brown, where they didn't tell me shit. Jared, Izzy, and Suri. So like, I had so many reasons to believe this is bullshit. And you know, I just don't think Jared was thinking that far ahead.
Yeah, so Jared has a conversation with Izzy, where he goes on another sort of rant about you in America, and how he wants like one of you gone next. And Izzy's just like, Jared, I can't like because also what's also happening here is that like America has gone to Jag and Blue about taking out Izzy. And then Blue ratted them out again. To Jared, who's like, see, just another thing about America. And he's like, this is concrete stuff now, Izzy. You have to be with me on this. Like she's got to go. I'm nominating Jag and America next week. And she's trying. She's like, what about Bowie instead of America? And he's like no. And she's like, I get it. Like, honestly, I don't care about America. I've been going to bat for her and Cory. She never reciprocates, but I need Cory for me. Okay? Please. And Jared's like, Cameron made a very good point. Cory is the engine to a very beautiful car. Not that I think she's beautiful. She's not. But he's her engine. Get rid of Cory, and she's nothing. She's like, so you'd rather cut Cory before America? He says, yes, absolutely. And this is like Izzy's now like freaking out. She's like, I don't want Cory to go first. And so she's trying to warn you. She's like, hey, Jared's he's kind of upset. Like, can we fix this? And so like all of this is happening, and that's when like America just dumps a ton on Cam, and everything blows up. And that's when Izzy finally loses it, and she's just like, Cory, I'm done. Like, she's got to go. I'm done protecting her.
Yeah, well, this is, I mean, so obviously I found this out that like it wasn't really America's fault when she like told Mimi, which was a mistake, but then Cam already had told Felicia, which is actually what was blowing shit up.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so it went, so she had been trying to break through to Cam. And he was not hearing it for a while.
Yeah.
There's a very funny, so sorry to interrupt again, but you reminded me that I have a soundbite that I should play you.
Is this wrong?
Yeah, well, I've got the short version.
Wrong.
But I want to give you the slightly longer version as well. If I can, here it is.
Wrong.
No, what do you mean wrong?
It's
Yeah, no, she was right.
yes, he finally believed her though, and then she was like, "Listen, you don't have Jared. He's been playing you." He was like, "Oh, crap." You guys also try to warn him about Matt. And then he like has a stern conversation with Matt where he's like, "You're not as smart as I thought you were if you're not with me."
Oh, Matt was pissed by that.
He was very pissed.
Yeah.
But
that's why Matt was saying like, "I'll do it, but we're not working with Cameron."
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, makes sense.
And so Cam was like, "Are you okay if I just blow this up?" And she was like, "Go for it." And so then he went and told Felicia.
Go for it. So I think that's why America and I we're a very dysfunctional alliance, but like in a lot of ways, I need her to kind of force me to start doing things sometimes. Like I'd like to think I would have still wanted to flip on Izzy at this point because I know we had a conversation the night before where we were talking with Matt and Jag, and we were basically saying like, "Yo, if this gets back to them, then like if Matt and Jag leak this, we have to go to Matt and Jag with everything and just flip the vote." But America a lot of times was like, I think getting impatient and like annoyed and frustrated with me. She's like, "No, we're fucking doing this." And then once she kind of put things into motion, I kind of have to do it. And in this case, it was absolutely the right thing. So like, I think I put in most of the legwork for the flip, but America's the one who caused the flip. You know, like
yeah, she lit the fuse.
Yeah. This whole, and it was really upsetting to me because I wanted anyone else on the block. I wanted Suri or Jared on the block instead of Izzy.
Yeah.
It was pissing me off because I knew Izzy was actually someone who long term was pretty good for me. But earlier in the week, she was killing me with I don't want to use the veto on myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, so what the fuck am I doing here thinking I could ever work with you instead of Jared and Suri? Like it was impossible. And I had to convince her to like get to a place where she would use the veto on herself. So I'm like, okay, that's a massive red flag. And then of course, I remember what happened is America came up to me in the game room telling me like, I'm sorry, I screwed up. I told Mimi something. Then I get called a DR.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just sitting there stewing for like an hour about like, oh, I'm about to get yelled at. Probably by Izzy, hopefully not by Jared. And I'm like, whatever. I go upstairs, I get screamed at by Izzy. Or screams maybe harsh. I get told, like, bad. And that's when she's like sleeping in a different bed and everything and all that. And for me, like I knew I didn't have a home with Suri, Izzy, and Jared. My biggest, the way I was viewing the game at this point, and I think this was not really a mistake, it was just a choice. I don't know how it would have worked out the other way, was in this world with Jared, Suri, and Izzy, we're going to get out Cameron, Jag, America, probably as the next three in some order, right? And those are the people that I have like somewhat working relationships with.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was building something with Jag. Cam and I had a functional relationship all season at that point. And obviously America. So I'm like, okay, so now we're going to be in the final whatever with Bowie, who I was working on, but, it was hard. Matt, who was close to Suri, with Mimi and Felicia, who I didn't have much. I was like, okay, I'm just a periphery person.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas all the people who I think I can eventually win over or have as allies, like true allies, are over here. So that was like the main reason that I wanted to flip. It wasn't really the America stuff necessarily. It was like, I think in both of these positions, I probably get like 6th to 9th place. But in this one, I have agency, and in this one, I'm hoping like Jared's the one who wins HOH instead of Bowie or Matt. Because I'm like, if any of the non-Crossroads people in this group win, they're going to nominate me because they're in an alliance with Cerezi and Jared.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not. So, like, that was my kind of read on the situation. I think it was relatively accurate. What I couldn't have anticipated was I could beat Cerezi and Jared in competitions.
Mm-hmm.
Cameron and Jag are tough. You know, Matt, I don't think is the greatest competitor, but some competitions he's just going to win.
Yep.
Like, you know, I was like comping out from the final like 10. I was like, I'm not worried about that. It'll be fine. So that ended up being a mistake, but I think it was a fine move.
Yeah, I mean, I think that so the way that I saw this week was that like you had been in a bad position. And like we had been seeing that, like, again, like your stock watch rating was like 4, 5, 4, 4, 5. And it was like because like these kinds of conversations were happening. Cory's got to go. Like, please, not Cory next. And it was like that sort of thing was happening all the time. It was such a volatile situation where you had very little like power and agency. You were starting to see it, especially once you found out about Path to Power via the conversation Matt had with America.
It was huge.
And that combined with the Jag stuff from the week before. And it was like, okay, he's starting to see it, but like, is he willing to like win competitions again and like do something about it is the question. And it felt like like Jared in particular was really like stirring up this like storm that was helping push you in the direction that you kind of needed to go, seemingly.
Yeah.
And so much of that seemed to largely be because like Suri was out of commission. Because like the second Suri comes back, the second she's freed from the canoe, Izzy gives her the download on everything, and she immediately got to work like, whoa, 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 why are we pushing Cory? No. We should be fans of Cory in America. We should be talking to Cory about how we love America. And then Jared, like, all of a sudden comes up to you. He's like, you know what? I'm sorry that I told you that I need to nominate America. Like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. And Cerie's talking to you about like, so like you in America, like how are things going?
Suri's amazing. I saw through the Jared thing immediately, and I was sold on Suri. I remember because I listened to this live feed updates, the one I went back and looked. The fact that she immediately the fake breakup was silly. I know that, but okay, let me defend this for a second, okay?
Okay.
The reason why the fake breakup happened was because I basically told Izzy, yeah, I'm gonna sleep in a separate bed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I'm gonna sleep in the Humiliverse. Like you're totally right. America's the worst, a bad person, you know, that kind of thing. So I was like, well, I have to keep that up. Otherwise, it doesn't line up. You know what I mean? Like that was my because Izzy was not advocating for me to keep her. She was advocating for me to keep her and break up with America. Right? So like I'm like, well, look, if I'm gonna be on board with you, that's what that means. And then I'm in the bathroom talking to Suri about this. She walks out and I'm like, she got played. like holy shit. Like, Cory, how did you go into that second gear right there? Meanwhile, she immediately knew I was full of shit.
Yeah.
So like I had no idea Suri was that clocked into the flip as it was happening. Like, not a clue. And it didn't matter because I just had too much information.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like when I heard about that, that made me because you know how much I respect Suri, but that was like, oh shit. Like I respect her as like how socially amazing she is, but like in terms of just the reads, and she had a lot of bad reads this season too, where like everyone in the house is working together except us. Look at Red and Blue running into the storage room. I still remember that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Suri, without the TV in the HOH room, might be the best player of all time.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Well, I think part of it, we talked about this too, is that like she was just constantly overestimating people.
Yeah.
And like a lot of those people just were not capable of the level of like fluidity that she was worried they might be.
Yeah. I mean, but no, she was spot on with everything that week. It just really didn't matter. I don't know what y'all. So, anyways, I guess I pull everyone into the room and try to convince them. The one I was scared about was Mimi, because I didn't have
Yes.
much reason to trust Mimi at that point, but I just figured, like, everyone kept telling me how close she was to Felicia. I didn't even like know that, but I just believed them and took a leap of faith.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching that conversation live, and I like on stream, and I was like, I don't feel good about this. Like, I don't feel good about the way Mimi's reacting. Like this is like if I was in Cory's position, I would be very concerned about Mimi's reaction to this.
Mhm.
And like ultimately she goes with the flip, but then she does say in the diary room, like, I don't really know what to feel about what Cory's telling me. All I care about is that Felicia's safe. So I'm fine with voting for Felicia to stay. But
Yeah.
like I don't know if I believe what he's saying. Like,
I was pretty intentional after that conversation to not let her
mhm,
leave. Because I knew everything was like, basically the flip was happening upstairs, where
yes.
downstairs everyone was panicking, and I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna leave her here with America or someone."
Yes. That
And,
that was huge, I think.
yeah, I forget if it was America or Jag, but it was someone who was by the chessboard, and I was like, "Yo, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
she
go
stayed
talk to
up there.
Bowie or someone, you go," and, because I was kinda trying I wasn't as direct with Mimi as I was with Matt, but I was trying to, like, convince both of them that the votes were there regardless of them.
Mhm.
And I used that directly against Matt, but it was kind of the
Yes.
same thing with Mimi, where I know I listed the votes at some point,
Mhm.
and I listed 6.
Yep.
So I was like, "I don't care if you're in on it or not. I want you in on it because I trust you." Um, so I like, and didn't Mimi end up having a conversation with Suri that like saved me basically, where Suri just said the wrong thing?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like, it was clear, like, Suri and Izzy had come up with this is part of why they were so upset.
Yeah.
They had come up with this whole plan for how to, like, tactfully tell Mimi
Yes.
about the flip. And so when Mimi goes down and says to and talks to Suri, out of nowhere, because like Suri's like, "Oh, we now she knows because America leaked it. We have to start to be like," and so Suri was like, "I don't think we have the votes to keep Felicia." And you had just outlined to Mimi all the votes that were there to keep Felicia. So, like, Suri saying that was just like, "Oh, well."
Yeah. Um, I mean, I guess Suri couldn't have known at that point. Maybe she got a little complacent with Mimi. Ultimately, though, it's pretty hard because Jared and Izzy are just working against themselves the whole like week, basically.
Mhm,
And I knew the one vote, like I was actually felt okay about Mimi because I overestimated my relationship with her.
mhm.
I thought Matt would be almost impossible. But like there was one moment where the flip actually happened was Jag comes out of HOH and I'm like, "Are you considering it? Like, be honest. Are you?" Because if he was said no, it was not going to happen. Like, I was not going to dump everything on him because I was like, I can't fucking trust this guy. Because for a while I was like, once he tells me about 7 deadly sins, we're in. I'm telling him everything. He was never going to do that.
Yep.
So it became like I was just like, "Give me a crumb, Jag." And then he said, "I'm considering getting rid of Izzy." And then I remember I dumped that I was in Path to Power when that was so much less relevant than fucking 7 Deadly Sins. Because I remember talking to America, I'm like, "Oh shit, I didn't even tell him the fucking important part." So
Yeah.
I had to like run downstairs to the bathroom at some point and pull him
Yep.
aside. But those I think the best thing we did that week was the way we got to Matt. I think that was my best like moment of like presenting it to him the way I did and then having Jag come in immediately after.
Yes.
Like because I knew it wasn't even so much I need to win over Matt. It's like I don't think I'll have Jag if Matt's not on board.
Yeah. Um, I mean,
Jag seemed sold, but
yeah, I mean, given enough time, I think Matt probably gets Jag. I mean, it's the same thing that always happened is that Jag would have his eyes open for like a day and then, um,
well, okay,
like,
so here's my and sorry to interrupt, but like here's my beef with you, my actual beef.
mhm.
You're like, "Cory, you should have nothing to do with this Humiliverse fight."
Yeah.
I don't trust Jared in that room with Jag. Or with
Mhm.
Matt. Like, I think it's gonna flip. If Suri gets to any of them, like, for me, it was like, "Okay, I'm taking way too much heat. This is fucked for me. I don't have another option because I've committed to this." Like, if
Mhm.
Izzy stays, the game is over. Whereas if Izzy goes, I have, like, a majority of HOH outcomes are fine for me. And we knew the wall was coming, so I'm like, "Okay, well, Jag's probably gonna do great in the wall." So, like and also Jared kinda I don't want to be like, come on, Dad. I'm like, Jared started it. But like, I don't think I could just leave there. I think that there's such a risk of my shit, that vote actually flipping. Maybe not with Jared, but if Suri ever got in there.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective at that point, like the vote was pretty solid. And like I think that like the main thing for me was like because I think the decision that you made there, and correct me if I'm wrong, is like I need to take this heat because like if I don't, if the pressure is applied to other people, they might flip back. And like that means that like all this is for naught and like my position is blown up. And so like I need to take this heat and then until like the vote can happen and then we can move forward. And as long as Jared doesn't win, then it doesn't really matter.
For me, it was simple. It was this vote can't flip back.
Right.
I will literally sit here and argue until the eviction if that's what it takes because I was so all in at that point, and I
Mhm.
still don't know how it got to Jared. And in reality, it was just Suri clocking it. But
Mhm.
did Matt leak it to Suri at some point or to Felicia or something?
So here's how it happened. Suri talked to Jared in the morning about being worried.
Mhm.
And Jared just decided to like just make up a lie.
Oh, it was
Uh,
made it up. All right.
he just made it up. He just said, "Hey, Jag talked to me about a flip." And then, to the credit of you and Matt, you both kind of held your own and like kept things under wrap. Jared believed you when he came out of that room. He was like, "Suri, there's no flip. They're with us." And she was like, "I don't think so." But then Beats came back from like lockdown. Matt goes to Felicia. Because you had talked to Matt about like, should we then go and just tell Jared or like if Jag has
Yeah.
ratted us out. So Matt's like, okay, I might as well get ahead of this then. He goes to Felicia and he tells Felicia like, hey, the people that you think you have, you don't have, but you're good. And Felicia freaks out and goes to like Jared again. Is like, hey,
It was
I'm
so
being told.
believable that Jag ratted us out, though. It's the most Jag thing of all time. Like I was so
Exactly. I mean,
certain.
the night before he was like freaking out about like, what do we tell them? When are we gonna
Yeah.
tell them?
Yeah. So I don't blame myself for that. I think like the idea, like I wanted to keep it a blindside the whole time
Mhm.
until we were told it was not a blindside anymore. And then I'm like, well, shit, at this point,
Yeah.
let's just go talk to them because it's stupid. And yeah, I mean, the fight was fun.
And then I don't know if you know this exactly, but
Yeah.
like Jared questions Matt about it, and Matt just blames you. He just said, "Hey, Cory told us all this stuff. Like Cory did this." And then Jared pulls you in, and then you get into the fight with Jared.
Yeah. Which,
Um,
to be fair, it's true. Like, I
yeah.
mean, so I think my big problem that I realize a little bit in a few weeks is like, okay, Matt and Jag I think are trustworthy to me. Matt's not. Jag pretty much is. And I'm in a situation where every week I'm taking the heat instead
Mhm.
of the two buff dudes. Because my whole
Yes.
philosophy was I'm gonna get in this alliance. Everyone's gonna nominate Matt and Jag first. One of them's gonna go. Like I have a little bit of a shield. I should be okay. But then I'm getting yelled at by Felicia in a speech, and Mimi's talking about me when I'm going out the door. So like, I don't know exactly what happened. I'm sure we'll get to it, but like, I think I was just getting. Actually, I know exactly what happened. So after this flip, I think people are saying Zombie Week killed me, and I think it did not help for sure. What killed me for me was Jared winning the wall
Mhm.
because I had such a. I don't think I would have been able to pull it off, but I had such a good plan of how I was going to move forward in the game. Like I had these different
Yep.
I had all these different things and I was going to maintain them and like watch them grow. It was going to be beautiful. I think my reads were a little off because I don't think Bowie wanted to work with Cam when I thought she did.
Mhm.
But I had like Mimi and Felicia and Bowie and Cam and Matt and Jag, and I was going to be at the center of all of it. It would have been great. Then I'm on the block and I
Yep.
can't do shit anymore. So like that's I think probably the week when Matt and Jag got in a better position than me, and then Zombie Week just made it harder. and obviously I think I got a little bit complacent,
Mhm.
but we'll get there. So I think that's the way I view the game. Like Jared winning that wall crushed me because we had so much momentum for a second, and then I was just fighting for my life again. Apparently, I wasn't even the backup target though, so whatever.
Yeah. Well, so just a couple more things from that week. In terms of America, so I at the very least, Matt had been told that America found out that he had been campaigning against her. I don't remember. So maybe she didn't ever actually hear, but Matt just heard that she heard.
Okay.
So that's, I think, what prompts him to talk to her about Path to Power, which helps bond the four of you together, which helps pull this whole thing together. However, there was another America Jag saga where, again, they talked about voting out Izzy. Blue ratted them out. You tell America, Blue ratted you out. America tells Jag, Blue ratted us out. We can't trust Blue.
Jag doesn't trust America after
He
that.
doesn't believe her, and he tells Jared. He says America's trying to drive wedges between us. So then you find out about the secret that Jared talked about. And Suri also at this point realizes like, oh, I messed up with Bowie. Like Bowie's an important piece, and I just let her go. She tries to start working on Bowie again. Doesn't work. Bowie, to her credit, is very good at convincing people that them working on her is working. And so even Suri is like, I think I'm making progress with Bowie.
Also, when I pitched to Bowie, I'm pretty sure because Bowie was always like, Izzy's mean to me. I'm like, it's not Izzy. Like Izzy's there too, being mean, but it's like Izzy and Suri. Like and like this is both of them. I've been in the room when they're talking about you. Like they do not like you. I don't know why. You seem delightful. And then in the room during the actual fight, because Suri like wanders in at some point. I don't know when they cut the feeds because I know they cut the feeds at some point because the fight kind of went on for a while.
Yep.
I kind of went off on Suri for a little bit, but not off on Suri because like Suri had this whole thing where she was like, I don't know why I'm involved in this.
Yeah.
And I was saying like, Suri, you're in every single alliance. She goes, I only wanted to be in one alliance. Like the rest of them just happened. And I'm like, Suri, I don't know your role in creating these alliances, but you benefit from all of them. And then she stops me after the Humiliverse fight by like the stairs and is like, Cory, like, I just want to understand why you were saying my name. I feel like I've done nothing against you or America. You know what I do? I apologize. I'm like, I'm sorry, sir. I'm like, I'm sorry. You're right. And then I went to bed feeling bad. But I think like I was really trying to push, like, guys, Suri's a part of this. Like, stop letting Suri off the hook. And Suri makes a run to final 5, so I don't think it was that effective, but it was effective enough in that next HOH competition, which is or in the double eviction HOH.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're right. I mean, Jared wins this next HOH, which is devastating for you in terms of like how things are setting up. I mean, the reality is there's only 3 HOHs between the flip and when Matt and Jag then win everything. So there's only 3 opportunities to get rid of Jag, essentially, before he comps out. And it should be this week, week 7. Jared wins the HOH. He should be going after his biggest threats in Matt and Jag, who are not with him, who actively want him gone, who are the most likely people to come after him. Cam is a loose thread. A piece that you don't want in the game by any means, but like Jared himself by the end of the week comes to regret targeting Cam. He thinks that he should have targeted Jag, which was his thought initially. He was thinking he wanted to target Jag, but he still trusted Matt. And Matt had him convinced that Jag, not convinced that Jag was like still willing to work with him, but like he had a conversation with Suri where he's like, I don't trust Jag for a second. Jag came up to me with this whole story about not believing Cory. I don't believe Jag for a second, but I do really think I still have Matt. And Suri was like, well, if you really do still have Matt, then we make a deal with Jag and we go after Cam. And so that's what they ended up doing. And that meant you in America
Yeah.
on the block. You don't have as much leverage here. They never trusted Cory. You know, the big blow up was with you. It makes a lot of sense for the two of you to be on the block. So this limits your this puts you in the like, it makes you beholden to Jag and Matt. It puts you lower on the power scale than them in terms of
Well, the
like
whole
social
week though,
positioning.
like the game plan with Matt and Jag was convince them that Matt and Jag are not with me, so I'm not talking to them all week.
Exactly.
Barely talking to Bowie. It's just basically me and America commiserating.
And it's also terrible for your relationship with Cam because
I thought this would be good for my relationship with Cam. I didn't get this at the time because when he came back as a zombie, I'm like, okay, well, you were evicted and we were the pawns for your eviction. Like we were not a part of this. Everyone else in the house was.
Mhm.
And Cam's telling, even in the jury house, Cam's saying, if I won the veto, I would have taken you off. I think he's lying.
I think he would have taken America off.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
like, he was still trying to convince me, like, no, I know it's smarter to keep. Anyways, that was annoying me. But like, so he would have taken America off, and then I guess Jag would have gone up, and probably Jag would have gone, or maybe I would have gone.
Yeah, I think Jag is gone there.
Yeah, which actually probably works out pretty amazingly for me. But in my head, I was like, because I had a whole pitch ready for Cam, because yeah, that was an awkward moment with me in America, because I was not budging. I was getting off that block when Jag won the veto. And to be fair, I think it made a lot more sense for me to come off the block. Because like my philosophy from day one, I think I said this already, is like if I'm up on the block on Thursday, I'm gone. And I might have survived against Jag, but like, that vote would have flipped 15 times. So I was pushing really hard to get off the block, and like those HOH conversations with Jared, I wasn't even trying. Like there was nothing to do, and I guess I didn't realize I was hoping I was the backup target that week. Little did I know I was actually doing all right. I was just on the block, but I was just really hoping he was targeting Cam. I didn't think Matt and Jag were on the board because like I thought Matt and Jag were like question marks, whereas America and I we know where they stand.
I mean, yeah, I mean, to be fair, Matt was like, I think maybe the disconnect was that like they saw Matt and Jag as separate entities, whereas you probably saw them more connected.
How do they seem as separate entities after Paths of Power? Because I guess
because they were in on the decision, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of it comes down to they're not sleeping in the same bed.
Yeah.
Like the whole time I was saying like, yeah, America and I are a duo. So was Blue and Jared. So was Izzy and Suri. So is Matt and Jag. So is Felicia and Mimi. Like, it's not about who's the closest duo if everyone's a duo. It's who's the most athletic duo. But when you're on the back foot, everyone's just gonna, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also probably helped that like Matt was like for like 3 weeks in a row in conversations with them about letting Jag go when it was a realistic scenario. Like, yeah, I'm voting Jag out.
Well, when Cory's saying that America's got to go, Cory's doing a bad job, Taran. So it's just honestly this whole Matt agenda you've been running on. I think Matt was pretty good.
I mean, listen, I don't know what you did to convince Matt to grow a mustache as well, but
the second he shaved it, it went downhill for me. My game fucking. Poof.
So this is when things really start to like the game shifts out of sort of like your sphere, really.
Yeah.
It's Matt links up with Blue, and they start talking about like playing both sides. And Jag wants to work with you in America. Blue wants to work with Suri. Matt wants to play all sides, but eventually side with Suri. And so like it just kind of moves forward from here. Jag wins the veto. He uses it on you.
Straightforward vote.
It's this week 7. Suri asks Bowie, what was up with that Middlemen alliance? Bowie says, there wasn't a Middlemen alliance. Suri's like, Bowie, I know there was a Middlemen alliance. It's okay. Bowie's like, I promise you, if there was an alliance, Nobody ever told me about it.
Mhm.
Very funny.
Yeah, that one's on me. My bad.
Then there's this stuff with Felicia trying to pitch a Final Four. And this is I definitely took so this is when I really started to take issue because like you put yourself in a position, a good position. You
Mhm.
get a terrible result for sure.
Yeah.
But there were a few things that I was really like frustrated with. One was that you just weren't solidifying any alliances
Yeah.
anymore.
This was very intentional. It was just bad. Like, so I know I remember when I was talking to Mimi and Felicia, the idea was we can beat them in the end. And I think I said like we'll solidify this at the final 9 is what I remember. And for me, I'm a fan of the show. I know how this shit's gonna end up. Where the truth is, it doesn't matter having the numbers.
Mhm.
What matters is having the HOH.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like it almost became a Serene Izzy thing for me, where I was so terrified for the rest of the game about Matt and Jag not trusting me in America. And by
Mhm.
extension, Bowie not trusting me in America, but I always thought I was fine with Bowie, which I was eventually wrong about. And it was like, if anything ever gets back to Jag and Matt that we're not with them, our game's over.
Mhm.
Because you and I are not good enough at competitions. Like we can't do it. And we've let Jag get pretty far. And at that point, we didn't think Matt was much of a competitor, and I still don't think he is. But Jag was winning everything, and we kind
Mhm.
of saw that. So it was like every time I created something, I was scared about Jag finding out or Matt finding out, so I'd go and run and tell them. Right. So like I think I would say I would try to do like half truths to everyone and be like, hey, Mimi and Felicia, like I'll tell Jag and Matt that like we're working together. But like, obviously like they don't know how much we're working together. And then I go to Jag and Matt and I'm like, so we started the thing with Mimi and Felicia. You should start one too, and whatever. Because if I just go to Mimi and Felicia and say it's us in the final 4, I don't think they're gonna go rat us out. But if Jag wins HOH, Felicia will. So like I felt like paralyzed by competitions at that point, which I know it's silly because Jag hadn't gone on his run yet. But like the people left in the house were Mimi, never won a competition. Felicia, once not a winner. Blue, good competitor, but hadn't won a competition and really was not a fan of me in the game. Suri couldn't win a competition. Like the actual possible outcomes every week, I was not preparing for 7 different HOHs. I was
Mhm.
preparing for like my HOH, Jag's HOH, Blue's HOH, and like Matt. Like it was like there's 4 of them. And then maybe America could pull one out, maybe Mimi could pull one out. Like so and also when it came to Mimi, like I thought Mimi would be scared of me making any alliance with her.
Yeah.
Because she would think that's shady and sketchy. And so I thought this was like the nice middle ground.
Yeah.
There's a lot of logic for it. It was just wrong. But that was the reasoning for it.
Yeah, I mean, basically how it worked is that like you would tell like Matt and Jag about it, and then they would be like, "Why is Cory doing so much? Like why is he running around?" And then it didn't help that like Blue was like keeping mental track of like every single thing that you've said or done, and like then listing it all out to them.
Yeah.
Um, and so, but the rest of this week goes pretty smoothly. At the end of the week, America and Blue make a final 2 called the Sirens.
Yes.
When Blue decides it's a great idea to tell America that she's gonna have to put you up on the block.
To this day, America still says she would have cut me at 4-3.
The America would have cut you.
Yeah. Like for anyone. Because I think she liked the Allison,
Mhm.
like because the other thing was I knew I could beat America in the final 2. Where I think America
Yeah, I
maybe
mean, America would have had to. I mean, she had no choice. Like she had to do something.
America would have cut me for Blue and then probably lost to Blue in the vote. Like it would have been so sad. Like that. Like if she cut me and won, we could have still had a great future. But if she cut me and then like lost to Felicia or Bowie, which I think is I think she would have beaten Felicia, knowing that jury. Bowie, I think she would have won, but it would have been sketchy. Like I'm glad. You know what? 6th and 8th is probably the right spot.
Mm. Well, Cam gets evicted. It's double eviction. You
Yeah,
win your HOH.
nice.
You
All
nominate
right, the
Jared
double
and Blue.
eviction was perfect. It was
Yeah.
like everything went perfectly. So I win HOH after Mimi exposes the thing. After Matt and Jag pick Suri, that was huge for me. Matt had to pick Suri.
Yep.
That was amazing. Then the veto happens, house guest choice, which I don't think you guys knew at the time. Probably found out after.
We found out after, yeah.
And Matt is picked by Jared, and then
Chosen by
okay.
Jared.
I was like, it's over. Matt and Jag, their cards are on the table. No one's
You'd
going to
think.
trust them, right? Their whole facade last week, it's over. Matt finally made him show his fucking cards. Meanwhile, he just nestles back in like immediately.
Mhm.
But I was like, I thought this was like the dream double eviction, and we knew there was going to be some battle back because the message we were able to figure out basically.
Mhm.
I kind of figured it out, but it was pointless because there was no advantage to it, which is bullshit. But double eviction was perfect, and then zombie twist.
Yeah,
Blue,
I mean,
the
this.
only interesting thing was Blue in that week. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I talked to Blue, and I'm like, "Yo, Blue, if you win the veto, would you take Jared off the block?" She says yes, and I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm going to put you up then, so that's not going to be a problem. You've got the votes no matter what, even if Jared comes off." She goes, "Okay, I won't use it on Jared." I'm like, "Okay, well, okay, I guess I won't put you up," which was a mistake. I should have just stuck by my guns, but it didn't matter.
No, it didn't matter. She was upset at you taking out Jared anyway. Like, and again, like Matt was the one in her ear the most at this time, and so like, like he
I
was
didn't know
always
that
gonna.
either. I thought it was Jag.
No, yeah, it's like she had this moment after the wall where like she apologized to Jag for like not believing in him because she had been turned against Jag so hard
Yeah.
from Jared. And she was like, Jag, I was planning to like nominate you, and I had this whole speech planned. I was gonna be like, screw you, Jag, you're going on the block. And I was like, why are you telling him this? Um,
Yeah.
but pretty quickly, she started talking to Matt because she just trusted him more, and they wanted to work with Suri, and Jag wanted to work with you guys. Um, and so she started confiding in him about how she actually had come around because Jared had told her that Suri was his mom weeks ago.
Insane. Like, God, it is so insane that he did that. And it's insane of her that she didn't leak it at any point. Like, because that could have really changed things.
Mhm.
I don't even know how, but like, oh man, like the fact that that secret didn't look. If that secret doesn't leak, and the only people who know is Jared, Izzy, and Suri, I get it. The fact that it leaked to one person and didn't leak to the rest of the house, especially when it's Blue who leaked everything to everyone, everything Jared was saying to Blue was being leaked. Like, it's so infuriating. Like, and we did not find out in the jury. Blue
Yeah.
told Cameron, which who knows why. But yeah, we all I genuinely found out on finale night. I was so mad.
Yeah. That's the closest she came to telling was she talked to Matt uh and said like, so the thing is, obviously I don't trust Jared, but he's told me something like really big. And so like why would he have told me that if it was all a lie? And so
Yep.
that was about the closest it came. But she started talking about how, and because of that, she was talking about wanting to maybe try and keep Jared around.
Yeah.
And that's when Matt was, I think, trying to warn you, like, hey, Blue might want to be keeping Jared or protecting Jared. So like, watch out for that. So
I evicted if Blue wins a double eviction.
she is
Me and Bowie, I assume.
it's you and Bowie.
I think Matt or Jag win the veto and probably
Matt probably wins the veto anyway. Matt
at
Matt
that stage, I think
probably
he would use it that
I
week.
think
It might be the 1 week of the season.
I think he uses it, and he actually he can't get, because like the thing is that Blue had been like kind of pushing for them to target Suri instead of Jared. She had walked that back a little bit. She wanted Bowie out. Matt did have a relationship with Bowie. He would have wanted Jared gone. Cam was already gone. I don't know. I don't know what Matt does
In
there.
retrospect, I think like I thought I was gonna get evicted. I didn't
I
realize.
mean,
how
it would have been
at the time.
it would have
but
been dangerous for sure.
I would still think I might have just had the votes against Bowie, but I don't know. Like I think Matt would try to push to keep Bowie over me. I just don't think Jag would budge.
I don't think Matt has time
That's true.
to flip people against you,
Yeah.
if he wanted to. So, and I don't know that he would have wanted to because Matt at the time is still worried about Jared, and he probably needs you to fight Jared. So, more likely than not, it's probably Bowie that leaves.
But
But
so also just important thing, Mimi picks me again for the second
yes,
quiz comp in a row, and that when I'm doing the Mimi versus Felicia calculation, I'm like, what do you want me to take away from this?
yeah, that
Like,
was that was wild. I was like, what are you doing, Mimi? Like,
did
I
you?
get it. I get the logic. She doesn't want Jared. Jared's no threat to
Well,
her.
here's what pissed me off now. So I never forgot about brown sugar, to be clear, like never.
Mhm.
But Jared, when he brought it up to me, he kind of brought it up as like, oh, this is like a weird, it's like a small, like unimportant thing, and also like considering the nature of the alliance, like I wouldn't mess with it if I were you. And
Mhm.
I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Like I don't like who fucking cares. I don't think it's real, whatever. So I just kind of tabled it, but I knew about it the whole time. I just didn't think it was real because they were talking about leaving Mimi and Felicia out of votes and how they don't trust Mimi and Felicia's the target every week. So I was like, oh, it's just not real.
Yeah.
And then I see all four of them arguing in the scary room, and I'm like, oh shit. This was an actual alliance. So just to
It was
clarify.
most real to Mimi, I think.
Okay, so I didn't know. I never forgot. It was just like
Mhm.
I just didn't. I thought it'd be weird to like in the Humeliverse because also that screws up Mimi's game too. If I'm like, oh, there's the brown sugar babes, you know.
Mhm.
I didn't even know it was brown sugar babes. I thought it was just brown sugar.
Yeah, yeah. I remember you were like, "It's brown sugar." And they were like, "How does he know the name?" Because they didn't believe that Jared would rat it out.
Maybe that's why they thought I was like just listening in like this, which I kind of was,
Mhm.
but like, oh, he only caught half of the alliance name.
Yeah. Um, all right. So heading into zombie week with Jared and Cam being evicted, but then coming back.
Yeah.
This is where like because that double eviction was like we were talking. There was an all-time double eviction. Should
Mhm.
have been an all-time double eviction. Tense HOH between like Suri and then Blue and then you winning, nominating Jared, him choosing Matt to play in the veto,
Oh, it's awesome.
Matt beating him, Jared leaving after Cam left. Like it's such a wild double eviction. Uh, and then it just got completely ruined by the zombie twist. Everyone was so bummed. The fact that it was like, we thought we were about to lose 2 people, but now they're both still in the house. Neither of them are going to leave until Thursday, at which point only one of them is going to leave and one of them
Mhm.
is gonna come back. Like, it felt like we were lagging behind even more. And there's just a week of full,
It
like,
felt
nothing.
so much worse in the house. Like it felt so much worse than that because first of all, we get, haha, no jury. When
Right.
in the and look, I was never playing for jury, like
Mhm.
obviously, but when you're in there for so many days, it becomes like, well, this is a consolation. Like
Right.
I feel good about making it here. And Cam was arguing this too, where it's like I wouldn't have made the bold move I did if I knew we weren't going to be in jury. That being said, Cam was going to be a target no matter what. So it's not like he was he laid his game on the line that week. But so we go from the final 13 to the final 13. Then
Yep.
we go to 12, 11, 10, 9, back to 11, then to 10. Now we're at jury. And there's so many. I spent half my time in the DR just fucking whining because I was like, because you have to understand, I come from this, I come to the show from the perspective of a Taran Armstrong fan. So I'm in the diary room being like, you understand that when you lengthen the season, all it does is solidify the relationship. So it just drags out the fucking game and it makes it worse. And I think what's confusing to me is you guys, when you have a battle back, what it does is it incentivizes us to not leave honest goodbye messages and not to take out the bit. And they're like, yeah, but the resurrection of Rumble, what do you think? Um, so like I'm fuming this entire time because there's two parts of me. Part one is this is fucking ruining my game. The second
Mhm.
part is this is ruining the season. Like, that's
Mhm.
honestly how I felt because I'm like, because up until that point, I didn't even know if the season was that good because everything was unanimous. I didn't see a lot of the chaotic Suri Izzy stuff behind the scenes. I know the Luke stuff was there, so I was like, this has to be like an okay season so far. And then I'm like, wow, it's not just like a cockadoodle Zoom week or I guess a Power of Invincibility week where like things just stop. It's like we're going backwards for an
Yeah.
entire week. And it was aggravating because I just felt like we made so much progress. And let's be honest, the fact that it was Cameron and Jared who were out and then back in
Mhm.
on a personal level, like infuriated me. So I was like, "Oh, shit, like what are we doing here? And then now I'm in the rooting for Cameron mode basically all week because Jared apparently he says he would have put up Matt and Jag, and I think that could have been the truth. I think
Yeah, I
he's
mean, he regretted not doing that basically the last time. And also like
yeah,
so basically how this worked is that as soon as Cam won the first comp, to get to choose if he
yeah.
was gonna play the next comp, Matt, just kind of focused all of his energy on Cam, and they just forgot about Jared, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a good call. Like once we knew Cam was playing in the competition, Cam's pretty good at that stuff. Like
Mhm,
we talk about like a Caitlyn fumbling the puzzle. Like Cameron would finish that puzzle 3 times over in that time. Like he's not going to let the nerves get to him. So once that part one was done, we all kind of knew it was going to be Cameron. But for me, I felt fine about Cameron winning because the truth is, I had a pretty good relationship with Cameron personally. Like I would always just walk into his HOH room. He'd say I'm safe, and I'd walk downstairs. And game wise, I think we clicked a lot more than we did personal wise. Like we were just fine with each other. We both knew the game pretty well, talked about the game a lot. So I was like, okay, well, if Cam wins, he's going to be a massive target. And the bigger thing for me was Jared's going to come back and have Suri and Blue.
mhm,
Cam's going to come back and have no one. I guess he ended up having Matt and Jag, but at the first turn they targeted him, so like he didn't.
yeah,
But the twist was stupid. We all knew it was stupid at the time. The one nice thing, and I know this is probably where my game sunk, was like this is gonna piss you off. It was a week off a little bit. You know, there was no HOH, there was no veto. At the very least, there was no fear of being evicted that week,
mhm,
which for me felt nice because I had just been going turbo for the past 3 weeks, basically. And
mhm,
you know, the bigger deal for me was I feel like my threat level's gotten too big. I need to chill out, hang out with Matt and Jag, solidify my core, and then we actually start playing Big Brother again. Meanwhile, everyone else was cooking like crazy that week.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like, in terms of perception of the season, like, people just I mean, a lot of people stopped watching that week. Like, just
Was there
straight
not
up
as many episodes or something?
yeah, there was only, instead of 3, there were 2 that week.
Because we were so confused because it was like a week full of twists and competitions. There was nothing all week. Like there's a twist where like we walk into the storage room and there's baskets.
Mhm.
And like I walk into the DR and there's an envelope and I'm like, oh my God, oh my God. The envelope is like, CBS, thanks you guys. Here's some stuff. Um but like it was just it felt like such a grandiose twist. And then at least myself in America, like big fans of the show, were like, oh, they need to lengthen the season.
Yeah.
like that's what's happened. Which, by the way, they did 2 double evictions, so this could have been avoided. But
Yep.
double evictions are fun, I guess. So whatever.
Yeah, this is, I'm pulling up a tweet that I made, at the time. It's this was, Big Brother 25, a documentary. That was the momentum of the season, just an abrupt halt.
Yeah.
And
I
then
think
like
it
a
was
lot of people.
yeah,
Go ahead.
last thing, it was partly, I think, the zombie twist. Also, just Izzy leaving is
Yeah,
tough.
it was definitely the double because Izzy was so active.
Mhm.
Just like, you talked about like, feeling like if you were felt like you might tell a secret, you just went ahead and did it. Like
Yeah.
Izzy was that way, but like with everything.
Mhm.
Like if they discussed, and they always discussed possibilities. So the second they discussed a possibility, Izzy just went and did the possibility.
Yeah.
And then like got the wheels turning, and then like came back, and then they discussed the possibility of not doing it. And then she'd go and be like, okay, never mind, we're not doing it actually.
Of course.
And so like it was like there was never just a discussion. It was discussion plus action constantly. And so the wheels were just always spinning.
Now you got Matt and Jag in power who are just like,
Should we throw the next HOH? Maybe.
God, like Jag ever throwing a competition. I'm like, this is what you're for, Jag. You're like you win the competitions. Remember, that's like it's your job. And then he got the memo. So
Yeah. So zombie week.
mhm.
A lot of people tuned out. Some of them tuned back in after the week. A lot of people didn't. But Matt has to do damage control, which he does. And somehow, Suri in the diary room is like, he could be snaking me, but I just believe in him. And Jag also gets some heat. Blue is also mad, but she's more mad at you than at them. And so Blue is still working with them.
That doesn't make sense to me. Why? Because Blue, I thought that would be Blue would feel similar to Jared, where it's like, well, Cory doing it makes sense. Cory and America were just nominated. Meanwhile, Matt and Jag are my boys. They were in the Onion Alliance at the start. Okay, the reality was I was the HOH when Jared went home, which is the only thing that mattered.
I
But
think
this is where I think my game is derailed because I lose Blue forever.
Yep.
I lose Suri forever. I didn't know that. And
Mhm.
I should have just even forget about the son thing. Izzy and Jared is tough.
I
But I
mean,
know
to
Suri's
be
just
fair, I think that Suri eventually came around to the idea that, like, she might have to work with you to take out, like, Jag or something,
yeah.
but, like, in terms of, like, actually working deep with her, yeah.
Because I remember I saw DR where she was like, I want to keep Cory, but I just hate him in the game. Which I do understand. Like if someone voted out my child, like that'd be a problem.
Mhm.
But we'll get to my eviction week. I don't think there's a chance anyways.
No. So yeah, you lost, but I think another part of it was if the final 2 with America and Blue never gets made, maybe there's a chance, but I think that was, like, the double whammy of, like, Cory took out Jared, and America immediately burned me again from her perspective with the final 2 stuff. I can't trust either one of them.
Yeah.
Um, and also, like, Matt does a lot of damage control there. Jag starts working. So Matt has had this relationship with Bowie. That's gonna become very important soon. Um, and once Cam beats Jared in the first zombie comp, Matt talks to him, and they agree, like, "Hey, if you come back in the game, we should work together." And so, Matt got on that immediately. Cam had always felt good about Matt. He'd always
Yeah.
trusted Matt. So Matt brings it to Jag. He says, "I think we should work with Cam." And then they talk to Blue about it. And then America has the same idea. She also wants to try to work with Cam, but at that point, Matt has already beat her to the punch. And Cam just had this thing, right? And so,
Cam was done with America and I at that point. And there's the weird reasons for it, and then there's the game reasons. The game reason he was like he viewed me and America being pawns for him as like us working with Jared to get him out. Which
yes,
I
I
didn't
think part of that was there was this weirdness
the
about, like,
veto stuff.
choosing him for the veto.
Okay. Again, that's I was trying to be so proactive about that because I was what I realized is every time I thought like the seventh dimensional chess for the veto draw, it always happened. So I was like, okay, America, you and I have to be very intentional about who's the first person to draw the chip, because whoever the second person is going to like doesn't have to worry about house guest choice, but the first person does, because the second person knows that's the last. Like I like this whole thing, and then Cam comes up to me in America, and is like, or just comes up to America and is like, "Yo, are you gonna pick me?" And I think she just does a bad job lying or just doesn't lie. And then I have to in the morning I go up and talk to Cameron, and like I thought it was fine because I did think it made like it was very self-preservation. It wasn't really anti-Cameron at that point. But he was I still don't really get it because like for me, when Jared's HOH and he puts up Cory in America, not Matt and Jag, what that tells me is Matt and Jag are more in with everyone else than Cory in America. He viewed it as, oh, Cory in America were instrumental plans in my back door. Which, like, no, I thought I was the backup target. I guess I was wrong, but that was.
I mean, you could have been like, there were times when it, that was definitely a possibility, but like, yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, and like, it was hard to even catch where it started, but like, Cam just had this thing with Matt, from the very beginning that like he just, he just really thought he had Matt. He had that conversation with Matt when he was with Red about like, you need to let Jag go. And like, Matt was
Yeah.
like, yes, I agree with you. And so,
Let me say here, because I think this is important. In the
Mhm.
jury house, Cam was saying Matt did nothing and Jag was orchestrating the whole game immediately. And I'm the entire first week of the jury, I'm fighting. I'm like, Jag sucks. Matt is a good player. Like, Jag would have been targeted every week. He was evicted 10-0. Which this all I think that is why Cam felt good about Matt, because I think Cam was hard underestimating Matt,
Mhm.
whereas I think I was slightly overestimating Jag, but I was not underestimating Matt. Like, yeah, so
Yeah,
that's just interesting to me. I think that's why he was so good with Matt, because he just thought he was not a player.
I think so too. I think that like, and I don't want to like, put any like words or intentions in Cam's head
Sure.
in terms of like how he viewed Matt, but like my read on it was certainly that like one of the reasons why he felt so good with Matt is because he thought sort of similarly, like, honestly, to like you kind of feeling like you had Bowie, but really she was kind of like doing more than you
Yeah.
thought. Um, but a bit different. But he really thought that like Matt was just like not doing anything and that Matt was just gonna follow him.
Mhm.
Um, and that's, I think, why he felt so comfortable to have that like really aggressive conversation with Matt during his HOH week when he was like, "You're not as smart as I thought you were if you're not going to do what I want you to do."
Yeah.
Because he thought that Matt was just going to do what he wanted. He thought that Matt was another Bowie for him, and little did he
Mhm.
know Bowie was not working with him either. But I think that's why. I think he always felt like, plus Jag's game represented Cam's a lot more closely than Matt's did. They both got evicted. They
Do
both won
I
comps.
do I lose Bowie during Zombie Week, or is it the
Yeah,
week after?
yeah, we're about to
Okay,
get
so
there.
this pissed me off. So like this is I think my real my worst read I had the
Mhm,
entire season, because I really felt comfortable with Matt and Jag, mostly because I felt comfortable with Bowie, and Bowie's such a
mhm.
team player, and I'm like, oh well, they can't get Bowie on board because I started working with Bowie way earlier than Matt and Jag did. We had our stupid alliance name. Like I was like, I feel great about Bowie. I still don't know exactly how they turn Bowie against me, but we'll find out, I guess.
We'll get there, yeah.
Yeah.
So they pitched to Blue, let's use Cam to deflect Cory and America away from us. If we align ourselves with Cam,
Mhm.
Cory has to deal with Cam before he deals with us. Meanwhile, Matt and Jag are really thinking Cory has to deal with Cam and Blue before he can deal with
Yeah.
us. And so Cam proposes, all right, well, I want to work with you guys. What if we make like a brigade style alliance, where Blue is kind of our Brittany, and they name it the Fugitives. Um, so Cam tells Bowie at this point, we're working with Matt and Jag for now, but don't worry, I'm going to bring you along wherever I go. And
This was
America,
what, I think Bowie called this the non-consensual final two.
yes,
Which is
exactly.
so funny. She's like, I don't want to be in a final two. He's like, we're going to the final two, Bowie.
It was like the various ways that people tried to work with Bowie was so funny because like Suri tried to work with Bowie by like pulling her in socially, but then completely disregarding her strategically. Cam tried to work with Bowie by just like acting like she was a piece on the board that had zero personality, basically. It was just like, you
Yeah.
follow me. You're stuck with me, you
It just
follow
didn't
me.
make sense to Cam because he's like, we were both left out of the vote together. You were the first person I pied. It was you, me, and Red were the outcasts. Like,
Yes.
we are a final two. But Bowie like never wanted anything to do with him, which
Yes.
you know, I kind of get it from his perspective, but like also just you got to read the room a little bit.
Yeah, and then you tried to work with Bowie by like bonding with her, and talking about like making some kind of plan, but never actually locking anything in with her.
I kept saying
And
I want her in a final three, and she kept saying, "Yeah, but it's a joke." I was like, yeah, no, of course, but like ultimately, the people I care about most in this game are you and America.
Mhm.
She goes, yeah, but like it's the five. I'm like, of course it's the five, Bowie. Like, it's the five. But once we get to the five, it was really frustrating. And then I don't know. Let's just keep going.
Well, because you had the conversation with her similar to the one you had with Felicia and Mimi, where it was like, well, let's talk down the road about locking something in.
Meanwhile, Matt and Jag
Um,
are already going.
they were about to get there, yeah,
Yeah.
basically. And similar to with America trying to work on Cam, she was telling Cam, like, hey, just so you know, if you come back in, everyone's looking to take you right back out. Meanwhile, he had just had his conversation with Matt, where Matt was like, hey, I want to work with you. So Cam goes back to Matt and he's like, America's trying to convince me that you guys are coming after me, but obviously I know that we're good now. Um, so Bowie actually tries warning America about Cam that he doesn't believe what she's saying, because she's still kind of with you guys at this point. Um, but but it's there's still this like weirdness about how much can America try to work on Cam, and like Cam is probably coming back, so like what do you do about that?
Yeah.
Um, so you tell the cameras at this point, America and I are in a decent spot.
Yeah.
Jag is a good target, a big target, but he's good at competitions. Matt's your highest rated player.
Yeah.
And this is when things really start to get rough with like, you talk to Matt and Jag about Mimi and Felicia because Mimi and Felicia are starting to talk about targeting Matt and Jag.
Yeah.
And so you're like giving them advice on how to approach them. You're like, hey, say that me and America are inseparable and that you want to work against us. And that, hey, I'm gonna win all of the comps at the end because they're mental comps. And this is the other big thing that I was frustrated with because
Okay.
they're
This
not.
season they were kind of mental at the end. It kind of like okay, they were kind of mental. This season, there's some physicals for sure, but like what comp towards the end of the game was like physical.
Well, basically all of them had a physical component. Like BB Comics, for example. You might say that's mental, but
Yeah.
America was perfect on it, and she lost by 2 minutes.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking like 6. But it doesn't really matter because like for me the reason why because this is a very intentional thing of me because everyone the entire game assumed I was studying and would win those comps, the days
Mhm.
comps and things like that. And so my whole thought was like, okay, well, instead of making this like a part of my threat, I'll try to make myself an asset to people. Right. So like, first of all, I kind of screwed up with Jag because he was being evicted and I was sharing with him all my studying and like my tricks and things because I didn't think it mattered, which was stupid because the
That
power.
was my third thing, is that in that conversation, you also start helping them study.
Yeah, the power was in play. So I shouldn't have talked about that stuff with Jag. But I did because I just kind of got lazy, I guess. And there's also the component of like, I know Jag is getting frustrated because he's carrying us in the game at this point. He's winning the competitions. Or this is a little bit later in the season. I started thinking this. And I'm like, okay, I need to prove my worth to them and be like, yeah, like there's benefits to you guys working with me too. because basically my only role at that point was jury threat and in a showmance.
Hmm.
So I'm like, here's how I can help you guys. And there was also that idea floating around the house the whole time about like we're studying and there's been no competitions you'd have to study for yet. So like we all kind of were thinking it's gonna start happening pretty soon. So like I thought that was a problem I had to get in front of, but I might have just like created the problem.
Yeah, well, so basically, the ways that people started turning on you were right after the double eviction. Blue and Matt kind of tag team Jag, with the argument that, hey, Cory is using us to win competitions. Matt in particular is like, I had to win that veto. Cory threw it. And I had to win that. Cory didn't even have a single piece.
He just doesn't know the strategy of the competition.
Yeah.
Fucking gold medal Olympian. He's like, I beat Cory. He did rec soccer. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Like, I'm sitting there. My strategy is genius. And I would have gotten 12th place if there were 13 people competing. Like, that's infuriating. Also, I won the HOH 8 minutes before. That who would have won it before? Blue or Mimi? Anyways, keep going.
Yeah. So that's one. And then the other is he's dangerous. He's gonna win all these endgame competitions. He keeps telling us he's gonna win all these endgame competitions. He's gonna be better at like we're in the current period of the game where we're able to win the competitions. Hopefully next week it's slip and slide. And so we need to make sure that Cory leaves before he gets to his section of the competitions where he'll beat us all. And so so that flips Jag. Like Jag is mad, Matt is mad, Blue is still mad. And so they start like brewing about that. And then the thing that really like kicks it off, America tells Blue that you think that Mimi is targeting Matt and Jag, which was true. And you had already kind of talked to them about it, but just not in like that much detail. Blue runs it to Matt and Jag. She's like, "Hey, guess what? America just told me. She told me that Cory thinks that, or Cory said that Felicia and Mimi are targeting you guys." And they're like, "What the? Why are we hearing this from you and not Cory?" Like this is just classic America spilling information that she shouldn't, which means that Cory's hiding things from us. Jag's like, I'm too trusting. I really thought they were with us. And he's like, bro, she's a snake. She's a snitch. And this is when they're like, and Blue is ecstatic. She's like, this is perfect. I've got them. We're targeting them next, right? And at the time they were like, yes, we are. Because they were mad. And then with that energy, Matt goes to Bowie. And he and this is like basically the way I see the game is that like the game runs, the Izzy flip happens, and then there's basically 2 moves left in the game. One is picking up Cam for his HOH week. The other is picking up Bowie for her HOH weeks because they're the only 2 people that win HOH aside from Matt and Jag the rest of the game. And they both happen in Zombie Week. And so Matt goes to Bowie and he starts talking about all of the things that they just talked about. You're using people to win competitions. Bowie doesn't really care. You're using other people to do your dirty work. Bowie doesn't really care. You are going to win all the endgame comps. Bowie doesn't really care. It's not until he says, oh, here's another thing that Blue is telling us. Cory, America, and Blue. Cory made a final 3 with America and Blue, which is something that like Blue was trying to imply. It obviously is not true.
Yeah.
But after all the other stuff, which it seemed like Bowie was not biting, to this Bowie goes, what? But he's been trying to talk to me about making a final 3. He's already got one with Blue. And this pisses her off. And then from that moment forward in that conversation, like, it's open. She's, like, spilling everything she has on you. She goes upstairs to talk to you afterward and, like, completely pretends like everything's fine. But, like, she's done.
Yeah, that's I mean, it makes sense from Bowie's perspective because the way I was trying to flip Bowie was saying Matt and Jag at a Final Four with Suri and Felicia. Like, that's the shit she hates. She just doesn't like being left out.
Yeah.
It just wasn't true in this case. And like the America Blue stuff, I think is frustrating for both of them because I think they actually both wanted it at various points in the game. The problem was like Blue was just tied to Suri and America was tied to me.
Mhm.
And like it just killed any chances of that happening. And you know, Blue was tied to Jared before that, right? So like, it's aggravating from my perspective because I told America so many times, like, it's just this is such a lost cause. Like she was targeting me last week, but America has a game outside of her showmance with me. You know what I mean? Like she's trying to work Blue and she's trying to work Jag, and you know, so like I don't falter for that. Because ultimately, it would have been a hard path, but I think America was in a she had win equity towards the end there. But I mean, I think like at a certain point, you got to just accept like it's Blue is not it. Like we cannot trust Blue, and so many of these conversations were happening. I didn't know about them. And then she would tell them about me later,
Mhm.
and I would have two choices. Basically, okay, am I going to go try to be very proactive and do damage control for this conversation, or am I going to hope it works out? Now, obviously, damage control seems better, but that gets messy because America's making me swear to not leak anything because that would make Blue pissed off at America. And there's always the possibility that what America's doing is actually helping me because what if Blue wins HOH? This is what bails me out. So, like, I think, and let's be honest, I think I've talked to the cameras a couple times about this. I was fucking out of gas. Like,
Mhm.
I was really feeling it at this point. You know, like Big Brother is extremely hard on everybody, but I was really feeling it. Like I could not sleep more than an hour a night in there. I think it's just the stress and anxiety and cameras is just it's just pretty hard for everyone. But I think I probably handled it worse than most. And so when I'm presented these two options of like, I can really try to like do damage control and fix this, or I can hope it works out. And then there's all these benefits for hoping it works out. And like I'm trying to rationalize. That's kind of where I landed. And this really, apparently, it didn't matter during my eviction week, but that was the thought process there too. Um, Honestly, I still think I was in an okay spot because I kind of retained a Jag for a while, just like so. I think purely socially.
So, yes. So,
Yeah.
basically, there's this big push from Blue.
Mhm.
Matt and Jag are upset with you. Matt uses that energy to pull Bowie,
Yeah.
which is the real damage that's done.
Right.
After that, you and America both have conversations with Matt and Jag where you're like, "Hey, we're good. Like, we're working together." And they kind of calm down and they're like, "Wait a minute. Cory and America still think they're with us. Like, Blue is probably exaggerating. Blue is trying to push her own agenda.
Yeah.
We don't need to take out Cory and America yet." So they kind of come down from that, but the byproduct was now
Bowie's.
they have Bowie.
Yeah.
So you do manage to get them back briefly. Um, and uh, and then Blue starts to like after they back down, Blue's like, "Hey, what about when we were targeting Cory? I thought we're targeting Cory still, right?" And that's
Mhm.
when they start to turn on Blue. Because they're like, "Oh, Blue's playing selfish. Blue's trying to push this on us. Like, Blue's no good."
I hate when people play selfishly in Big Brother. It's
Oh,
fucked up.
terrible. So this is really like where the game ends. Like
Well, there's a Mimi Felicia decision.
there is a Mimi Felicia decision, but like unless Mimi is winning one of those comps, like
No, no, no. Hear me out. Here's why I fucked up.
mhm,
This could have made all the difference. I could be the winner of the show. If I keep Mimi, I don't think Mimi is gonna work with me necessarily, and she's probably not gonna win a comp. Maybe she
mhm.
would she'd probably put up Matt and Jag, but she wouldn't have won anyways. I do think if Mimi is there instead of Felicia, I might survive comic week. Because in my head, it was like, okay, I don't trust Mimi because she doesn't give me anything. I don't trust Felicia because it's Felicia and she just yelled at me. But, or like, so let's just get rid of the bigger threat, right? Mimi's actually a competent player. She's very good socially. Like, people like her. This is like a no-brainer for me. But for me, what I didn't realize, or I guess I think if I was able to zoom out and look at it, I'd figure this out. But like, I needed to be dragged to the end.
Yep.
You know, I wasn't dragging anyone to the end. So like, Mimi would have been worthwhile to evict there, where there's no reason to get rid of Felicia.
Yep.
So like, that was the mistake, and I didn't see that when they tried to do the whole fucking let's have Cory convince Cameron. Like, I didn't buy it from Cameron. I did buy it from Jag.
Mhm.
So when I'm in the kitchen trying to convince Jag, because we're basically talking about this week now, because whatever, Cam
wins the HOH.
wins
Yeah.
HOH, whatever. And he nominates Felicia Mimi, so that's all good. He's pushing for me to be backdoored like crazy, and then Jag's basically defending me, and Matt's not, right?
Yes. That's the basics of it. We can get into more detail later, but
Yeah. So this whole time, I am thinking it makes more sense to get rid of Mimi, and I'm thinking, all right, it's time to start campaigning. It's time to start convincing people. I go to Jag and I convince him pretty easily, which should have been a red flag, but it's Jag. Like, I don't know. I thought it was probably just pretty easy to get through to Jag sometimes.
Mhm.
And then when I go upstairs to Cameron, and Cameron's like, wow, Cory, you're making some great points. Can you list the pros and cons again? I'm like, Cam, no one's ever convinced you of anything in this entire house. The only funny part about it was like America went up and pitched it and was completely shut down. And then I went up and pitched it and he was like, absolutely. So I was kind of teasing America about that. But like, that plan was so stupid. Like, Cameron, like in the jury house, Cam's like, I bet. Oh, no, not even the jury house. It was when he was campaigning to stay the next week.
Yeah.
He's like, he got played, Cory. I'm like, no, I got played by Jag. I've been getting played by Matt for weeks at this point. But I just think it was the wrong choice to get rid of Mimi.
Yeah. There were a lot of there were a lot of Cory stands that were very mad at me that week because I was saying that evicting Mimi was the wrong play.
Yeah, you know what?
You're so hard on Cory, Taran. Stop.
You had the death threats coming, honestly, Taran. Like, you were asking for it.
So yeah, so you have the basics of it here, I think, this week. You know, it's Cam is the HOH. Matt and Jag are happy to target Felicia for now, but obviously they're gonna have their own thoughts later. And Matt starts talking to Blue about how Cam needs to go. But they can't talk to Jag about it yet because Jag is not willing to turn on Cam yet.
Yeah.
And so you know, Mimi and Felicia go up. Felicia blames you for it. Funny. You actually get Jag back on board with you, like pretty much all the way. Like, you talk to Jag, you make an argument that is, if we go to the Final Four and it's me, America, you, Matt.
Yeah.
America will be like, you can not trust America all you want, but she will want that Final Four because she knows that we're all dragging her to the end. And this logic really clicks for Jag. He goes and talks to Matt and he's like, dude, we should go to the Final Four or at least the Final Five with Cory, America, and Bowie. And Matt is like, no. Why would we do that?
Yeah, we gotta do
Jag's like, no, here's the logic. It's good logic.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And that's when Matt tries to pitch to Jag, we need to take the shot at Cam, and Jag's like, no, we can't take the shot at Cam yet. Like, that's not the play. So then Cam wins the veto, and this is when things really they get wild for you.
Yeah.
And this is probably when, like, you know, your brother is probably like in the worst shape, I would imagine, because this is right before jury, and he just wanted you to make jury. You have a long conversation with Blue. Now, you just had a lot of success talking to Jag.
Yeah.
And getting him back on your side. You seem to try to do the same thing with Blue. You have a conversation in the hammock with her. Doesn't exactly work the same way. You give her some stock watch ratings, which she immediately shares.
This part of the game was pissing me off so much. The whole rat race to Cameron, because it's Cameron too. And I liked Blue in the jury house. She's very sweet, but like the rat race to Cameron was so aggravating in the house. She was so annoying to work with.
Oh, I mean, it wasn't just she would like I said, she just had an agenda against you at that point. She was mentally tallying every single piece of anything you said to her. She was like, "Oh, I can use that against him. Oh, this one." And
She's
then
also
she'd
making a
dump
ton
it
of
off.
stuff up though. Like the whole she runs up to me and says, Cameron's got to go. And I'm like, sure. Then she runs up to Cameron and goes, Cory says you got to go. Like, that was the shit that was pissing me off. Because then I have to run up to Cameron and get out in front of these things. When the truth is, there's no reason for me to be talking to Blue. Like, it's a lost cause.
Mhm.
But then there's the American Blue thing. So, like, here's what I think. I think America, because she never wanted me to talk to Blue about American Blue's relationship because she's like, I haven't told you these things. You know what I mean? Like I'm not supposed to tell you. And if
Mhm.
Blue knows that, I think if we all just were pretty like more open with each other, like and America was like just told Blue, like I'm gonna tell Cory, Cory will work with you, I promise. That could have worked out.
Yeah, I mean, like the
Blue never
thing
even
is,
won HOH, so it doesn't matter.
yeah, that's right. Like the thing is that like ultimately we analyzed this to death, but like none of it mattered. Like
Yeah.
once Matt pulled Bowie, the game ended.
That's what I said. I said that I said it a week later because I didn't think they pulled Bowie up until I was evicted. Like that whole week was when they got her. And I was basically saying so my read was off this way. I'm like, once Felicia ratted out the plan and Bowie went back to Matt and Jag, the game ended. And I mean it did. They won the next 5 HOHs, so or
Yeah.
4 HOHs.
So Cam goes to Matt. He says, "Look at Cory trying to talk to Blue. Like he's trying to work with Blue. He's trying to team up with Blue. What if I use the veto, take out Cory?"
Matt's down.
Matt is down for an interesting reason. Matt is thinking, and he says this to Jag later, that's an awful move for your game, Cam. He's thinking this. He says, if Cam makes this move, that frees Blue up to target Cam instead of Cory. That means that it frees us up, it frees everyone up to target Cam, which is what I want and Jag doesn't want. So if I encourage Cam to do this, Cam leaves next week much easier. And so Matt starts encouraging Cam. He's like, "Yeah, I think that's a great idea." And when he brings it to Jag, Jag's like, "No, we don't want Cory to go. Cory is good for us because it means Blue is targeting Cory, Cory's targeting Blue, and like it's good." And Matt's like, "No, but that leaves Cam in the game, and I don't want Cam in the game." And Jag is like, "No, Cam is good for us for now. We shouldn't want this to happen." So Jag pushes back, and that pisses Cam off. And so Cam goes to Matt and he's like, dude, obviously we know Jag eventually needs to be dealt with, right? Like this guy's a problem.
Wow.
And Matt is like, okay. Jag, now will you get Cam out? Because he's starting to talk about you as a problem. And
Oh wait, was Cam the compromise? Was that the
it kind of was like that.
Okay.
Like there wasn't like an official like deal made, but like Matt sort of agreed to like keep you at the same time that Jag was like, okay, we'll target Cam. Because that was the reason, like that was the reason Matt wanted it to happen, was because he wanted as long as Cam was being targeted, Matt was happy. He didn't care who left that week.
There was an argument I was making all season to them, which I don't know if it landed, where like also at that point they couldn't have known they were gonna win out.
Right.
Where like I was like, once you get rid of me or America, probably me, you two are gonna be everyone's nominees. Now the truth is they were a lot of people's nominees anyways, and they survived it. But I was basically saying like keep me in the game for no other reason than someone else wins HOH, you have a chance of not being nominated. They might nominate me in America.
Yeah.
And I thought that was basically the only pitch I can make because I that's what made me so anxious at this point of the game. I didn't offer them anything outside of Cory might be able to win HOH and protect us, but they didn't trust me. I just don't understand how Jag won in this spot against Matt and the HOH.
I mean, he just kept pushing, and then because it was really like it ultimately, when we said this, it came down to what Matt pushed.
Yeah.
And Matt just kept like playing both sides. Like he would still go up to Cam and be like, "Yeah, no, I agree with you, but Jag, you know, and we don't want to lose Jag,
Matt,
do we?"
right? Matt should have just kind of gone for it.
I mean, like in terms of like pushing Cam to do you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Right.
Wait, and how it worked out, it didn't matter, right?
Yeah. But so basically like oh, and then another huge part of it is that because it really like it still hadn't changed
Yeah.
until Cam talked to you for the second time, because he had a weird awkward conversation with you first, and he was like who are you looking to target, and he felt unsatisfied with your answer.
He was begging me to say blue, basically.
Right. And then he eventually gets you to say blue. I think. Yeah. You eventually finally admit that you're targeting blue. That's when he goes back to Matt and Jag and he's like, you know what? We can keep Cory. He's finally being honest with me. But I'm putting a lot of trust in the two of you. And they're like, oh, we're with you, we're with you. So that's kind of how it goes, and then this is another tweet that I made about you. This was with feeds went down for the veto meeting, and this was some footage of you that week. Came very close.
And just like that, Cory gets a 9 on the stock watch. Crazy he was able to persevere zombie week. This week I did not, because I'm sitting downstairs like paranoid, like, oh, why is Jag up there with Cameron all week? Meanwhile, he's up there basically fighting for my life.
Mhm.
I also felt okay because I was like, even if I get backdoored, I probably have the votes. Look, if I was able to get backdoored, I definitely didn't have the votes. But at this point in the game, any time before the veto meeting, I was horribly paranoid because I was just too out in front. After the Izzy vote, it flipped. I was surviving against America before the Izzy vote. After the Izzy vote, I'm going home against America.
Mhm.
And that's what was really freaking me out because, like my whole rationalization the whole season was I'm in this showmance. We're going to be on the block together, but it's fine because I'll survive. And now I know there's no shot I survive against America.
Mhm.
And I'm just hoping, things work out. And they almost do, but, it was always going to catch up to me.
Yeah. So the noms stay the same.
Yep.
This is when I was like, okay, so obviously for Matt and Jag, and Matt immediately, and so did Jag, they both were just like, we should keep Mimi, or we should get rid of Mimi, I should say. But they didn't think they'd have the votes because it wouldn't be worth it to piss off you in America. And why would you in America want to get rid of Mimi over Felicia, especially because you just got into it with Felicia?
Why wouldn't they have the votes? Wouldn't it just be them two in blue, or they just wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of the
They
votes?
wouldn't. They said it wouldn't be worth it to piss off you.
Okay, gotcha.
In America, that like it's an optimal move, but not if it costs them you too.
Because we'll know they don't trust us, then we're going to nominate them.
Right. And Matt was like annoyed with Felicia. He was like, why would she do that? Why would she go off on Cory in America like that? Now it's gonna be so much harder to get Cory in America to agree to this. But they do talk about it with Bowie, and Bowie's like, I'm down, whatever. And so then they go to you, and you're like, guys, I've been thinking we should get rid of Mimi.
I was like, you guys don't get to make the move. I get to make the move. And you know what? I made the move. we got there. I didn't, again, like I think I don't know if I underestimated Jag or just estimated Jag. But when I convinced Jag, I was like, okay, well that makes sense. Jag is down with whatever always. And at this point, you see that conversation with like Cam and Jag and Mimi in the HOH room about Dash and Alexis?
About Dash and Alexis.
It's like Mimi setting them up with her friends and describing the dates and stuff.
It rings a bell. I don't know that I like
It was like a
watched the whole thing.
2-hour, 3-hour conversation
Yeah.
of just Mimi basically doing stand-up comedy to them.
Mhm.
And I was in there and I was like, I think Mimi's with Jag. I was like, I have no reason to believe Mimi's with me over Jag.
Yeah,
That's
and
basically where I stood.
you had tried talking with her again that week too, and she's still like
Well, the
up in the
problem is this whole
balcony.
Mimi Felicia thing was really messy for me.
Yeah.
And then I think Mimi but she was out on me before. Like, I blame myself because the logic, even if Mimi didn't trust me, I should still keep Mimi over Felicia.
Mhm.
But I do blame Mimi for me not trusting her because
Yeah.
I really was trying to trust her all season. Like I wanted to trust her. I just couldn't.
Yeah, and so, like, ultimately, like, the reason we're saying that, just to make this clear that we're saying that probably Mimi should have stayed for you is that it leaves another person for Jag and Matt to have to deal with before they probably end up dealing with you. So, like, they have to deal with Cam, they have to deal with Blue. They don't have to deal with Felicia, but they would have to deal with Mimi. And so it's
Yeah.
just another person that could be targeted.
I think I said that in my eggs interviews too.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that pissed me off. But there you go.
So there is a little bit of back and forth. You actually almost convinced them to not do the move because you start pushing really hard for the move. And you also have like another plan with it, which is why don't we blindside Blue and Suri?
Okay, that was genius. It was just so optimistic that it would ever happen.
It was the second you left the room, they were like, we're not doing that. He's just trying to make us ruin our relationships with
I
Blue and
walk out of
Suri.
the room and I'm like,
And
he's
so then they
playing.
were like, Cory wants us to do this. Maybe we shouldn't.
Mm,
But then, we have the whole scene that we talked about before where you go over pros and cons.
yeah.
And so on and so forth.
I thought that was all of us playing Cameron. I didn't think that was
Right.
Cameron, Matt, and Jag playing me.
Hmm.
Because like Cameron was like, that vote was already flipped. I'm like, Cam, it was flipped before anyone talked to you. Like,
I mean, from Cameron's perspective, it was playing you, but it was also playing because Cameron was the last person they needed to convince. And Jag had just part of Jag convincing Cam was this play on you
yeah,
because that was part of it. He was worried that because Jag was pitching to Cam, hey, Mimi is more likely to work with Cory. Felicia is more likely to work with us essentially. And Cam was like, well, I mean, I guess if it's not it's not what's good for Cory, but why is Cory pitching it then if it's not good for him? And Jag's like, I don't know, he's just overplaying. And so then part of being able to convince Cam was putting on this whole charade where they got one over on you, which I think helped convince
sure.
Cam.
That makes sense. Also, Cameron's reasonings for getting rid of Felicia were so silly. Like it was like she's gonna be a bitter juror. I'm like, you think Mimi's voting for you, Cameron? Like it was such a goofy and
Mhm.
I was because I think part of why I was so like, oh, we should get rid of Mimi. I was like, well, his reasons for getting rid of Felicia make no sense. It's like she's gonna be a bitter juror. She's gonna set the tone poorly, and we just don't want to live with her. And I'm like, none of these matter to me.
Cam's only option in the game was to target Matt and Jag, and to take Jag out that week, essentially.
And look, if I win HOH, I'm still targeting him that
Yeah.
next week. So like he's in a win out mode.
I mean, the fact is, he was already evicted.
Yeah.
He was really bad at the game. He was never gonna make it. So when I say that, it's not like, oh, that was the correct move for it. It was just like the only move that still would have ended in disaster. Granted, maybe there's a spot where hey, Bowie wins that next comp. If he had targeted Matt and Jag, and maybe that's enough to pull Bowie away from them for that time. And then Bowie doesn't go after him with Jag and Matt. But honestly, Matt's still in the game, and Matt's the
He
one
really
who
had
got.
to work with me in America, but it would not have happened from either of our sides. So it
Yeah,
just
I mean,
never gonna happen.
his game was just over at that point. So I mean, at the end of the day, like I'm not saying I fault Cam for that. I mean, I think his previous two HOHs were terrible, but like that was honestly his probably best HOH, even though it was still the wrong probably move. Because like you might as well try, you
Well,
know.
we were arguing in jury because I was like, oh no, this is at the round table, I think, where like Suri was saying like Cam's the only one who stood up to Matt, like the only one who wasn't like a Matt and Jag employee.
Oh, he was the biggest.
That's what I was saying. I was like, he won HOH and put up Mimi and Felicia, and then he was gonna backdoor me until they said no. Like, and because her argument was like, well, he evicted Jag. He was HOH when Jag was gone.
He was
I was
tricked
like,
into it.
that was months ago.
That
Like,
was when he shouldn't have done it.
yeah. So, and we'll get to the round table because I have still have beef.
Okay.
But anyways,
So Bowie wins HOH. This is actually a fun episode.
I bet everyone's happy about Bowie being HOH.
Everyone's happy. Everyone has their own agenda. And so there's a little bit of controversy here because Jag really feels like it was him that convinced Bowie to take the shot at Cam. From my perspective, Matt was the one that talked to her first, and by the end of the
Mhm.
conversation with Matt, she's already saying the thing, which is, okay, what you're saying makes sense, Matt. I just need reasons. I just need to hear something that he said. And that's when Matt was like, well, I think Jag might have some things. And so it's definitely like a team effort, but it's basically and part of it too is that like you helped give arguments.
I was in that all season, and I don't know if I should have been, but like again, I'm trying to turn my sketchiness into an asset a little bit. But like also at this point, so I think it's the three of us really convincing Bowie. Like the whole idea is,
Mhm.
oh, America, you go talk to Cam, and then the three of us are gonna go speak to Bowie about getting rid of Cam. But Bowie didn't trust me at that point, right?
Yeah,
So I guess my conversation was like just for fun.
pretty
Yeah,
much. Yeah. Um,
cool. I had a good time. I don't know.
It
I
was
like
like
talking to
it was
Bowie.
you going in and saying and pitching Cam, and then Cam going in and pitching you, and Bowie to both of you were just it was just like these two. And so it was to Matt and Jag that she had like the real conversation. She was
Yeah.
like, I want to do Suri and Felicia. And she tells us in the diary room, Suri was the one she really wanted to leave. She was like, Suri's the most dangerous player here. Which by this time, so Suri's journey, just to do a
Mhm.
quick recap there. Everything flips on her. All of Zombie Week, she's she's trying to get back in with people.
Mhm.
Everything she does, she tells Jared. Jared tells Blue. Blue tells Matt. And then so like every single thing that Suri is doing is ratted out, is like cycled through Matt and Jag. And so it's all cycled through, and she's getting caught on every single lie,
Yeah.
like over and over and
And
over.
everyone
And
at this point is already on such high guard for
exactly.
Suri. Yeah.
It's so she's already in a bad spot. She's trying to get back in, and the second somebody starts to believe her, they're told, "Oh, that already got back to everyone." So like Felicia's pissed, like everyone's pissed at Suri. She's having a hell of a time getting back into the game. But as soon as Jared leaves, she starts to slowly reintegrate. And so this week with Bowie, Bowie tries to target her because she feels like Suri's dangerous.
Mhm.
By the end of the week, Bowie is inviting her into a final four with Matt and Jack. Um,
Yeah.
and they're all three of them talking about how much they trust Suri and want to go to the final four with Suri. So she does do some good work to
Mhm.
get back in.
Sure.
And she is from that point supposed to be the last person they target before the final three. Obviously, that switches just slightly. But she has managed to sort of like work her way back in. Obviously, a huge part of that too is the comp factor.
Yeah, so they
Um,
asked me in the jury house, they're like, "Who do you think played the best game in the jury outside of you?" Right? Or I didn't they s I think I said me. But, and then they were like, but basically my answer, I think, and I stand by, is like, Suri's the best player, but I don't think she had a chance of winning. Like, and that's because I think her path was with Jared and Izzy.
so
Because yeah, go ahead.
there was a time, and I don't know how true this is because
Mhm.
it's Matt, but, like, Matt did say in the diary room at least once that his plan was to take Suri to the final 2.
Taryn,
Now
I'll tell you a secret. I think Suri might have had a tough time against Matt in the final 2.
that was the thing. We were like, can she even win against Matt in the final 2 was the question,
Mm.
especially if he's cut Jag to get there and stuff like that. But it felt like there was a plausible way for it to happen, especially if Jag does get cut prior to the final 3.
Yeah.
That means that, like, Suri or Bowie or
Yeah.
Felicia or somebody actually has a chance of winning that final 3 HOH, cutting Matt, and then Suri's there with, like, a Felicia or a Bowie or something like that.
Yeah, look,
It was still kind of a tall order, though.
if anyone could do it, it's Suri.
Mhm.
I really do believe that, but the way I viewed the game at that point was like Suri theoretically is going to be good in front of a jury. She's not going to win part 1 or 2 because she wasn't really studying in the house. And like there's just no chance anyone's going to take her because the people who are going to be left, it's either going to be like a Matt and Jag situation. It's always going to be smarter to take Bowie. It's always going to be smarter to take Felicia. Blue's a goat if it came down to final 3 situations, right? So like if there was a path, then Suri made it, it would have been one of the most impressive, end games I've ever seen. And maybe she was closer than I think, but like in the jury house, like I was really thinking like Suri dominated the first half of the game, and the second half of the game was like trying to just survive.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was basically it. Like,
Yeah.
I think that, it really came down to, could she beat Matt in a final 2? Would that structure stay in place long enough for it to happen? Would Matt actually betray Jag? And if those 2 things were true, which they looked like they were possible, then,
Mhm.
like, all of a sudden she's, like, in a spot to potentially have a shot again. And there were some people that really were like, "No, listen, this is Suri we're talking about. She's gonna do it."
Yeah.
But it definitely was sort of like a tall order.
But then Matt said he would never have cut Jag ever, so
I mean, he said it. He said in the diary room that was what he was, and he said it to Cerise. I don't
he
know.
said it in the final 2 chairs, which is crazy.
I
We're
know.
like, "You've ever cut Jag?" He goes, "No." I'm like, "Well, there you go."
Even said in the diary. And listen, it's the diary room,
Yeah.
so who knows? But like he said in the diary room, I think I need to cut Jag. I'd like to sit next to Cerise, something along those lines in the final 2. And then in a couple episodes later, he's like, I've changed my mind. I now think I can beat Jag in a final 2. I don't need to cut him. And
That's
that
my
was after the final 6 double eviction.
I think that's my fault. I left the house and told Matt he was the best player in the house.
Yes, it was. You changed because that's when Jag started to think about cutting Matt. And that's when Matt thought he didn't have to cut Jag.
Yeah, and I mean, I meant it at the time, and look, in retrospect, I think Matt's probably a better player than Jag. We'll get into it, why I voted the way I
Mhm.
voted. I mean, there's
All
not
right.
that much game left, like, I mean
Yeah, I
not
mean, as I said, the game kind of ended when Bowie got pulled in. So Jag, whether it's Matt, whether it's Jag, maybe we'll get into it with them someday. Matt makes the initial push to get Bowie to agree. I will do this, and he uses your logic, the logic that you
Mhm.
pitched to him. He uses that helps convince Bowie to take the shot at Cam. She says, "I just need to hear about some things that he said." That eventually happens because, of course, you can just find things, especially it's Cam, so it's easy.
Yeah.
And this is when Suri is like, "Oh, Matt and Jag are doing the same thing I was doing at the start of the game. They're playing everyone." And
Yeah.
she's trying to warn Blue about this. She's trying to get Jag out of the game. She's doing everything she can, while at the same time, of course, trying to like get in with them as much as possible. Um, there's a bunch of stuff that happen. Jag wins the veto. Cam's dead. It's easy.
Mhm.
Cam starts spilling everything to America and you, but again, it doesn't really matter. Like until you win a
I was
comp, there's
never
nothing that can
considering
happen.
keeping Cam, and if
Yeah.
I wanted to keep Cam with all my heart, I could not have kept Cam.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. You were on the verge of being evicted by him last week when it was a terrible move for him to do that in the first place. Like, and the way he was talking to Matt and Jag, like, he probably would have just teamed up with them again.
He wanted to go to the
Like,
Floodgate. I think he would have gone to the final three with Matt and Jag. I think that was his
Yeah.
idea. But I mean, he was not gonna get close to that, obviously. But it was the one thing he dumped on me that pissed me off was the name of the double eviction veto. That was the one thing where he told me, I'm like, who the fuck knew and hasn't been saying it? Because there's such an arbitrary thing, and we came up with such a good name for the double eviction veto that they didn't use. You know about this?
No.
So the double eviction veto was called Monster Kill.
Yes.
And then someone at some point was like, oh, it's called Monster Stakes. I'm like, that's genius, because it's like this. Anyways, I just thought this podcast had to be a little bit longer, so just inject that.
So yeah, he tries. Obviously, it's basically nobody's interest to keep Cam around at this point. Matt and Jag at the end of the week are disagreeing on who should go next. Matt wants you to go next. Jag wants Blue to go next.
I'm the better target.
I agree.
Yeah. Like, I was so nervous at this point for this next HOH. And then when we found out it was comics, I was like, well, shit, I hope I'm good at Jag.
Yep. And he wins. Everyone basically immediately knows it's him. Like literally the feeds came back. Jag was in the comic room with Suri and Felicia. As soon as he leaves the room, Suri goes, it's him. So obvious.
Time was too fast. It was 8, and America did a great job, and I did pretty well. Like I was 11 minutes. She was like 10:50.
I think America, like
fastest time ever.
Fastest woman to ever finish to do that, and she lost by 2 minutes.
Yeah, so that's how it goes. By the way, amazing zings this season. Horrible comics. But the comics are always bad, so it's fine. Yeah, I mean, basically that whole night of the Invisible HOH, I'm freaking out because no one's telling me that they're in the Invisible HOH, which means I'm going to be nominated. Then in the morning, Jag tells us, and I'm like, well, we're good because there's no fucking reason for him to tell us if we're not good. So I feel great about that. I don't understand why no one suspects it's Matt. Because I'm like, okay, I understand ruling out Suri and Felicia. Because America's sitting there trying to convince me it's Suri or Felicia, which I was like I don't want to be the one to underestimate anybody. But I'm like, you think Felicia was like zipping up and down, going 8:30 in that competition? Like, I just don't see it. And we were basically like, all right, it's either Jag or Blue. And the only reason we didn't think it was, we thought it might have been Blue was because the time she said we thought was way too comically large. And we're like, Blue's better than that. But apparently she just got stumped somewhere.
Yeah.
And then Jag tells us, we're like, all right, well, that's good. Jag told us, so clearly we're not the target, because otherwise he would just never tell us, pretend it was Blue, have no blood on his hands. It'd be great. So, I think I was pushing for.
You changed your mind a couple times, but you settled on just one.
I was saying put him up directly. He was leaning towards the back door, I think.
He was leaning toward the back door, so much so that he approached Bowie and said, Bowie, I'm going to need to put you up as a pawn.
I'm surprised he didn't lose Bowie permanently for that.
Me too. She cried. Because he not only he pushed it, and then she was like, that's a silly idea. And he was like, but I need you to do it. And she was like, no, why would we do this? But I need you. Like, he kept pushing.
That might be why she kind of took the bait later in the week.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but the problem is she cried to Matt, and Matt was like, you're right. Like, that was so wrong of him to do that. Like, there's no reason for you to be on the block. And so they had a good cop, bad cop kind of thing in that spot, at least. And then eventually Jag is like, okay, I'll just put them both up. And then he goes to Bowie and he's like, you're right, Bowie. We shouldn't be going up on the block. I'm going to put Blue right up. So the plan is Blue and Felicia on the block. If Blue wins the veto, this is Jag's initial plan. Suri goes up, Felicia goes home.
Yeah.
America, the previous week, this is obviously what eventually came out, warned Blue, Matt and Jag are coming for you. Blue did not tell Matt and Jag immediately. She brought it to Suri first. And
Yeah.
Suri said, hold this. Just pretend, act like you believe them with all of your heart. And that you trust them with everything. Hopefully they won't target you. But ideally, like if Blue wins a comp, Suri's like, go, target. But now that she's on the block, she rats it out first to Matt, then to Jag. America told me that you guys are coming for me. And we don't really see the fallout from it because then the veto comp starts.
Yeah.
Jag and Blue both win vetoes. With Blue having the veto, Matt's like, okay, now can we do Cory?
Mhm.
And Jag initially is still kind of reluctant. He's like, well, especially now, like we've already put Blue on the block. Now she's gonna be mad at us. So like, we kind of still need Cory as a shield, no? Like, and then they start talking about all these like weird ways to try to like make it seem like Jag didn't do it. Like, what if Matt goes on the block and then Jag takes him down and then replaces Jag with Cory to make it seem like it's not Jag?
But this was confusing. I guess to make it seem like it wasn't Jag to Blue.
Yes, to Blue, because now
Yeah.
Blue is staying, and if Jag, the problem is if Jag nominates you, it makes it clear that it wasn't you that was the HOH.
Yeah, but you can't frame me and evict me. Like,
I know.
so
It was a
unless
bad
their
plan.
plan was to convince her it was Felicia, which she was nominated. To convince her it was Suri.
Something like that, or maybe America. Who
cut
knows?
me.
It was a
Badass.
very bad plan.
Yeah, okay. Because they came to me with a version of that plan, which is you missed some embarrassing ass veto speeches. Like
We did, yeah.
Yeah, this was so. I'll just walk us through the rest of the week because it sucked. After this happened, America and I are freaking out for the next 2 days. Like we're going to bed, just like losing our fucking minds because they're up in the Humiliverse at like 3 a.m. kicking butt, and we're like, oh no. And it was like 4 a.m. Matt's making like bad ideas, and we're like, oh shit, we got to go make bad ideas with Matt. Matt reassures us, and we believe him because it's Matt. And then it's the night of the veto meeting, and I'm like playing pool, and I'm like, I think we're getting backdoored. I think it's happening. I think, or I didn't even think about the double backdoor. Like I know I've mentioned it as a possibility talking to the cameras, but I was like, yeah, it's whatever. It's not gonna happen. And then they ask us to lower the outdoor awnings, and I'm doing that with Jag. And at this point, obviously, everything is already flipped. They've told everyone the night before. They gave us wine that night. I still blame the wine. And Jag is like, he's asking me, like, so what do you think the best way to do it? Because the meeting's in like an hour. He's like, what do you think the best way to do it is? Like, should we put Matt up and then take him down and then put you up or something? Like, just, or not that, but basically saying Suri's going to go up ultimately. An hour before the meeting. And then finally I feel good. I'm like, okay, there's no fucking reason to do this if I'm getting backdoored. Right, because this is just gonna make me annoyed. Like the move is done. That was the thing that pissed me off about Jag a lot, was like after the veto meeting, he was still bullshitting a lot. Which I know we asked him about it in the finale, but I was like paranoid all week about getting backdoored, and then an hour before I was like, oh, we're fine. Then when he puts up America, I know we're screwed because in that conversation, I was like, don't put up America for fun. She's going to freak out. Like, there's no reason for that. But America doesn't know that. So America still thinks there's a great chance she's getting taken off the block and Suri's going up. Because their plan was like, oh, we're going to act like Cory was the invisible HOH. So we're going to put up America and have her come down, and it's going to look like Cory's trying to scheme or something. And to them, I'm like, yeah, fucking do it. I don't care. Like, just don't. Like, I just don't want to go on the block, basically. So America goes up, and her speech is like, Jag, you did so good at the veto. You're a superhuman athlete, and I'm going to dance for you. And she does her little thing. And Jag is sitting there. His face is, like, dying. And I'm sitting there, like, looking down because I know exactly what's going to happen. And when someone told her that they edited it out of the episode,
yep,
she was so happy.
That was when she talked to Jag. She was like, honestly, Jag, like the thing I'm most upset about is that I made the most embarrassing speech of my life.
It's so upsetting they cut it out. It must have been so funny. It would have been so funny.
So America goes up. She tells Jag literally off. And he says, how dare you, Cory, fix this.
Get your woman under control, Cory.
Basically.
We basically had this joke in the house that Jag was like soliciting lap dances for vetoes. And none of it made sense apparently because they never showed it on the episodes, like the veto speeches. But Felicia offered him a lap dance when he took her off the first time to backdoor Cam, and then America was dancing for him when I came off the block next to her. So this was like the continuity throughout the whole thing. And I think she mentioned it in maybe her eviction speech or something, and no one had any idea what she was talking about.
Yep.
But basically,
you got to be careful with inside jokes and speeches.
Yeah, but like I think for us it was the opposite because again, I haven't watched 23 or 24, so I thought that was the one part that was assuredly on the show.
Oh, really? Because the other speeches you thought, yeah.
Also, what were they doing having? I know I don't want to lengthen the interview. What was the thing where veto meetings were on Thursdays now sometimes? Because they had us like on live evictions, they'd have like the two old nominees sit on the block and then swap out.
Yeah, so they moved the episodes to Tuesday nights instead of Wednesday nights because Survivor and Amazing Race were a 3-hour block. So because of that, I think because of that, veto meetings were taking place on Mondays. That like there just wasn't as much time to fit it into the episode, to edit it into the episode that was airing. So it was a lot easier to just do a lot of cliffhangers, which they have done before as well. Like they started doing a lot of those the last couple seasons. But yeah, they would just cliffhanger it and then go into the
How
Thursday
was the TV product this season? Because I know the feeds were like fine, but like was it an okay TV show?
It wasn't great. Like when it was good, they weren't capturing the good stuff.
I heard Izzy
Mostly,
was not even in the show, which is heartbreaking.
Izzy was barely there. The best week is probably the Heisem week that he left. Great episodes. I thought the Bowie HOH episode was great, but really like
Double Eviction is probably fun.
Double Eviction was fun, except like the whole thing felt so ruined by a zombie twist. There were moments here and there, but I would say I said at the end of the season, I think that this season probably is one of the bigger disconnects between feeds and episodes for the US.
Yeah.
There's just so much context that we didn't get, and like, gameplay and behavior and all kinds of stuff that just wasn't there in the show. And so, like you in America don't even like they never really take you seriously as a showmance, even though you're like one of the more serious showmances. Like the show is like you told each other you loved each other, and that was in the clip show.
Yeah, honestly, it's probably for the best. like I don't know if I want like that to be like the the central building block the entire show is built around. But
Well, I mean,
I assume were we just basically like look at this comic relief showmance?
Yeah, like you'll be known as the showmance where you were like naming amendments to turn her on. So
well, we were nervous in the house because she was just getting asked about the showmance all the time, and I was never being asked.
she was, yeah, she was the narrator of it. Yeah,
she's like, "What the fuck is this about?" I'm like being asked just about strategy.
and it was
anyway,
a lot of it too was like, I'm getting him to grow a mustache. I'm gonna teach him this thing. I'm gonna teach him that thing. Like, it was weird.
Yeah, look, hey, it's all stuff we said, so
Yeah.
But yeah, this week, so we get double backdoored. Pretty exciting, cool week. I think here's my kind of eulogy because I think I made a cool plan to save myself, but it was never a possibility for like 5 different reasons. Like I wouldn't have ever like I think Suri, I was basically screwed with. Felicia was annoyed because of the comments I was making about her.
I think if you had approached Suri with the plan,
I thought Suri wouldn't go for her. I thought Felicia was like the crazier player who'd be willing to make a move like that.
Suri was pissed at Felicia for ruining it. She was like, "Why didn't you let this happen? This would have been great for us if they like not to save you, but like
just to get Bowie away.
To get Bowie away from them." Yeah.
Yeah, and which that was honestly like that was me being honest. I'm like, if this doesn't save me, it'll make America in a better spot, and
Mhm.
as a result, you two as well.
Yeah.
And Bowie, it obviously got to her at some point. And then there's the funny Bowie comes to me in America in bed, being like, "Stop campaigning." I'm like, Bowie, I've been done campaigning. It's been over for a minute. Because once I couldn't convince Felicia to get on board, I was
Mhm.
just like, well, I'm gonna do it anyways because fuck everyone.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
you might not know this, but, like, so you had that conversation with Bo, you were in the shower.
Yeah.
Bowie actually got to Felicia before you did, to talk to Felicia about the plan.
I
Um
told Felicia about the plan like 5 times before that. But I approached Felicia with the plan like Tuesday or something.
Okay.
So she knew all about the plan, and I was like, "Give me the green light.
'Cause
I'm
she
gonna go."
was like, what the hell is he doing?" And then you talked to her afterward, about, like, "Hey, I'm gonna tell Bowie this." And then you had, like, a longer conversation with Bowie later,
Oh, okay.
and
So I think I hinted towards it in the shower, and then I like told her at the pool
yeah,
table.
yeah.
But Felicia knew before I told Bowie anything, and I that might not have been on feeds, but it was me just pitching the plan to Felicia, being like, "Here's why it's good. I got in the suit. I'm like, I promise it's the best like thing for you. I know you don't trust me, but just like listen, this makes sense." And Felicia didn't do it, and I think it was a really dumb move from Felicia.
Mhm.
But
That makes more sense because it was kind of confusing to me that you went to Felicia after.
Felicia never gave me the green light to do it. She was
Okay,
just
yeah.
like, "All right, let me think about it. Let me talk to Suri." And then Suri's like, "Okay, I'm down," but Felicia's not down. I thought they were like Riley bullshitting me again.
Yeah.
But I think Suri was actually down to do the plan and not keep me, and Felicia was not down for either of it.
Mhm.
But when Suri came into the jury house, she was heated at Felicia. Like she was she was over it.
Yeah.
But my eulogy for my game, I really think I fumbled the back half a good amount, and it almost still worked out because
Mhm.
without the twistiness of Comic Week, Invisible HOH really didn't matter except for the fact it made it comics, which sucked.
Mhm.
But I would have lost the veto competition anyways. We had 2 HOH competitions that week, basically.
Mhm.
Um, the second veto crushed me, and it was a crapshoot too, which pisses me off because if anyone, Suri probably would have taken blue off, but Suri also guessed 600 seconds.
Well, she
Um,
threw it.
did she?
Yeah.
Okay, that is wild that she threw it and then complained about the punishment for the entire week. Because that was like honestly, that was the one time I was annoyed at Suri in the house because I was like, she's like, it's embarrassing. I'm like, everything is embarrassing. Being on the show is the most embarrassing moment of all of our lives.
Suri complaining about the punishment is one of the highlights of the season in the episodes.
What was annoying me was Felicia's like praying, literally praying, like, I hope they don't kick her out. I'm like, Felicia, that's not how this works. Like Jackson was eating filet mignons as a have not. Like you're not like they're not doing this, especially not with
Mhm.
Suri, and like not that they would favoritism or anything, but like they don't kick people off the show for that. But America and I are like, if they ask her to roll around the yard one more time, we might stay this week. We're like, she might just walk out. But like honestly, without that second veto, Blue goes home probably because I was the next closest,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Blue
Blue goes
leads.
home probably like 90%. And my whole idea was like, okay, I feel like I'm in a good spot because I'm in the final 8. Matt and Jag are most likely to win. They'll target Blue. I didn't realize Matt was targeting me, but okay, so I missed that. But Jag wins, going to target Blue. Then Jag can't play in the next week. Now all of a sudden, we're in the final 7 where the 6 people competing in HOH are America and I, Matt, Bowie, Suri, and Felicia. If Suri and Felicia win, they're putting up Matt and Jag. If me and
Mhm.
America win, we're putting up Matt and Jag. Bowie, I thought was up in the air. That would have been bad for me. And then Matt obviously would have been horrible for me. So I was like, we're great. Like, and then we have the double eviction. Who knows what happens? I literally thought like I was seeing the path as long as I got through that week. And I think the path was there, but let's be honest, like Bowie ended up winning that HOH and then Matt won the next. So there was no path in reality. But like in my head, I was like, I think this is actually working out fine. So I might have looked complacent, but I think I was more like content with the position. And honestly, I
Yeah.
was like, okay, if Blue wins the veto, I'm fucked. I knew that.
Mhm.
but Jag's beaten Blue in everything, and then Jag went and beat Blue in the veto. Like,
Yeah,
and
it's
the others,
that
yeah.
that second veto gets you. If it wasn't you there, like Jag was able to compete again.
Oh no! Considering how the competitions went, I was cooked.
Yeah, yeah.
I just thought like
But if
before the
Jag hadn't
competition
been able to compete again, like it should have been, because Claire had to throw,
and Suri would win.
Suri wins, or
Matt and
maybe
Jag
if you're
go up.
there, you win. Who knows?
Yeah,
Bowie
Matt
or
and
Matt
Jag
leave
go up,
because
and
Jag
then
wins the veto. And then it's basically a whole new game from there. You know.
so like I don't. That's why like when people are asking about like regrets and stuff, because I did a lot of bad gameplay in the second half of the season and the
Mhm.
first half too, but mostly the second half. But like I think there was a lot going against me this season. Like, you know, the Suri Jared stuff was really unbelievable to me when I came out of the house, and I'm lucky that didn't sink me. The night one twist basically, you know, had me fighting for my life immediately. Zombie
Mhm.
twist screwed me over more than basically anyone else in the house, and then this comics twist got me at the end. A better player can navigate all of it for sure, but I think it's very poetic because the entire season I'm in the diary room being like, twists are fucking stupid. They're like, what do you think about zombie twist? I'm like, I think it makes for a worse television product. And they're like, what do you think about the invisible HOH? I'm like, it's cool. I don't think they should be able to play in the next HOH though, because it's just gonna get the bigger dudes to get to the end. They're like, what do you think about the double veto? I'm like, again, like I think we should have less competitions, not more. Um, you know, so the alternative is instead of me whining, I could just get in shape. But you know, it's come on. What are we fucking doing here? Like I'm good. But anyways, I could briefly touch on the jury stuff because it's interesting.
Yeah, let's do it.
I go into the jury, Cam's there, Cam is defiant, Jag is the best player of all time, and Matt's bad.
Yep.
I'm fighting against that all of the first week. I'm saying Matt's better. Jag's a mess. And also a big part of that is Jag's not gonna make it to the end. Like, everyone's gonna target Jag, like, even
Yeah, I mean,
Luke
he's basically the number one target for almost every week of the jury phase.
Well, the thing is, he's the number one target, but of the 8 people left, he has 3 of them. So,
Right.
like, you know, like, he's doing okay, and then America and Blue come. Because Matt's goodbye message to me was, like, nothing, basically.
Mhm.
You guys didn't see it. It wasn't bad, it was just him saying, the three-way rats, joke, joke, joke." He just didn't really talk about anything, and I was like, "Alright, whatever." Jags was kind of annoying. I know you guys saw that, where it was like, "Cory, I had to get rid of you because you're the best human I've ever interacted with. You're a genius, and you would have beaten me." And I'm like, "Okay, just shut up." Then Blue and America come to jury,
Mhm.
and that made sense that it was them too. Matt's goodbye messages were horrible, like
Mhm.
beyond horrible. Like to Blue, it was Blue. I did not want to see you evicted. It's so messed up. I mean, I'm only one vote. Jag was the HOH. Like I really wanted to work with you, and I'm just so sorry. And I'm like, wow, that's insane that he did that. And then they do the America goodbye message because this one's a little after the fact because of the double eviction.
Mhm.
America, I wanted to use the veto on you, but I just couldn't because I would have upset the house. Like again, I wanted to work with you. I'm so sorry that I couldn't, and I wish you nothing but the best. So I see this, and I'm like, was I wrong
Mm.
the whole season? Because Jag is taking credit for these moves, and
Mhm.
he's doing it in an annoying way, but he's still saying like, I had to get rid of you. You were too big of a threat. I really respect you. Good luck.
Yep.
Like a very standard good goodbye message. So at this point, I'm voting for Jag over Matt no matter what, unless there's really new information that happens.
Mhm.
Then Suri comes, which we were fucking confused because we were like the one person who it won't be is Suri.
Mhm.
And we're certain of that. I think Matt still screwed that up.
I mean, so the thing about that, from my perspective at least, is that there's no way for Matt to keep Suri unless he nominates both Jag and Bowie at Final Five. And like if he does that, then he's screwed. He can't make it to final two, you know, like because Jag then evicts him in retaliation.
1 second, my throat's giving out.
No worry.
Matt is so much better than Jag, though.
hmm
I'm surprised he wasn't able to just keep Suri outside of the votes. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I think probably like the thing that shifted, and it shifted when around when you left, but a little bit before or a little bit after, um, that again, when Blue and America left, first thing that we see when the feeds come back is Jag talking to Bowie about how like Blue was telling me Cory thought Matt's playing a better game than me. Um,
Did Matt?
like
Oh, that was the hammock. Wait, yeah,
what
the
exactly?
stopwatch. Okay.
And he's like, "What the hell?" Like, "Oh, apparently Matt's playing better than me." And that's when Matt stops having influence over Jag beyond just staying safe. And that's when Jag starts working on Bowie outside of Matt and starts like making a final two with Bowie. And so Matt loses that ability. Plus, there was all this drama about like because Felicia had started ratting Suri out because Matt had talked to Suri about cutting Jag, and then Suri told Felicia, and then Felicia told Jag,
Yeah.
and then they confronted Matt about it, and Matt was like, "No, I didn't say anything." And so there was all that stuff there. So yeah, I mean,
I
Matt
heard
gets
about all
boxed
of
into a
that in the
corner.
jury. Suri was so mad.
Yeah.
But I do think Jag outplayed Matt in the end game for what it's worth. Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's completely like he has Matt boxed into a corner. Matt can't do anything against Jag.
Jag takes Matt anyways, which is the problem.
Right, like, like, he basically, knowing that Jag is probably going to win all the comps, Matt's only hope is that Jag stays loyal to him. So, like and he says this in the diary room, he's like, "I don't want Suri to go, but I can't push too hard because if I do, I might lose Jag." And he very nearly lost Jag at the Final Four. It was, like, a close thing, it seemed. So, like 'cause I was very critical of Matt at the Final 5 too. I was like, "It's vital for Suri to stay." But then it was like, given the results, I was like, it's kind of the right move to keep
Yeah.
Jag on board, by, like, letting Suri go because I'm thinking of, like, Netta and John when, like,
Yeah.
Netta's pushing, like, Arlie not Arlie, John's allies out early so that she has more options, but then John wins out anyway. And that's like signaled to him that Netta wasn't as loyal. And so he cuts her at the final three. And I'm like, okay, like I can see a scenario where maybe it is the right move to just give up all agency and say, take me if you're going to win all the comps anyway. Not that, and this is the key thing, is that like, I don't know how much of this Matt is really even conscious of. Like,
I know.
Matt is not somebody that ever had seemingly like a super long-term overarching strategy. He
Yeah.
was like I saw him as like a shark. He was just swimming in the moment, just like moment to moment, what is the best spot for me?
Mhm.
And how do I avoid trouble? And I think that like his goodbye messages make a lot of sense to me because that's so Matt to just like even in that moment, just like Paul before him doesn't really understand the show and thinks it's important for me to just like blame Jag, so they're more mad at Jag than me because that's what works for him in the game. And so yeah, I mean, I think at the like ultimately what we see is like this guy who had been, I think, playing a much better game, just completely fumbling the end game. The end game is so reliant on knowing how the show works. And I think we've seen
Yeah.
that so many times. And so that's where Jag really starts to shine over Matt, I think.
And it's been tricky for me because I think you all knew I was a vote for the better player type of person.
Mhm.
And I was never gonna I was not trying to punish anyone. Like it's not okay, I'm never gonna vote off principle. I'm like, oh, Matt didn't own up his game, so therefore I have to vote for whoever's next to him. Like we're all voting for Matt over Bowie. You
Mhm.
know? I think Matt over Suri, I think I would have leaned Matt and then I would have heard the speeches, and that might have been the first time a vote flips on finale night.
Yeah, there you go.
Because Matt was horrible. And Jag was horrible too, to be clear.
Yeah,
but
and the hey, maybe Suri does win with those goodbye messages from Matt.
literally, like I'm telling you, I think if Suri's in the final two against Matt, I think Suri wins only because of the, because of like the goodbye messages and stuff. But like our perception was Matt's doing better than Suri.
Yeah.
We go to the round table. There's a little bit of fight because Suri the whole time is saying Matt is a coward. Jag is the best player by far. Everyone is drinking the Jag juice. You're all employees of Jag. Which
So yeah, we saw that she had an argument with Felicia in the house about this, that she thought Jag was the better player, which was again part of like she trusted Matt so much, partly because I think she underestimated him.
yeah,
And Felicia was like, no, Matt's the better player. Everyone trusts the guy. Nobody trusts Jag. Nobody wants to work with Jag. But so we knew that Suri was gonna feel that way, but we didn't know how much that would matter for her vote, and ultimately she should go Matt.
well, when I think so, we're hearing this at the round table, and I think I heard the round, like I was basically the pro Matt guy in the jury and the edit and the round table and everything, which that was mostly because that's basically people said they were surprised I voted for Jag to win.
I mean, I was surprised because the entire game you were saying
Yeah.
before you left, you said Matt's playing the best game. It's not close. I'm definitely voting for him. And so
you didn't make a big leap to get to that opinion, but
yeah. And then like we didn't even see those goodbye messages.
I know
So
because
like
double, right?
it was tough for me like trying to predict because it was like I don't even get to see the thing that changes the vote.
But so much of what I was doing with because I was arguing with Suri at the round table a lot because I was honestly just annoyed because I was like Suri, you're saying that we're all like employees of Matt. We were all gonna or of Jag. We were all gonna nominate Jag, like every one of them. I'm like, and it's hard because I'm basically making the case. I'm like, don't give Jag too much credit.
Yeah.
Like Jag is not that good. He just won all the competitions. But I know I'm voting for him. So I'm like, well, then I'm thinking in my head, why am I voting for him? I'm like, oh, because Matt told me he didn't play the game. And it was super aggravating. So I was basically saying like, okay, I'm drinking the Jag juice, you're drinking the Matt juice. We're the same. You know what I mean? Like, and you went home on Matt's HOH, you know, and Cameron went home on like we all didn't really get played, we just lost. So I'm like, if that was the parameters this game went by, Jag was the problem the whole time. Because Jag won everything. Matt won nothing, basically. And I don't care about competitions. Like, truly, it makes no difference to me. But, like, at a certain point, the whole narrative, the whole season is like, okay, Cam is saying Jag's the best player. I'm saying Matt's the best player. Then reading the goodbye messages that both say Jag's the best player. Then Suri Fields comes in, says Jag's the best player. So, like, and then this is what killed it for me was, and you know, votes are for the most part determined before the thing. Like, I can speak for myself. Unless Jag had another 5 minutes to speak, I was always going to vote for Jag. Because he was horrible. Like, oh my God. But Matt said it was 50-50. He said we're a partnership, and Jag said it was all me. I didn't understand it from Matt when like it was a horribly written question. The framing of the question was, Matt, please tell me that you were the alpha in the alliance. And he said, no. It was 50-50. And then Jag said, I ate all of you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Your blood is still on my hands,
will.
Single-handedly. And, you know, like, I've never seen like a collapse like that. And obviously with some of the stuff we've seen after the show, I'm glad that I voted the way I did. But like I always thought I was going to vote for the better player, and just on the record, I think Matt's a better player than Jag based on everything I've seen at this point, and that was my instinct the whole season. But I think the Jag vote's pretty fair given what we knew in the moment and what we saw. If I had to vote right now, I'd still vote for Jag.
Yeah.
But that's probably due to other stuff. So like that's kind of I don't regret the vote. I'm actually very lucky I voted the way I did. But I think that makes more sense. It's just annoying that you guys couldn't see it because the roundtable was pretty long and it was a pretty good conversation.
Will hyped it up And then it was like, 2 minutes in the episode, and it was just a total nothing burger.
Because Cam and Felicia were fighting, Felicia and Suri were fighting, me and Suri were fighting. Like it was a pretty good roundtable. And you know,
What are
I
you
guess it
gonna do?
doesn't matter that much. It's Big Brother.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that like my policy is usually like, if somebody tells me they're bad, I believe them. So like if Matt and the thing is like it doesn't surprise me at all. Like Matt's speech at the end, the way that Matt answered questions, like I fully expected him to answer that way. Like uh it's just a very Matt thing to do. Because he's so good at avoiding blame that
Yeah.
like he leans into those strengths in all scenarios, even when he shouldn't. Like it was such a huge reversal to like be avoiding blame all game to then be like, no, I am at fault. Like it's just never gonna happen for like a guy like him that's not playing that intentionally, who's just
Mhm.
kind of like going on instincts. Um,
Yeah.
so, I think, I think if I see those, I think the only reason I think any scenario I vote for Jag. The only reason I would hesitate is like he was evicted, and so then it's
Yeah,
like,
for me, that was a big hang up because I'm like a purist. I don't
mhm,
battle backs are stupid and all that, but like for me, it was early enough that it didn't matter that much to me.
mhm,
And like the one thing, and this is like a reflection I made even in the house, but like now it's even more so. I have to reevaluate how I think about all the Big Brother players I've watched in the past because like playing from a good position is so easy.
yeah,
And like I think Suri sometimes made it harder on herself than it had to be.
yep,
And like Jared, obviously, it's very easy to screw it up too. But like when you're in a good position, everything is so fucking convenient. Like everyone just
yes,
gives you information. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to win competitions. And then when you're in a bad position, it's impossible.
mhm,
Which is why I have so much respect for I had so much before, but for like Dan, right? Like you're in a bad
yes,
spot and you fight your way out of it. Or even like a Taylor who
yep,
maybe didn't have like as much agency as Dan, but she figured it out and she made it to the end and she won.
mhm,
Um, so that's kind of why like when I think about like a Jag versus a Matt, like Jag was in a tough spot the whole season and he was able to kind of make it work. And that's why I didn't hold the first half of the season against him so much. Cause I
mhm,
really thought, like, is there a possibility his game was just screwed after he screwed up the Riley vote? And then he was just stuck there until the house flipped. I didn't know how much he was basically assuring, like, or ensuring that he was going to stay in a bad spot. I thought maybe it was just one of those situations where, like, he's the house target. He's going to be the house target until he leaves.
mhm.
But he clearly had a pretty large role in that. But so what do we think? Is Jag like I think he's better than Josh.
Honestly, I think it's a pretty like it's kind of interesting because he wins the same way Josh wins, like through the goodbye messages. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Um,
he like it's weird because are we grading the games or how good of a? Because I would bet on Jag before most winners at this point just because of the
well,
cons.
yeah, I mean that's the thing. I think when grading players now is that because of the modern era of the show, you just straight up have to be really physical and good at comps.
Could he be a worse
Um,
Casey?
what's that?
Could he be a worse Casey?
Um, maybe, yeah. I mean, Casey had a lot of the same things about loyalty. She was very much a team player, won a ton of comps, um, was just obviously a lot better at like not being targeted, and like maintaining social connections outside of her close circle. Um, so yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I could see that to a degree.
Also, the perception for the jury a little bit was like Jag, like Matt might be the better social player,
Mhm,
but Jag is the one making decisions. Like, and because that was what surprised me a little bit about some of our conversation was like Matt was pushing for this to happen or for
yeah,
that to happen. Because with me, Matt wasn't pushing much,
mhm,
and I never really had power like that.
yeah,
And then there was like weird moments where like he would win a competition and then run up to us and say, like, freak out, like, what do I do with it?
Mhm.
Like, it's the double eviction. He wins the veto. He runs up to me. He's like, do I use it? I'm like, no. What do you mean? Of course not. That, like, you kind of doubt, like, is he a good strategic player? Where I think on a return, I would bet on Matt more than just about anybody. But I just think he didn't have enough information yet.
I see Matt as kind of like, maybe like a kind of like a Drew, in like just good instincts. Doesn't really seem to have like a huge like overarching plan or anything.
Yeah.
Probably not going to be able to articulate why he was as good as he was. But like, you know, probably decently capable of winning comps. Um, Ultimately, I think Drew proved to be more cutthroat. I don't know if Matt is maybe Matt is more cutthroat if he's not with somebody like Jag who's pushing loyalty so much,
Mhm.
but because he certainly seemed to be willing to be cutthroat. But
Question, Taran. Where do you think I
yeah,
ranked Drew Daniels? Is that his name? Daniels?
Drew Daniel, yeah,
Where do you think I ranked him on my top 50 players of all time?
top 50. God, I mean he's like probably like high mid, maybe mid winner now. He's the kind of play he's only good because of his archetype, and like his natural instincts, which is why I compared him to Matt. Um, I don't know. You've got to throw in other non-winners, so
Mhm.
maybe in like the middle of the list, maybe like high 20s.
I did 19. I might be too high on Drew.
Okay. I mean, hey,
So
there's an argument for it.
that means, by your logic, Matt's got to be around the 20th best Big Brother player of all time.
No, I think he's worse than Drew.
So do I.
Personally. But also like for what we talked about, like so much credit to Matt for
Yeah,
being able to do what he did as a deaf man.
unbelievable, honestly.
Like the level of difficult like Drew had it so much easier.
Sure.
So like by that degree, definitely a lot of credit to Matt. At the end of the day, Drew wins a jury vote. So like you got to take that into
Well,
account.
this is the weird part about the Matt Jag jury thing. We're like, so Jag took Matt to the end thinking he would lose to Matt.
Yeah.
Matt was going to take Jag to the end where he was going to lose to Jag, but he at least thought he would beat Jag.
Yeah.
You know? So, like, when Jag takes Matt to the end, we think, oh, Jag's just confident. And we also knew Jag like had a propensity to loyalty, but we thought Matt did too. But when Jag told me he thought he would lose to Matt, I wanted to like punch him in the face. I was like, Jag, why? Like, why did you make this decision? And he talked about he wanted to represent his family well, and that I could understand that. That's not how I view the show, but I get it.
Mhm.
But I was so mad because I was like, oh, because especially after the speeches, I was like, oh, Jag recognizes he's gonna win the season. He
Mhm.
was the main guy, whatever. Then he goes, no, I was so aggressive because I thought I was gonna lose.
Yep.
And to be fair, he thought he was gonna lose because I basically told him he was gonna lose. So maybe I am the problem.
Yeah. I mean, you bait and switched the winner of the game.
It's all about me, Taran. Okay, like I just wanted the attention. You know that. That's why I'm on.
All right.
Anyways, I think that's all I've got. It's we got through it pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, short, quick one. I told Sam, I was like, I'm not about to talk for 5 hours about this season, and he was like, well, this is Cory we're talking about.
I
I was
figured
like,
being the
okay.
first deep dive was really a good idea because I feel like you just get more bored every deep dive that happens because it's the same shit every time. I think for what's nice is for like some people, it's probably a lot quicker these early weeks. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
Mhm.
so you were never going to be nominated by this person, and then the next HOH was crowned.
Yeah,
Um,
a lot of the time.
but this was great. I don't think this is a bullshit deep dive.
I don't think so either. It's not quite a Taylor deep dive, but
No
I
cats,
think it's maybe
no
second
Todrick.
place.
It's a shame.
Yeah. In
Yeah,
terms of rank.
honestly, in terms of all right, rank the second jurors. Me, in terms of players, me, Derek X, Joseph, throw in Moose.
Turn who?
Moose.
Oh, Moose.
Because they came up to me during the after party. They're like, second juror, baby. And I'm like, okay, I was a 7-person jury, to be very clear. But sure, second jurors.
Okay. I mean, man, that's an interesting group. It's all like you. I mean, you're the
Similar.
outlier, but you're also not the same placement.
Yeah.
Because like Moose, Derek X,
And Joseph, they're kind of.
and Joseph all kind of have a similar kind of game. In that they were like kind of physical, really good socially, played strategically, but ended up sort of like getting like played in the game. And then you played are so different than them.
I feel like for me, my instinct would be like, I'm probably better strategically than like Derek and Joseph, but going into another season, I would bet on the strong buff dude
Yeah, that's the problem is that
every
they
time.
completely out-comp you.
Hey, you ever heard of Soulmates? It was this cool competition. Did you guys understand it on the show? Because it was very confusing to us.
That they read out like the letters. Was
The
that the
double
one?
eviction veto.
Oh yeah,
Double
no, no,
eviction
no.
HOH. Yeah.
Wait, the double eviction veto you're saying?
The HOH. The HOH.
The HOH, yeah, the one they had like the no, I was confused about that with the
Yeah.
dating page one.
We were pretty confused.
Yeah,
but
that was a weird one.
I just picked my favorite letter a couple times and we got there. But anyways, I'm gonna let you go. It's been 6 hours. This is too long for the placement I got.
It's too long for the season. I mean, this one was obviously, you know what these are, and so like this one was interesting because I think like you came in with a ton of questions for me,
Yeah.
and then we were kind of interviewing each other for a little bit there.
Well, also, I think I did a bad job of keeping us on track because we would jump really far ahead, and then I would start talking about Tony, and which I guess is just kind of how I am. But that was that was a good time. I mean, good luck uploading this shit.
Yeah, well, where can people find you if they want to keep track of the Cory journey?
The Cory journey. So what is my shit? So at Cory Wurtenberger, basically on everything. My Twitter's at Cory Wurtenberger too. So just look up my name. I'll be there. I think on TikTok, America's Bitch. I'm not posting anything on TikTok, but in case you just want to follow.
You needed to get the name in there just in case anybody stole it from you.
Yeah, so it was mostly so she could send me TikToks. And, I think that made it a fitting name. Also, check out AmeriCory.com. There's nothing on it, but my dad is like, we got to get the domain name because he's so involved. And the crazy thing is he's so much less involved than my mom and brother too. So yeah, there's that, which you can follow me there. America's ADog956. Find her on her places. And I think that's about all I've got.
All right. Well, that's all I've got then as well. There you have it. Whether it deserved it or not, a deep dive for season 25, of course, with Cory. And it was hopefully not.
The reality is I'm just trying to get far enough to have a deep dive with Taran. Like an actual deep dive, not one of those like bullshit deep dives when I go out third.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Bullshit deep dive.
Thank you all so much for joining us then here on this bullshit deep dive. And, we'll see you in the next season maybe, or maybe I've got more postseason coverage coming.
Yes, in the reindeer games.
Who knows? Yeah.